Is the sound also coming? I should probably mute ourselves. All right. So I understand the optimal spot.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome. I'm gonna go over the microphone to our dear Arno Sterk. Wait, I'm just gonna jump into the video. So it's gonna exactly. Hello and good morning everyone. I'm very excited to pass the microphone to our chair Arno Sterk. He's gonna moderate and host today's General Assembly. Arno, up to you. How do I keep the microphone in use?
Good morning. Welcome everyone to the whole Belgium General Assembly, autumn 2022. We have a packed day today. We are going to be discussing our strategy towards 2024, approving the budget for 2023, and we will also be discussing some of our policies and electoral program moving into the municipal elections of 2024. I'm very excited to pass the mic back to Carlo, Johanna, and Jasper, who will give you welcoming words for this General Assembly. Thank you.
You can start. On the left, yeah. There's the camera.
Smile to the camera. Okay, good morning everyone. Is this working? Yes, it is. So yeah, my name is Jasper. As you may know, I'm the provincial committee member for the province of Antwerp. But I'm the only provincial committee member, so I try to be as good as possible for all our people active in the local teams everywhere involved. I'm very happy to welcome you on this Sunday morning at 9:30 a.m. It was quite an effort for me to be here personally. I don't like early mornings, so I actually had to run for my train. But we do it because we all like to support Volt, so it's great to see you all here. Maybe anyone at home is watching as well. Welcome and enjoy your breakfast. So, we are here today in Leuven. I'm not sure if we had a General Assembly in Leuven before with Volt.
Not yet.
No, not yet, so it's the first time. And there's a reason why we are in Leuven today. It's because we are also trying to revive the activity of the Leuven team, which don't worry. Your wife is calling. So the Leuven team with André, among others, is doing very well lately. Together with Manon, we have tried to start it up in May, late May, before summer. We've had plenty of meetings, calls, some physical activities. And yeah, the Leuven team is welcoming us here today. Fausto has been a driving force, so thank you, Fausto, for arranging the venue, working on catering, live stream. Let's have a round of applause already. So if all of you from the Leuven team could come to the stage, please.
Woo!
So it's time to make it official too. So we've had a lot of informal activities with the Leuven team, but there is no formal city lead yet. It's not officially a chapter of Volt Belgium. But I would like to make it official very soon, so I can announce that in November we plan to organize a local assembly for the Volt Leuven team. So city leads or candidates will be able to step forward, and there will be an election for city lead of Volt Leuven in November. And with that, it will officially become a chapter of Volt Belgium. So congratulations. Just for the practicalities, of course, anyone who is willing to be active in a local team is allowed to join. It doesn't matter where you live or whatever, just there are some legal aspects. So in terms of voting rights for the city lead elections, or in terms of being able to be a candidate, we have decided to take a large definition. Anyone in the province of Flemish Brabant will be allowed to vote or to be a candidate for a city lead in Leuven. Just for your information, I don't know if anyone else is watching, so even if we're in Vilvoorde or in Richtemafliegen, it doesn't matter, you're all welcome to join Volt Leuven for the time being until we are big enough to split it up into multiple teams. So I think that's all for me for the welcome. Who wants the mic next? Johanna? Carlo?
Johnny.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jasper, and thank you very much, Arno, as well, to chair today's General Assembly. So, warm welcome also from me. It's good to see you here that early in the morning, and I'm very excited that we are here all together online to discuss very important and strategic topics today. So, for those who were present at the last General Assembly in Brussels in April, we mentioned so many times, 2024, the road to 2024, and now finally we're excited to present you the first step towards that direction, so the first step towards the electoral year of 2024, which we will see will be a crucial one for the country and for our party as well. But before we continue, I would actually like to give the microphone to our Leuven team so that everyone can present themselves. I know that all of you are holding different responsibilities within the party, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the executive committee for your engagement and the time you give also to both Belgium. So I think you can do a short round of introduction.
Okay, I'm Andre. I joined Volt only early this year in January, and one of the things that I'm occupied with is onboarding new people. So there are people assigned up for the web page. I have the first introduction content together with Frans, by the way, who's usually available. And I try to participate as much in all the lovely meetings we have. And, we have on the 17th of December, right down on your agenda, a city activity. We're going to do something to promote Volt in the lovely city. Why 17th December? It's a Saturday, it's just before Santa Claus, for the Christmas period. There's a lot of people on board. So right now, 17th December.
Right, so hello everyone. I'm not sure how this works yet because I just very recently joined. This is my first time attending anything Volt related, so.
Ons Maarten.
Zijn omgroening.
It's too late.
Liebe Umhang, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm already a member since a bit longer, since 2018 and 2018. Yeah, that's very similar to the team for the policy needs of Belgium. But I would say if you want to join the team, I think we can use many people to do many things.
Good morning everyone, I'm Fausto, I'm a student in Leuven. I've been a member of Volt since 2019 and I've been organizing this GA on its practical basis. So the venue that we're right now and the meal that we'll have during and such, that I've been active for that in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you very much for the nice welcoming, and I wish all the best of luck to the Leuven team. I see that Leuven can be one of the hotspots for Belgium, and I think there's so much opportunities in this city, full of history, full of students, full of opportunities. So thank you very much, and I would like to also just mention that personally I'm super excited. We at the board, together with the provincial committee, the executive committee, our functional leads and our Secretary General have been working a lot these last 6 months to make today's General Assembly a big success, and also the road to 2024 a big fun and enjoyable journey for all of us. I would like to quickly mention that some of us are still recovering from Prague 2022. It was a very enjoyable experience. I hope that even those that did not manage to come in person were able to follow, and that they're looking forward to come with us, with Volt Belgium, to Bucharest in June of next year. So thank you very much. I'll give back the microphone to our host and chair, Arno. He's going to present the following points. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause to everyone for starting the presentation.
Thank you, everyone. We will now quickly go through the agenda for the day. So I will quickly walk you through it, and then also deliver some housekeeping notes. First off is the election for the Secretary General. What will happen in this agenda point is a quick 15-minute presentation by our candidates for the Secretary General position. This will be followed by a presentation by the candidates for the position of electoral board members who are in charge of overseeing our internal elections. Next is a round of statutory amendments that have been brought forward by the Board of Volt Belgium and the Volt Values Board of Volt Belgium. Then there will be short presentation reviewing the last 6 months. So between the previous General Assembly and now. And we have a quick coffee break, and then we will open one of the most important sessions of the day, namely strategy moving into 2024. The board will present a strategic document that they have presented and sent to you beforehand, and then we will open with a plenary discussion. Next up is the budget for 2023. This is something that we always have to do. Will be presented by our treasurer, Martin. Then we have 45 minutes of lunch break, where lunch will be catered for. Next, we will announce the results of the votes that happened before noon, and then we will discuss policy for 90 minutes. After this, we will announce the results of the votes on statutory amendments, strategy and budget. And following a quick coffee break, we will have a message from the European Board on diversity. Then the European Community Team of Volt will come in and deliver a team building workshop for us all. Hope that will be very fun. And finally, we will end on the announcements of the other votes that will have happened throughout the day. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we start. I've been asked to be a very strict moderator, so I will be absolutely ruthless. Please make sure to keep your interventions within the foreseen time limit. Second housekeeping note is we have Wi-Fi. Behind Carlo, you can see my absolutely terrible handwriting on the chalkboard that gives you all the...
Ruthless as well.
It doesn't work?
It doesn't work.
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry for that. We'll try to figure it out.
Okay, we will sort out the Wi-Fi situation. Next up, you will have received a voting link on in your Vault mailbox that is connected to our Tusker platform. You might have to dig a little bit. This is the platform where you will be able to vote on all of the votes that will be proposed today, and also where you will be able to ask questions remotely. So this is also very important for the remote participants. Finally, for the people here in the room, on my left you can see a very nicely decorated drink and food table. Feel free to help yourself to some refreshments. I have understood that we are not supposed to eat in this room, so if you have some food, please quickly take it outside. And we do have some coffee breaks for you to have a quick snack. We have coffee and water and some milk and sugar. So it is a simple setup, but I hope it will suffice. And without further ado, I would like to pass to the electoral board, who will open the discussion on the election for the Secretary General. Thank you very much.
You can get a little bit closer.
Welcome everyone. As you probably, most of you would have voted to agree on Arno Sterk to be our chair today. And the next two votes that are going to be upcoming are the approval of today's agenda and the approval of the minutes of the last meetings. This will be done via your personal Tusker link, which you received. So we say Tusker, it's basically your invitation link that you got a few weeks ago, a week ago I think. On 8th of October you got, but I think you got also a reminder later. And it's the same link. If you click on it, on the top page you will see the YouTube feed, and then lower, when votes open, you will see the votes as they are coming up. There is one more thing for the elections of candidates. As per our guidelines, as we develop them, they will be done with a different method, and you will get personalized emails from a website called Adoodle to elect people. And so this will also happen once the vote open. And for the candidates, I believe they close at 11 o'clock, right?
Yes.
No,
and 13.
Oh, 13, sorry.
Yeah.
So 1 o'clock.
And as a small note, the vote on the agenda in the minutes is not up.
No, it's not up yet, so...
That should be between 9 and 10.
No, it was 5 minutes.
9 to
10.
9 to 10. Minutes. Anyways.
I had it at 10, but yeah. So I will open the votes for the agenda, and they will be closing at 10.
It's possible for me to vote, no connection. No, absolutely not. Just that's the same problem as the musulmans, so it's the same basically if you have 112 on viewer, you need to install an app from the Play Store to get edible. Yeah.
Maybe a brief one to say that out loud.
Yeah. To be able to connect, apparently you need to download an app.
No.
I have
No, that was
Yeah. That's catch 22.
So that's the name. Normally you have first team select the establishment where you are, so that should be the KUL or KU11 or whatever the name they gave it to. Then it should be login and use in password.
Should I just make a hotspot?
If this is too hard, I also opened a hotspot. It's called Volt Belgium. And the password is Volt 2022, all small caps. This you can also use for Wi-Fi.
And there's a space?
No, there's no space.
No space. I think somebody is good.
Too more petit. Everything small.
So if everyone is able to connect, ça marche? Yes, but I have to know if it's until 10 or until later.
No, it was from 9 to 10, just open it straight away.
I already have 5 people connected, so
Okay.
this is correct.
can carry on.
Yeah. So I think I will give back the word to the chair. The votes for the candidates will open slightly after 10 and be open until. Oh, it will open after 11, sorry. And you will get the link until 1 o'clock. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, I hope the Wi-Fi situation has been more or less resolved now. Without further ado, I would like to ask all candidates for the position of Secretary General to come up to the stage.
Yes, I didn't prepare preparation actually because I need to work. So I will just keep it very short. I'm Jordi, I think most of you know me. I have been involved for quite some time, since the end of 2018. I have been doing quite a lot of different things, comms. I have been president before Carlo became president as well. And now I was already Secretary General ad interim, appointed by the board, basically to do the tasks of Secretary General until there could be an official vote, so that is today. So voila, today there is a vote for Secretary General. I am the applicant, apparently the only one. Yeah, apparently the only one. A few words about myself. So my background is in mathematics. I have a PhD in mathematics. I work in IT insurance. I am very unlucky because we have a DRP weekend this weekend and also last weekend, so I'm working like 7 days in a row for 2 weeks already. So it's time for a real weekend, but okay. I have a wife and 2 children, 2 small kids, 1 and 3 years old. That's also a lot of work. But in my free time, I love to work for Volt. I think it's the purpose and the goal of our party is something that we want to strive for, and I think we really want to achieve results in 2024. I think 2024 is really the moment, where we want to get results and get people elected. And to get people elected, of course, we need a lot of people that help us, a lot of helping hands. So voilà. Eager to help out as Secretary General, and I hope that we can achieve great results and get people elected in 2024. If there are questions, shoot.
I will walk around with the microphone for any questions to Jordi.
Maybe a simple question, but what is the job about really? What are you doing then? What are they doing?
Yeah, so basically if you look in the organogram, you have the General Assembly is basically on top. And under the General Assembly you have the Board of Administrators, the Electoral Board and the Vote Values Board. And the Board of Administrators is the Executive Committee and the Provision Committee. And then under that you have a Secretary General. So basically the Secretary Generals report to the Board of Administrators. And they are responsible basically for the day-to-day activities. For example, like if members pay their membership fee, we check the payments, we make sure that the members are onboarded and so on. Together with the community team, we do that. And then the Secretary Generals are responsible for all the functional teams being communication, community, policy, events, and so on. So basically those teams report to the Secretary General, and the Secretary General reports to the Board of Administrators. Is that clear?
Thank you.
Okay.
So what is the difference between the Board Secretary General and the Secretary General you're running for?
The Board Secretary is, you talk about the Secretary of the Board and the Secretary General, you mean?
Is there a distinction? I mean, how do you, I think we call them the Secretary General.
No. The Board of Administrators, and you talk about the Executive Committee, actually has 5 positions. The Executive Committee is the 2 presidents, is the Treasurer, is the Secretary, and is the 5th board member. It's not Secretary General. Secretary of the Board is basically the function that is defined within the board, within the executive committee, there you can define the portfolio, and secretary in general, we also see responsible for the minutes, for publishing the minutes of the executive committee, and so on. Secretary General is reporting to executive committee and provincial committee as well, so to the whole board of administrators. And the Secretary General is responsible for day-to-day activities, also of course in discussion with the Board of Administrators. So the Board of Administrators can delegate tasks to the Secretary General. They can say like, okay, these tasks have to be done, can the Secretary General take those up, like day-to-day activities. And then of course the big part is being responsible for all the functional teams. And discuss with the functional team leads, like how are they doing, and if they need help or if they need resources, and so on. Second question.
As a member of the board, so I'm
yeah.
board member for those of you who don't know.
I know.
I think you were appointed as interim Secretary General.
Yes.
I think one of the roles that was given to you when we appointed you was for you to scout for a Secretary General, an actual Secretary General to take the position. So you were interim. And so, have you done any of the scouting? Have you taken the time to find somebody who can actually take?
May I just interrupt? We can give the microphone to the people in the
okay. Yes.
I think it's okay.
Yes, Carson. If you may repeat the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So for people who are streaming, yes, so my name is François. I'm the 5th board member of Belgium. And the question is that I remember when we appointed you as Secretary General, it was interim, and one of the criteria, or at least one of the mandates that we gave to you was to kind of scout for a proper, or it's not a proper, not that you're not proper, it's just like, you know, to scout for a Secretary General. Sorry.
Well, I scouted myself, of course, as well.
You're generally also supposed to have a male and a female. So
yes.
The question is, why are you presenting yourself and not eventually like two other candidates, a male and a female?
But actually, that's not entirely true. When I submitted my candidacy, I applied for the full position of Secretary General, not at interim. It was with discussion with Manon that she told me like, okay, or with Johanna as well, I think, that we discussed like, okay, I can take up at interim, because I told actually in the beginning that I wanted to take up the 2 years position immediately, but to have that officially, there needs to be a vote. And I sent an email to the electoral board with my application to ask to basically organize a vote, which didn't happen immediately. So then there was a decision to appoint me at interim being until there would be an official vote on my position, on my candidacy. Not that I'm at interim in the sense that I would stop. So I basically scouted myself because I applied for the position. And to have a second Secretary General, of course, we need to have a gender balance, so we need to have a non-male person, so someone who defines themselves as female or diverse. Which is quite hard, which we all sadly know, that it's very hard to find people that are non-male, white, cisgender to take up positions in Volt. That is something that has been hard in the past as well, and still is. So I still hope to find someone, if there is someone in the room, who doesn't define themselves as male. Please contact me. And you're always welcome to take up the second position as Secretary General. And also for the people at home, if you feel like, oh, I want to work with Jordi together, go ahead.
So hi, I'm Omri. I just wanted to ask you sort of a more strategic sort of question. Let's say we agree on an electoral strategy here in the coming months, we define it, we're running in 2024. What do you think are the main priorities for Volt Belgium to get organized so that we actually get some electoral results? Depending, you know, that doesn't really matter which ones like we decide to run in or what the specifics are, but what do you think are the organizational priorities to actually have the capacity to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, for the strategy, we are dependent on what the Board of Administrators decides, but what I personally think is that we need FTEs. We need full-time employees as soon as possible, and not only one, but at least two, I would say. Because if you look at the Netherlands, they really grow very fast after they appointed people full-time, because they could commit full-time on their job, basically, because it's a job and they're also responsible for their job then. If you work with volunteers, of course, it depends on the will of the volunteers. Of course, everyone does what they can, but if you have people that are paid, basically they have a responsibility because they get paid, and you can also take that from that. So we need full-time employees as soon as possible, at least 2. To have those, of course, you need funds, you need money. So fundraising is basically the first and most important thing to get the money in, and to have enough money to basically pay for 2 full-time employees. When you have, as soon as you have the money and you have full-time employees, you can also continue to look into other positions and hire maybe more people. You can have maybe a snowball effect, hopefully, like in the Netherlands, where you attract more people because you have people committed to do their job. And so for me, fundraising is the most important, to get enough money as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. It's not really a question, but I just actually wanted to thank you, Jordi, for applying to this position, and also for being our interim Secretary General these last few months. So for those who don't know, Jordi has been there since the summer, and he has been really very helpful hand, a very helping hand.
A big thanks to Frans and André as well.
It's always nice to see the team growing, and I hope that your application is an extra motivation to everyone to join a team in whatever capacity. So thank you, Jordi, and thank you to all our members that help us on a daily basis.
Oops.
Eenmaal andermaal. Salt. Okay.
Thank you very much, Jordi.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the election of the electoral board. For this, I invite Emery. Thank you.
So hi again, everyone. So I'm Emery Massot. I joined Volt at the very beginning of 2020, when Volt Belgium was being, let's say, reborn, as they were new statutes voted upon during the February GA. And when I wanted to start taking responsibility for Volt, I found the position within the electoral board interesting. And so since April or beginning of May 2020, I've been part of the electoral board. And I'd like to renew that mandate. I would also love for other people to apply. When we started with the electoral board, we were 2. Plan was before with me in the electoral board. That's where we developed all our guidelines and procedures. So now I would like to renew that mandate in order to support Volt to carry on growing, as the electoral board is a very important body within the party, as it guarantees transparency and a good power balance during elections and General Assembly. So I would like to continue that role, and I also invite, as Jordi did for the call for Secretary General, anyone who feels motivated to either contact me and apply to become a member of the electoral board. The positions are now closed technically, but we will reopen them again soon. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. And yes, I would welcome your support to have a continuity within the electoral board.
Excellent.
Any questions?
Thank you for that. It was faster. Emmerich, last GA there was a question from the audience like, shouldn't we have like an external party overseeing our elections? I could see where that person was coming from though, because like now we have an electoral board consisting of 1 person, which basically means that it's 1 person who is controlling our elections. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so I totally agree in a sense with the fact that we could have an external party. As Jordi also mentioned, this usually requires budgets, and I would say for something like this you would need something like a Gerechtsdeurwaarder or an officier justice to be able to do this, and it doesn't come cheaply. And this is why for this GA, especially because of course I'm up for election as well, I have constituted a committee consisting of Brieux, who will assist me and oversee also what I do, and I have also shared all the preparatory documents, and actually all the documents are shared with the board as well, so that they can see that it's done in all transparency. But I do see where you're coming from. I think my personal take on it is that we're still too small at the moment to really need this. I just think that if there is any doubts within the membership, that they should raise it now or even earlier, as soon as they have, because then we can take action as electoral board. And just to maybe mention this as well, all the documents that I prepare before the GAs and that I then publish are all on the Google Drive, and they're available to all members to see. So normally there should also be transparency there, but your question is valid, of course. Hope I responded.
Also, if there are any questions online, don't forget you can post them in the YouTube chat, so please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm pleased to confirm that the votes for the agenda for today have been unanimously confirmed, as well as the minutes from the last year. Thank you very much. Next up on the agenda is the statutory amendments that have been brought forward. I will now pass the mic to Kim, who will present the proposed amendments to the statutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we got slides. Excellent. So I'm here representing the Vote Values Board in order to discuss and to update you in terms of a number of series of statutory amendments that have been put forward, both by the Vote Values Board as well as by the Board of Vote Belgium as well. So for those of you who don't remember, at the last General Assembly, we actually voted a number of statutory amendments which aim primarily to give more flexibility to the Vote Values Board to be able to adopt different procedures in order to reflect better the kind of cases that we were having. So we realized as part of our work that actually a number of cases were being run through a very complex procedure and weren't really fit for purpose with regards to the particular cases being brought forward. Some of the cases were quite sensitive, they were involving bullying, and we were having a situation where the person was being re-traumatized over and over again through the process. There were some cases where we needed to take actually a very quick decision, very emphatic decision, and we weren't able to do that. And so the learnings essentially from the previous Vote Values Board was that we really needed much more flexibility to be able to respond more effectively to the different kinds of cases we were dealt with. At that particular General Assembly, the last one, we basically said yes to all of that. There was a 2/3 majority which was met, but the problem was that these are statutory amendments and therefore they require a certain quorum, and that quorum was not actually met. And as a result of that, the agenda points were brought forward again at this General Assembly to essentially confirm the votes from before. So that's basically what you're being asked to vote upon, is just to confirm that those statutory amendments which give that additional flexibility to the Vote Values Board is confirmed, and therefore they will become effective with regards to the statutes. And the next slide is really around, there were also additional statutory amendments which were made at that particular General Assembly. For example, enabling much more diverse to actually be reflected in the statutes. At the moment, it really reflects male, women. In the new statutes and the amendments we've made, we've actually taken out all the references to gender, therefore enabling male, women, and diverse candidates to present themselves as well. So we have all of those proposals which were really made. So again, we approved all of that. So in theory, there shouldn't hopefully be any changes to that, but we're just asking you to confirm with regards to that.
Excellent.
We then have a number of proposed yes, so we have a couple of proposed amendments coming from the board. It's proposal 10 and proposal 11. And my suggestion is that we've actually looked at it from the Volkswagen board as well as the the executive board. And there are a number of things that we need to look at more carefully with regards to both of these amendments. But I would suggest, as a General Assembly, what would be useful is that you give an orientation vote, whether you approve or not these orientations, and then the Vote Values Board and the Executive Board will make the slight adjustments to those proposals in order for them to better reflect what we're trying to do. So Amendment Proposal 10 is really designed to enable us to actually allow and welcome Belgian nationals who are living outside of Belgium to still remain tied to the Vote Belgium chapter. This is something which is actually already in place for Volt Netherlands, for example, and we just want to offer that same flexibility to Belgian nationals that they can still remain connected to their own chapter. So that's what we're trying to do with Amendment Proposal 10. What we're going to change is a little bit the way we phrased it. So at the moment we have an and/or proposal from the board, and it could lead to confusion as to whether it means that you have to be both a Belgian resident and a Belgian national to actually be part of the party. So in order to prevent that from happening, the new proposal will be really one thing is for Belgian residents, and we then have a separate one for expats, and then we change the one as well. So there'll be a slight change to that proposal, but if you give us kind of a mandate today for the proposal, we'll make that final change. And then Amendment Proposal 11 is linked to the Provincial Committee. So the Provincial Committee, as you'll recall, is a group of people which are representing the local level at the national level. So we have the 12 provinces, with Brussels being a separate one, and the idea here is to again give a seat for the expats to exist. So the proposal, as we have at the moment, fixes some of that problem, but it doesn't take into account the fact that we also need to have a mechanism for them to become eligible to become provincial committee members, and that is covered in a number of articles which also need to be dealt with. So again here, what we're asking you to do is to give a vote of orientation approving that change, and we will look into the statutes because there's a number of articles that need to be changed in order to create the possibility for the expats to have an equivalent to a city chapter, and then they will be able to be represented effectively under the provincial committee. So there's a few things that need to be changed here, but essentially what we're asking you to vote on today is, one, create the possibility for an expat to be a member of the Vote Belgium chapter, and two, to enable the provincial committee to be an effective representative for this expat community, but we need to do a few more changes to the statutes to make that happen. There's a number of additional,
Questions at the end.
Questions at the end. We then have, you might have to explain this one to me, so there's no voting which is foreseen for these, but essentially what we're hoping to do is to have them coming up in the future, right?
Exactly, for me take. Indeed, so this third part of the statutory amendments is purely a deliberative exercise where we would like to get some input from our members on what they would think should be the path forward. There are some essential questions that we would like to have some orientation, hence we wanted to bring it up here and deliberate with you all of that today. There will be no voting, but it will give us some orientation as to what to propose at the next General Assembly. Should I deliberate quickly?
Why not? Let's do it together.
Yes, excellent. So the first thing we wanted to have your input on was the Board of Administrators and Constituent Committees. At this very moment, the Board of Administrators of Vote Belgium is constituted by two committees, the Executive Committee and the Provincial Committee. Why do we want to bring it to a change? Because we noticed that there's a little bit of a legal complication, or let's say a hurdle that comes with it. Essentially, all the Board of Administrators need to be filed towards the state, towards the Banque de Carrefour des entreprises, which means that at any point there's a change in the Board of Administrators, including changes to the Executive Committee and the Provincial Committee. These changes need to be filed. It's apart from being a financial cost of about €200 each time you need change, also a very time-intensive change. Hence, we wanted to see whether the members agree to split these two committees, have the Executive Committee be essentially the Board of Administrators, as it is, for example, the case with Volt Europa, and have the Provincial Committee becoming the Provincial Council, as it's the example with the Netherlands where they have a City Council. The powers of the Provincial Council will be kept as they are. It's just a purely legal separation so that whenever we have a change of the Executive Committee, we can change that, but that's only every 2 years, whereas the Provincial Committee or the Provincial Council, we can then have the elections more frequently without having to go through all the legal hurdles. The second point we wanted to discuss with you is the Electoral Board. As was mentioned by Enrique already, we see that we have a hard time filling our independent bodies, both actually the Board Values Board as well as the Electoral Board. Now, because the Electoral Board has a lot of intensive work to do within a particular time, there was the idea of constituting a committee that supports the Electoral Board in their daily tasks when it comes to elections, both at General Assemblies but also at proxy GAs or other elections happening throughout the year. The third and final point we wanted to discuss with all of you is the position of the Secretary Generals. At this very moment, Secretary Generals are elected by you, by our General Assemblies, but unpaid at this very moment. In Volt Europa, we see that Secretary Generals are actually appointed by the Executive Board, by the Board of Administrators, and they are paid. So it's really a full-time employee, which are Lieping Orlemans and George Penn, who then execute the day-to-day task of the Board of Administrators. So we wanted to see whether you agree with going towards that direction as well, to have this change of having Secretary Generals appointed by the Board of Administrators and then giving them a full paid salary once we have the funds for that. So these are the 3 points we wanted to discuss with you. You can either ask us the question here in person by showing the hands, or also by writing them down into our Q&A form that we have linked on the Tasker profile, indeed. But before we go for the questions, so you can already start thinking, perhaps the Electoral Board can just quickly explain again the votes that are currently open for the positions, how you can find the vote again, and until what time they're open.
You said it's at 11, don't you?
But you can explain it.
Yeah, so as I just explained, the vote for the candidates will be sent with separate links around 11, because there's no, it's an algorithm that sends individual mails. So it will be sent to you around 11. It will open until 1 p.m. This afternoon. This will come from A Doodle, and it's for the 2 candidates, so myself and Jordi. They will stay open until 11. Please check your spam as well if this is the case. And as I had comments that some people could not find their links to participate to all the other votes, which are not the elections themselves, there has a new mail has been sent just a few minutes ago, again with your link to participate. It's the same as the previous email. You can just click on either email, it's fine. And then you land on a page where you see a YouTube feed at the top of the page, and if you scroll down on the left-hand side, there is there will be all the links for all the votes except elections that will appear once the votes open. And one last thing, the Q&As are also on there.
A technical question on this Tasker voting.
Yes.
What we already got.
Microphone.
Just a technical question on the Tasker voting. So I saw on the agenda true vote that we got like the option, of course, yes, no, abstain. So then we choose one, and we don't need to submit. Is that correct? We just keep it like that, and once the time runs out, then our
That's correct, yes. And actually you can always change your vote until the time runs out. And just maybe a very technical thing, but if you see a V inside the option you chose, that's actually a response from the server that your vote has been taken into account. It's maybe not super explicit, but the V is not something that your computer generated, really a response from the server. So if you see a V, it means inside the little circle, it means your vote has been taken into consideration.
Okay, questions? Feedback?
There was one or two there, I think.
Just about the amendment proposals that have been made and the ones that have been mentioned on previously. For those who may have missed the previous vote because they were not yet member or might was just distracted, is it possible to go through each of them briefly to explain what they are or maybe why they are?
Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for that. So essentially, proposal number 2. So let me take a step back and explain to you a little bit how the proposal, how it works at the moment. So the vote values board at the moment, we receive a complaint. It might be a complaint about procedures. It might be a complaint about somebody being bullied or harassed. It might be something about a decision that has been taken by a particular group, which is incorrect as opposed to the statutes. What we have to do as the vote values board, at the moment it's just me by the way, so we could use more people. What we have to do is first of all then form a mediation committee. So as it's designed, we have a mediation committee which is composed of a number of people from the vote values board and a number of volunteers from the membership. Already there we have a problem because a number of times we have had to go through a list of 6 candidates and nobody responds and we have to reopen another 6 candidates. We lose a hell of a lot of time on that and it's a huge amount of work for the vote values board. So you have the mediation committee, we have the hearings, etc. We come to an initial decision. Depending on the case, we may decide that actually the case is very complex and it is beyond the scope of the mediation committee, which has a number of powers, but not very many powers. So then we redo the whole process over again. So we create a disciplinary committee, which has a number of people from the vote values board, has a number of people from the membership, which will then adjudicate and potentially decide what the final decision might be. As you can imagine, that entire process, especially with the membership, which doesn't always get involved as it should, means that we extend that time to potentially 3, 4, 6 months in order to get a decision. If you have somebody who's being bullied, that's way too long. Or if you have a decision which actually will have an impact on the entire political orientation of the movement, that's also too long. So what we have proposed in these amendments was essentially to give the co-chairs of the vote values board the opportunity to have 3 different procedures. One is this procedures that we have it for cases which can actually take some time and where we need to really go into details about things, but also have cases which are more expedited. So for something which is like bullying, that we can actually just take on the basis of the code of conduct, we clear secret or violation, we can take one swell fruit and actually come up with a decision very quickly. Or we have kind of a middle of the road one where we can actually take out some of the procedures, but we still had a deliberative process. So essentially, the proposals were really to move from this very monolithic approach and actually offer that flexibility to the co-chairs to say, that this case fits more in expedited procedures, it fits more the standard procedures, it is actually a bullying case and therefore it needs to be dealt with in a different way. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's basically what the proposals changed. We also have amendment proposal 4, with in the case that which we had, was essentially that we had a resignation within the vote values board. And at that moment, unlike all of the other boards where we actually foresee the situation of if somebody resigns, then the voting is still valid for the rest of that mandate. In the VVB, we didn't have that. So we just wanted to create also a mechanism where if we have a member of the VVB that resigns, it doesn't put into full question the entire democratic legitimacy of the VVB. So that was amendment proposal 4. And then amendment proposal 5 was really just the technical elements required to make those procedures actually effective throughout the entire mechanisms for the VVB.
Hi, so just so there is another voice together with Kim on this, I was also a member of the VVB and then stepped down to become a member of the European Intellectual Committee. But I can absolutely confirm that we really need expedited procedures, just because otherwise you end up in very absurd situations where the party itself is being put at risk, people are being threatened or whatever happens, and there's just an inability to act, which is dangerous. And I think that this is sort of a work in progress in a way. I think we will need to see, as Belgium grows, what procedures work, what needs to change, etc. I think that we will probably going forward also need a way to sort of enforce a certain measure without a final decision being taken. So if someone does something that is severe enough, then a penalty like a suspension needs to come into effect before the actual investigation is completed. But obviously that is quite a draconian, quite a harsh measure, so it would need to really be overseen very strictly and so on, but sometimes things are just severe enough that they require that. And so I would say I very much welcome this sort of change. It's been a long time in the pipeline, but I would also just say for the record that we need to see how it works, evaluate it, and then maybe change it for more afterwards. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions online?
I'll check.
Yes, the diversity one, right?
We have a question as well.
There's a question.
That amendment.
Yes, amendment proposal 9. Proposal 6, yes. Actually, so proposal 6, what proposal 6 was all about is that we, as Volt Belgium, it's essentially a selection criteria within membership. And here the idea is actually that we don't expect the people from Volt to only be members of Volt. So if you want to be a member of Volt and you want to also be a member of the Greens, for example, we actually allow that to happen. And basically what this proposal meant to do was to say, you're allowed to do that for like the Greens and you're allowed to do that for the Liberals, but if you're part of Vlaams Blok or Vlaams Belang, you're probably not in the right party. So it's really to say that if you're part of parties which radically oppose Volt's values, then no, you're not an eligible member of Volt Belgium. So those are the ones, and then the other ones was really linked to so the expedited procedure and also in waiver standards, etc. And then proposal 9 was really FMD diversity. So we had only a couple places where we actually do mention male and female, and basically we're taking out those so that it is also possible for a diverse individual to also be present and to also apply for positions in this. So that's kind of what these different proposals to do. And then the question online?
Yes, we have one question from Olivia regarding the upcoming amendments on the Secretary General. Olivia is here in the public. Do you want to read out your question?
I love the sneaky way of putting in the question and hoping that you want. That's fine.
I was interested to know more about the proposal, not voting on, but the upcoming amendment of the Secretary General. So in line with the proposal to appoint the Secretary General, currently our functional leads are voted in that membership, so do you see that also that the Secretary General will eventually appoint the functional leads, or the membership still vote?
Thank you very much for the question. It's actually something that we voted upon in the General Assembly in April, the election procedure of the functional leads. In fact, we changed it that it only requires the approval vote of the Board of Administrators, because in the past we saw that already just getting the Vice Board, Electoral Board, the Executive Committee, Provincial Committee to get elected at the General Assembly takes already so much time and so much effort that given that we have already elected instances above senior than that they wouldn't approve the functional leads. So indeed, if we go into the direction that we want to have Secretary Generals appointed by the Board of Administrators, the Secretary Generals will be in charge of scouting for the functional leads, and then the Board of Administrators has to give an approval vote, similar to how it currently works on the European level. Thank you. Yeah, you said it, Andy.
I wanted to ask about the same point actually, but a different question. I see there is now a proposal to pay the Secretary Generals. Are there also other proposals of paying other people? For example, I think just now out, what about, for example, keeping the Secretary Generals as volunteers coordinating and hiring actually staff in the Secretary General office? Let's say that you hire staff under the Secretary Generals that do a lot of work and are paid. What about that, or maybe another proposal? Did you also think about other scenarios?
of course, a lot of scenarios that can be played against each other with advantages and disadvantages. In my own personal opinion, I think that the Secretary General's job is such a heavy and time-intensive job that it needs to basically be done by a full-time employee. Otherwise, the Secretary General would just do the job of the Board of Administrators, basically showing the direction and then giving the day-to-day task to someone with full pay. Hence, paying the Secretary General directly and they doing a lot of the work would already help a lot. Of course, if then further we need more people in the General Secretary's office that need to be paid, that is of course an option as well. In the Netherlands, for example, where they have by now, I think, 15 employed full-timers, they have they don't really have Secretary Generals actually. They only have well, the board members, and then they have project leads on different things, on different topics. And while I'm in favor of keeping the current structure with Secretary General as a separate position, it would be then of course good to have someone who then is full-time dedicated on, for example, communications, full-time dedicated on organizing events, political campaigning, for instance, as well. So that's of course something that needs to be further thought about, and I'm happy if anyone wants to give input in the upcoming months to formulate those proposals for a vote. They are more than welcome, of course, to reach out to us, the Vice Board and the Executive Committee with that. And of course, you as a Secretary General candidate, that might be also very relevant for you to give your input to. Thank you, John, for the question.
I have to say though that this would not require statutory amendments of any kind. So actually, there's nothing preventing in the statutes for the Secretary Generals to be paid, but also the Executive Board. So potentially, if we wanted to go down that route, it would not require either. I think potentially we could add an internal rule if you want to actually give the barriers in terms of how much we want to pay and those types of things that could potentially sit there. But actually, it's more budgetary conditions. So actually, that flexibility does exist already for the movement.
I have a question on the electoral committees. Given that we've got the election approaching fast, do we need to think about the optimal structure to optimize like our geographical footprints, per region, instead of just committees to help, in terms of structure, to be as efficient as we can during the election?
I would ask Enrique from the Electoral Board to take on that question. Could you perhaps repeat the question, Bernard? Thank you.
Yeah, my question is about the Electoral Committee, the Electoral Board, and so we create committees. And I was thinking we've got election coming up. So do we need a structure that will position us in the most effective manner to cover the whole country or the different provinces? Do we need to think about a structure in the context of the upcoming election?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and for sure, I think this is also thoughts that I've had for a while, but I think it's not an electoral board per se story. It's really a story about the party itself. So of course it will be led by the board, but it's I think it can be and should be fed by members if there are ideas on how to do this structure. There's one thing maybe that new members need to understand a little bit about the history of whole Belgium is that the statutes, the way they've been designed, are designed in looking at how Volt could become a big party. The big problem of this is that it wasn't thought very well on how we do it to fill all the vacant positions when we are still small. And this is really something that we should really reflect on, how we are managing it when we are small, how we're managing it in a growth period, and how we're managing it once we are a little bit more established. It's really, I think it's really tricky. It very much requires discussion and debate, because what we don't want is to have blockades and blockages, or people to try and have power of influence using the rules in the negative sense of terms to benefit for it themselves. On the other hand, we need to have structures which are working because we are all volunteers, and if we have like insane rules that require so many checks and so many bodies and so many people to man all these positions, and that you become in a gridlock if you don't fulfill these positions, then this is not helpful for the party at all. So it's definitely a good question, but I'll let also my colleagues say, but I'd be willing to support this as electoral board in any way I could.
So in the statutes there's Article 68, which actually foresees the ability for any board, for any Secretary General, any city lead, to create new committees and commissions. So potentially we already have within actually the statutes the ability for the organs to create additional bodies as they see necessary and fit. And that extension is also available to local assemblies and general assemblies. So we also as a general assembly can decide actually we need to have a special electoral campaign committee. Everything is foreseen within the statutes to actually create that without needing any additional amendments or anything like that. So that's Article 68.
I'm just gonna put it there.
Does this answer your question?
So I'm just showing it on the big screen as well, the article. But I think indeed what is very important to acknowledge also, because you asked about the geographic footprint in the future, once we have established local teams, the local teams will themselves host the elections for their own lists, for example, or for example their own board. They can of course always be supported by the National Electoral Board, but hopefully in the future there will be only national level elections or votes happening organized by the Electoral Board, and all the other votes will be happening from sub-national entities.
Yes, I just wanted to bounce back on Joy's comment on the Secretary General, whether it should be a volunteer position or a paid position. I think that I totally agree with Carlo that among the executive branch of Volt Belgium, Secretary Generals play like a very strategic role, and it's one of the most time-consuming kind of positions in that branch. So I would also tend to agree that this would need to be a paid position, and in the hierarchy of priorities, I think I would put it on the very top. So you already were mentioning, fundraising for positions paid. I think we should be tending towards there. Of course, this is going to be debated, and we're going to make sure that everybody agrees on this. But just to complement what you're saying, I think that maybe what we should already take into consideration is maybe giving the Secretary General a small budget for those ad hoc, extra skills that he or she might need to use in the execution of his role. Again, so there are solutions around it. So yeah, that was just a compliment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may just ask everyone who wants to speak up to say their name and where they're from, I think that would be very lovely, also for the people watching from home. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Eddie Hartog. I'm from Volt Brussels.
Yes!
It's on the electoral committee because I also member of Volt Netherlands, and we always find this cascading filling of positions. You need a board, electoral committee, and you need people that actually stand. And all of them can be the same. So if you have sort of 5 people from Leuven, then you have 3 people on the electoral committee, and then you have very few places left to be a candidate. So my question is precisely what you said, Carlo. You said the national board can help, but that's a bit wishy-washy, to be honest. According to the statutes, could you have a situation where you said there's one national electoral committee for all the elections we will have in 2024, European, national and local? We will do that one committee, hopefully, let's say 10 people or 5 people, rather than having each, because I know for the Dutch statute, each city team would have to have its own electoral board. Is that possible according to the statutes? And if not, can we ensure that it will be possible?
Yes, it's possible. Okay. So the way it's designed is that the National Electoral Board can step in for local assemblies at the request of the local assembly. So if the local assembly decides, yes, we want somebody with the competences to manage our elections, then they have to explicitly ask for it, but indeed that is foreseen that they can step in. The idea is also the local assembly has a lot more flexibility. So we actually have very few required procedures at the local assembly level, with the idea that it's the locals who know best what they want to, how they want to self-organize. And so the statutes really give that flexibility of, you can call in the national support if needed, but you can also self-organize yourself. And you don't have to follow the national procedures either. So the national procedures are a bit heavier to create that balance of power. It doesn't necessarily have to translate down to the local assembly. It can also be much more loose. Some of the local assemblies have 5-10 people. We don't expect you to have an electoral committee of 3 people, a board of 3 people, and then the other 3 people doing conflict resolution. That's not the intention at all. Yeah.
Maybe from Brussels, to go back on what John said in other position and Secretary General, has it been considered to have one main position for full-time Secretary General at the start and not for part-time positions in order to increase the number of people who have more time to devote on the specific specialties? I don't have any one in mind particularly because I have no idea what the priorities are.
It's not a statutory question, so the statutes don't say anything about whether somebody should be paid or unpaid. So that's entirely up to us. So we'll be having soon a discussion about the budget. That's precisely the moment to have conversations about, to what extent do we finance the functional needs, noting that we have a very small budget. And employing staff in Belgium is particularly expensive. So I think those are the types of things that we definitely need to be having in the back of our minds when we're looking at the budget and when we're looking at the electoral strategy. To what extent do we think financially, in terms of human resources, this is realistic and fit for purpose with regards to the 200 more or less people that we have, of which 1/10 to 20% is really active. So I think that's really the kind of things we should be thinking in the back of our mind. But I imagine the Secretary General and the board would be looking at kind of those strategies. So how do we get the operational budget to be at a state that we can actually finance a number of people? Because indeed, the more people we have full-time who can only vote, the better it will be for the full party. And I believe, I'm looking at our chair because we only had time for like maybe one more question and then we have to move to the next agenda item. Oh, I see 2.
Okay, I'll make it quick. For the electoral committee, there's currently provision in the statutes, not only for the electoral committee, by the way, that if you hold any lead position already, you cannot be, or if you enter the electoral board or the VVB, you lose your lead. Now, if we create an electoral committee ad hoc, would we keep the same restrictions, or would we be pragmatic about it, or do we have any consensus on this?
I think that would be a good question when we create those. Also worth noting, so whilst particularly we had this question a lot at the VVB, so the old VVB, we very much had this feeling that because of the role that we had to play and also because of the context that we were in, it was important for VVB members not to be involved in anything operational, because otherwise it becomes complicated for conflict resolution. What that rule is intended to be is to ensure that we don't have people who are in leading positions in the different boards also taking up lead positions within their own chapters. But it doesn't prevent them from being an active member. So being a member of the executive board doesn't prevent you from being a junior member of the community team in your chapter. And that's kind of how we envisage it, is that it's an accumulation of not only the leadership positions, but it doesn't prevent you from also continuing to be active as a normal member within other committees and subcommittees.
I believe there's a question from home as well. Someone check.
That indeed, there's a question online supposedly.
Let me check. Yes, there is by Vicky. I'm going to read out the question. So Vicky from Antwerp has asked a question about the amendment on the provincial committee and the Secretary General. I'll read out her question. Dear Board, if I hear the amendments you're suggesting, I'm a bit worried about the power shift that's the cause of that. By letting the Secretary General be chosen by the Board, the independency of the Secretary General could no longer be guarded. The Secretary General is a liaison between the Board and the functional teams and acts on the interests of the cooperation as well as the functional teams. When appointed by the Board, solely it might endanger the role of the Secretary General. About the provincial committee, it was supposed to be a way of the local teams to be in the Board and have decision rights. Are you planning on guarding these principles? How are you going to make sure these organs stay the way they're supposed to work without the protection that is foreseen in the statute's internal regulations? Thank you. Thank you, Vicky, for those two very important questions. I'll take the lead on answering. If Kim wants to answer or like add anything to it, you can do so, of course. Let me see if I'm in the... No. I wasn't actually. Okay, so regarding the first question on the independency of the Secretary General, there needs to be a small correction. The Secretary Generals were never meant to be, or nor are, in fact, independent. The Secretary Generals were always seen as officers that that execute the task of the Board of Administrators on a day-to-day task. I think it's also very much defined in our statutes that they work out the general direction that was given by the Board of Administrators. So the Secretary Generals, they were never independent. Independent are two bodies from you have of course the executive branch of Volt, which includes the Board of Administrators, the Provincial Committee, the Executive Committee, the Secretary Generals below them. Then you have two independent bodies, which are the Volt Values Board and the Electoral Board. In that case, there needs to be, of course, a separation of powers to guarantee that those two different independent bodies can hold the executive branch accountable. However, the Secretary Generals were always there to execute the decisions by the Board of Administrators. In that sense, I personally do not see a big change regarding the independency because they were never independent in the first place. Regarding the second question, let me just read it again. Regarding the second question of the Provincial Committee and its powers. So what I was suggesting earlier in the presentation is that it's purely from the legal point of view, we separate the Provincial Committee from the Board of Administrators so that only the Executive Committee, or like what we would probably call the Executive Board then, are the legal representatives of Volt Belgium. So those are the ones that need to sign all the legal documents, and those are also voted into those mandates to fulfill these provisions. The Provincial Committee, or what we would then call the Provincial Council, is there as a check and balance towards the Executive Committee to hold them accountable and to include a perspective on the provincial and local matters. So in that sense, we would like to have these kind of competences for the Provincial Council also in the future. Yes, we want to have the input from our local teams. Yes, we want to be held accountable, so that won't change. Those provisions will remain the same. It's just as a legal question, we don't have to file 12 or 11 provincial committee members every single time there's an election. Potentially every second week. It's simply not feasible for us to go to the court and ask them to change to the members of a Board of Administrators again. I'll leave the word to Kim to add anything in this question.
Nothing to add, except perhaps it's useful to look at Article 55 and Article 56. So that's where really the powers of the Secretary General have been established. They have actually quite a lot of mandates, and it's really that they are responsible for the day-to-day administration of the organization. They have financial responsibility. They have also delegated authority to do many things. So in fact, it is indeed a very strong position as foreseen within the statutes. And you'll also see in Article 55 that we had already foreseen that this is going to be a paid staff eventually. It's only until that time that we actually have the money for it that the post is considered to be a volunteer position.
Thank you very much. And regarding the Provincial Committee?
With regards to the Provincial Committee, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth looking at that again. It's perhaps useful for those of you in the room to understand kind of why we have some of these procedures in place. So there was, the reason why the statutes are written the way they were is that we did have quite some significant conflicts between the cities and the national executives. So you have a lot of checks and balances that have been put in place to ensure that the voice of the cities is also heard and understood and can actually act at the national level, which is why we have this kind of what could potentially be seen as a convoluted approach to the Provincial Committee and the board, and having that as being equal and also having equal authority. But that is really reflective of the situations that we were experiencing at the time, and this was one of the ways to fix that particular problem. Yeah. But I think we need to move to the next agenda point. So I think this is the last question.
Last question.
We should have more discussions later.
I got a question about gender equality. There was a lot of proposals that says we need to have co-presidents with different gender. That goes for a lot of things, as also for the candidates. What will we do if we can't find them? If we only can't find people from one gender only?
For the actual, so like for candidates for, so in many, actually we have legislation which actually requires you to have the two systems, so you have to have male, female, male, female, male, female. So in that case, we're just going to have to follow the law. That's just the reality. And then with regards to the statutes, actually what we've taken is we've taken away the gender references, so it actually creates the opening for that. So we've actually approached it a bit more elegantly within the statute so it doesn't create that problem. But it does mean that if one gender is, it's basically if one gender already has a representative, and another gender has to take the other one, we don't specify what that gender would be. And that's how we've dealt with it in this statute.
If you can't find the other one.
Then the post remains vacant until such time as we find that person. And in the statutes, we've foreseen that in places where we have gaps, the other person continues to hold the effective power until such time as the GA can find someone to fill that role. We close. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. And perhaps I hope that this session has actually highlighted why it's quite important to have a Volt Values Board which has more than just one voice, because we do deal with these kinds of day-to-day kind of, can we do this, can we not do this? So we actually spend quite a lot of time responding to requests from the board, from the city, saying, are we allowed to do certain things within the statute? So that's the kind of stuff we also deal with, along with conflict resolution. So when there are people fighting in the party, we're there to step in and to really help sort those issues out. And then also we deal with much broader kind of issues around how do we shape the statutes to be fit for purpose. So we do quite a lot of stuff. It's fun stuff, but we definitely need more than one person filling it. So if anybody is interested about or wants to understand how it is, what it is like to be in the Volt Values Board, reach out to me, and I look forward to having more people to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for this very useful presentation. The vote on these topics will open at 11, so in 7 minutes. Just a quick note that we are 8 minutes over time, so I suggest that we make the coffee break a little shorter, from 10 to 5 minutes.
We still have review of the past 6 months. Okay.
Having said that, we will now move towards the review of the last 6 months. Thank you.
I mean, that being said, how do you feel about coffee? Huh? Feel free to get something. I think this was a very intense session to start the day with, but it's more than important. So, yeah, if you need a coffee to now follow a bit lighter presentation about what has happened these last 6 months.
Okay. Time for coffee break. We have the coffee break afterwards.
I mean, anyways, we have a coffee break coming soon in 15 minutes. All right, so presentation is up.
Yes. Ready to go. Yeah. Everyone, if you have not already stood up, we will kindly ask you to wait another 2 minutes for your coffee. There will be plenty of time for you to get that caffeine straight into your veins and have a lovely chat. Before we start, we have prepared a small presentation. It's a very, let's say, informal presentation. We would like to share a little bit what the executive committee, the provincial committee, as well as other representatives of Volt have been doing over the last 6 months since the General Assembly in April. So, not long time after our General Assembly in April, we had a big event in May, the Belgium Pride, where Volt Belgium for the first time attended. We had roughly 20-25 people from Volt showing up, also from guests from across Europe. There was a lot of attention on Volt. We were also happy to see that there were other political parties present, but perhaps I'll just give the floor to Johanna, who was there.
Yes, maybe. Does it work? Okay.
You have to switch it on, I think. No.
Okay, I'll stand like this. Indeed, so as Carly has already mentioned, the Pride was a big success. So first of all, I wanted to thank the members who have helped organizing it. Ila, I don't know if maybe you're online, but I would like to thank you very much for all your work. Manon as well, who has been very active and proactive in organizing it. So this event, why it is very important, so for maybe those who are not familiar with political parties participating in a Pride, this is actually a tradition at least in Brussels, I think across the whole country as well, to wear the colors of the fight is a sign that we support it, but we don't support it only one day a year, we support it every day, and this is important. We want to make sure at Volt that as well we remain inclusive in our everyday actions, in our policies, and in who we are. We had a great visibility as well, and then I'll jump to the strategic retreat. We handed a lot of flyers and stickers, and we talked a lot about Volt. So this is why it's more than crucial that we join these kind of big events so that people can actually know us. Moving on, this is what we're going to talk about just after the coffee break, so remain patient. We had a series of strategic retreats in June, so 1 month after the Board of Administrators was elected. We had this big event at the VUB, which was organized here by Franz and Vibo, who are with us here, so thank you very much. It was a very powerful event, so it was constituted of the Executive Committee, the Provincial Committee, our functional leads as well as our city leads, plus colleagues from Volt Netherlands, Volt France and Volt Nordrhein-Westfalen, so from Germany, and as well as Professor Chris de Schouwer, who's an expert in political parties in Belgium. And the main idea behind this event was to sit down and ask ourselves the most important questions, the most pressing questions, that are, how are we going to structure our road to 2024? And the result of it is what we're going to present today. So bear in mind, what we were going to present you is a skeleton of the strategy. It still needs to be fleshed out, and it will be fleshed out with all your help. Yes, bank accounts, that's your specialty.
Exactly, thank you, Johanna. We were able to deal with the Belgian administration that is known to be very complicated. But we are very happy we did it, we achieved it. It only took about a month or two, but now we are very much set for 2024 and can expect way less legal or, let's say, administrative problems. So one of the challenges that we had was, of course, to file the changes of the Board of Administrators to the Belgian state, and there I would like to thank both Jasper and Francois for helping out so much, both and also Arno, of course, to help us file the minutes of the last General Assembly, the list of the Board of Administrators, and every single Board of Administrators had to send both an ID copy and a copy of their exactly marital status, then also like the composition de ménage. So, a lot of documents have been sent around, but eventually, after 3 trips to the Bon de Carrefour, I think it was, we were able to change the Board of Administrators, and then they were published. This was very important. Why? Because without publishing those names on the official register of enterprises and associations, there was no way that we could change any other official account of Belgium, including the bank accounts. For some that were a little bit more into the details, we actually had 2 bank accounts at some point. We had the Belgian account that was still registered on a personal name of our first treasurer from like 4 years ago, at a personal address as well. Plus, we had an account at Fintro where only, I think, half of the previous board of administrators had effectively access to. So we changed that. We closed down the bank account with Fintro as we saw that the personal service was not that great, and we didn't enjoy the tone and the emails. But with Belfius, we got very lucky. We had a nice lady that was very responsive and was helping out with all the questions. So we were able to change rapidly the access. Now us two as co-presidents, as well as Martin, our treasurer, and Jordi, our secretary general, have access to the bank accounts and are able to process the membership payments, for instance, quite quickly, as well as any payments for or donations for events that we have. So that was perhaps a little less visible action point that we did, but it was a very important one, as it allows us to have more time and more also creativity for everything that ensues, such as the board strategy for 2024.
Yes, and also to the bank accounts. I mean, if you have any questions, Martin will also talk about more the financial aspects just after the strategy. So all questions can be asked there. Les Retrouvailles, a big event, 30 to 35,000 people who join the Retrouvailles in Liège during the weekend. So it's normally the first weekend in September. And Manon, who was our former secretary of the board, lives in Liège, and she told us about it, and she said, okay, we have to participate in it. It was a great success. I love this word. I love being able to use it. We were, I think, 10 volunteers. So again, a warm thank you to all of you who have been there to represent Volt, represent the colors and the ideas and values during this weekend. We've talked to so many people who came to our stand. We had discussions on the most different political topics, but we also met the youth branches of the big parties in Liège, which was a very enriching experience. So there was a good idea. So François was here who said, okay, let's try to reach out also to the other parties. This is actually something that Volt we still need to learn to do, to actually talk also with our colleagues from other parties, because at the end of the day we will all compete in the same election. It was a very fun event, and I recommend as well to you to join Les Retrouvailles, be it with Volt or on a personal basis next year. Yes. No, I also wanted to say, just for Liège, the reason why we went to Liège is that it has become a priority as well of Volt Belgium to develop in Wallonia, so in the French-speaking part of Belgium, because for the time being our membership is predominantly present in Brussels, where we have many international members, and in Flanders, in particular Antwerp. That's why our Antwerp team is also very dynamic. So it's very important that we start going to Wallonia, because let's not forget, Volt Belgium is a unitarian party. We are present across the country, so we need to be present there as well. Yes, then moving on, for those who were there, the General Assembly in Prague, the European General Assembly in Prague took place 2 weeks ago. That's probably why we can still feel a bit of fatigue, and we have learned that we should probably not organize a GA shortly afterwards, so that's a learning point. Yeah, exactly, so apologies. But,
we should probably mention that under the heavy rainfall of glasses blasting on the ground, I was sitting together with other board members on the street of Prague writing the convening notice. So it was a very impressive, like a very interesting experience that I don't want to do ever again. So yes, let's keep it a little bit apart.
So, yeah, on the right-hand side you can see, it's not the complete delegation, but this is the Belgian delegation, so the members from Volt Belgium who came to Prague. We were about 30 people who signed up to the European General Assembly who came in person. Some of you also followed online. And I just wanted to stress here that we were the third largest group in absolute terms, just behind Volt Netherlands and Volt Germany, which are the biggest parties. So. Thank you very much. It's very nice to see this engagement. And on the left-hand side, this is a picture that was taken at the Country Council retreat. So maybe a few sentences about the Country Council for those who don't know, or maybe are new members. The Country Council is an organ of Volt Europe, where two representatives of each national chapter come together. So we generally have calls every second week where we talk about, well, let's say more strategic choices, or now we will discuss the European elections or the campaign. And Carlo and I sit in this council as representatives for Volt Belgium, and we had a retreat just before the General Assembly in Prague. So we were actually a week in Prague, and it was a very, again, successful moment, because for the last months, years, this organ was a little bit, it didn't reach its full potential. And I think now we all came together and said, okay, now it's important, now in 2022, ahead of the elections in 2024, in particular now the European elections, that we are on one line, that we know, okay, what are the plans of each chapter and how are we going to coordinate our efforts. So this was a very important step for the Country Council.
That was it, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to add one more thing to this list of events and tasks that we were working on, namely our cooperation with Even Pro Burger Lobby. For those that are unaware, Even Pro Burger Lobby is a movement, or like let's say a group, a collective of locally elected representatives in Flanders. They have about 10 to 12 elected representatives in different cities, and together with them we have organized a workshop on direct democracy and I think Bürgerrate, I think it's by randomly selected citizens' assemblies. So that was very interesting, it was very educative, and was also something that should bring those two quite close movements of Volt Belgium and Even Pro Burger Lobby closer together. And we have had over the last few months talks with them, and we are very happy to share that they are interested in running together with us in 2024, and we will be talking more about these details in the board strategy. But we wanted to mention that this is happening, and we are very proud of all the meetings that we had so far. But I think the time is up. I'll give it back to Arno and perhaps also the electoral board, as there's a new vote happening.
Yes, thank you. We are currently a little behind on schedule, but not to worry. I suggest that any questions that you have about the 6-month review, you can ask to the board members over lunch. And then we can now have a quick 5 minutes for you to get some refreshments, and then we can get back to the agenda. Sorry, okay, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We reconvene at 11:20. We have. Can he quickly announce the vote that we got per email? So like the vote. Can you quickly announce how the vote works with the email that we received with the polling?
Yes, that's what I will do. There's just one thing: is the.
You explain it to them, not to me.
No, but I will need your help for the statutory amendment because there's.
Okay, and then we continue with the strategy and then the budget. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give the microphone to Enrique?
So welcome back everyone, I hope you all had some good coffee, and welcome back to the people listening online. Hopefully we didn't lose you after this short coffee break. Just a short note from the electoral board before we start again completely formally. You received 2 emails just after 11. For the elections of the 2 candidates, for the Secretary General and for the Electoral Board. These are separate emails with a personal voting link, and you can only vote once and you cannot change your vote. So once you've voted, it's cast and that's it. This is the system that we use for elections of elected mandates. All the other votes will be done on Tusker and will open in the next few minutes on your personal link that you've received this morning. Okay. So that's it. Arno, I give the floor to you. If there's any technical questions, please do not hesitate to ask them in the chat or in the Q&A, or to ask them in person.
Thanks, Emmerich, for this. I will now pass the floor to our 2 co-presidents who will present the Road to 2024 strategic guidelines. Thank you.
All right, let's go. I think this is the most exciting part of this GA, probably the one that we were all awaiting. So, I mean, the last elections here took place in 2019, so that's already 3 years ago. And the last years, we didn't really have any electoral objectives because there were no elections to prepare. 2024 in that regard will be very, very, very different. So it's an unprecedented electoral year. What does that mean? That for the first time in the Belgian history, all elections will happen in the same year. So we talk about 5 elections. We talk about the municipal, provincial, regional, federal, and European election in a year. So as we mentioned before, in June we started really thinking about it, not only thinking but working on it. And what we are going to present you today is a proposal for a strategy. Again, it's a skeleton. It will need to be fleshed out. And we will propose that to you today, and we will have a vote on it to see whether you accept it or you think this still needs to take a very different direction. Yes.
Is everyone excited? Hell yeah! Woo!
Okay, I think that's a good wake-up call. Let's dive directly into it. Yeah, it's automatic. Don't worry.
Okay, do clicks.
Yeah. There we go. So this presentation is divided in two parts, just like the document is that we have shared with you a month ago. I hope that you had the opportunity to read through. It was quite a lengthy document. It's necessary, I think, to read in detail, so whenever you have time, we encourage you to go through it. Today, we prepared a presentation that takes exactly the same information that we have provided in that strategic document, but it will be presented in a more, let's say, enjoyable manner. So, divided in two parts. First is the 2024 elections. That's where we talk about what it takes to run in Belgium, so what it takes to run here, but also what are our electoral objectives and the choices we have made and we hope that you agree with. Second is the objectives for Vote Belgium. So what does that mean? These are the points that we need to work on, that we need to succeed in, so that we can actually reach our electoral objectives in 2024. So they have to be understood as complementary and not separately. And then, last but not least, the most important question is how can you contribute? And then this presentation, I hope, will take half an hour, a bit more, probably because it's quite a lot, but we will have enough time for discussions, so I invite you to ask critical questions, always remain constructive, that's what we value most at Volt, but please ask all the questions you have, this is the moment to do so. Okay.
Perhaps good to mention, if you have any questions at some point, please fill them out already in the Q&A form so that we can keep them and then we know at the end how to proceed in the order. Thank you.
Okay, so without any further ado, we're going to jump right into it. Yes, so as mentioned to you already, we have many elections that we are looking forward to. Concretely, this means that we have two big dates that we will have to focus on. The first are the May elections, elections in May 2024, which are the regional, federal and European. And the second deadline is in October. So that leaves us half a year nearly between the two elections, and you will understand that the first elections that we will campaign on will actually build up on the campaign for the October elections, which are the municipal elections and the provincial elections. I will talk about it, we will not run for the provincial elections. So, just as a background, for those who are Belgian or for those who have been residing in Belgium for already quite some years, voting is obligatory. And this is very important to note because this actually can influences our strategy. Compared to other countries in Europe, Germany, France, Netherlands, voting is not obligatory, so we have, let's say, an advantage because people will have to submit the vote, make a choice. A bit about the system that is used here. So seats are allocated in a quasi-proportional manner. I say quasi because the methods that are used in all elections except in municipal elections is the don't method. For the local elections is the imperiali quota. So this means actually that those parties who score larger scores may have or will have a mathematical advantage. So as a small party, this is something that we need to keep in mind, that we might face some slight disadvantages, but that's how it is, and I hope that we can surpass that. Also, very, very important, and this is exactly where we will have to make choices, is that all elections in Belgium, except the municipal elections, once again, have a 5% threshold. What does that mean? If you score below 5%, you get 0 seats. So, as a small party, we will have to do extra hard on campaigning to get at least the 5%. The difference is that the municipal election has no threshold, meaning that for us, this is very interesting as a small party. This is where we know we have our greatest chances. Okay, and this is I mean, you can read this as well as in the presentation, but just to summarize, the different elections have different criteria of who can vote and who can participate as a candidate. So again, this means that our campaigning efforts will and have to be different from election to election. So maybe what will we vote for? So there are actually 6, is it? Okay, that's the weird effect of built-in. There are 6 parliaments that we will vote for. European Parliament, the Chamber of Representatives, the federal level, the Flemish Parliament, the Flemish Regional Parliament, the Brussels Regional Parliament, the Walloon Parliament, and finally the Parliament of the German-speaking community. So in the presentation or in the strategic document we have shared with you, you will see the graphics where you see the different constituencies and also how many seats you can get per constituency. We will not well further into that because it's I think it's best understood if you take your own time to see it. But the most important part we want you to remember is that the electoral constituencies are different from election to election. So this doesn't make the job easier, especially not if we have 3 campaigns running at the same time, because it means that we will have to multiply our campaigning efforts. For example, why? Because we might have candidates that run exactly in the same constituency, but for different elections. Okay, yeah, it's a bit weird.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Exactly, it's voluntary, of course. About the electoral constituencies, so normally it's according to a territory. So it can be a region, it can be a linguistic community, it can be a province or a municipality. There is an exception, and you will understand why when we highlight it, is the Brussels Regional Parliament, where the constituencies are non-territorial, but they are divided by language group. Concretely, this means that there are 89 seats for the regional parliament in Brussels. They are divided in 75 for French-speaking and 14 for the Dutch-speaking community. And people on the day of the elections actually decide which electoral college they want to vote for. Okay, so it's not in advance that you say, okay, because I'm a French speaker, I will vote for the French electoral college. No, I can vote as well for the Dutch-speaking college. And we will talk in a moment why this is important and why we mention it. Another precision is that for the municipal elections, the constituencies are generally the municipalities. So we understand a city, for example, Leuven. In the case of Brussels, it's not 1, it's 19. So that again means that we will have to run 19 different campaigns in Brussels if we decide to run in each commune. This is important because you will see also it affects the number of candidates will actually need to constitute lists. So, short and concise, we will have to make choices. The strategy we are going to propose and that we are all going to work on here is basically making choices. So it means first, where do we run in priority? So which are the lists we constitute in priority? Which are the lists we want to fill? And for what elections and where? And also the budgetary decisions. We will have a campaigning budget which will be mostly constituted of fundraising, so from donations, either from the membership, but ideally as well from donors that are outside of Volt, small, big donors. But we will have, of course, to make budgetary decisions and see where do we put the funds in which campaign, etc. So many choices will have to be made. So, what does it actually take to run here in Belgium? So we've talked about the electoral, let's say, rules, the electoral law, but precisely as a political party, what do we need to provide? First, we need to provide the candidates. The good news is that the legal age for running as a candidate has been decreased to 18 years of age, meaning since we are a very young party also in terms of median age, more candidates will be able to present themselves. And then, of course, I will not go into detail of it, but according to the election, you either need to be a Belgian citizen or have the residency. Or for the case of the municipal elections, you should at least be residing here 5 years, regardless of your nationality. Then we need lists. What are lists? Lists is basically candidates and successors that constitute, let's say, a dossier. So what are substitutes or successors? It's not less what it actually means. It's that, for example, if I am elected as a candidate and for X or Y reason I cannot run, I cannot assume my function, then my seat goes automatically to the first successor in the list, not the candidates that were behind me. This is why finding substitutes is not only obligatory, but it's also a very important choice that we will need to make. We've talked already about gender balance, so André, you mentioned that. Yes, there has to be a gender balance on the lists. So for most elections, it's actually it's not a zip list, but our internal statutes say that we have to, our internal rules mention that we have to have a gender alternating list. You will understand, if you look around in this room, that this will be an extra challenge, because that means that we need as many men as we need as many women. So this is, again, an encouragement to everyone here to talk also to female or non-male people and encourage them to join political parties, be it Volt or anyone else. But this is something that we need in politics. We need more women, and that goes also for the list and for Belgium. And maybe a small precision, but I asked as well in Belgian law so gender is only male and female. So I mentioned this, but this is a legal law. And one more challenge is that for each constituency we need an extra list. So if you decide to run as, for the European Parliament elections in May, then sorry, you will not be able to run as well in the regional or in the federal elections. Though you can say, I want to run in the regional elections and as well in the municipal elections in October. That's okay, because it's happening at 2 different times. You cannot run for 2 lists at the same time. We are a bit more than 220 members. We've grown since the last 2 days. Applause to Volt Belgium and to everyone who has made it possible. But this is not yet enough to constitute many lists for the different elections. So this is a challenge for all of us. And then lastly, we need endorsements on each list. So what is an endorsement or a signature? It's either a certain amount of citizens that give their signature. They say, okay, I'm okay that this list runs in the election. Or alternatively, we have the endorsement of elected members of the parliament. Depends, I think, well, I can show it to you here in a very big table. It depends on which parliament we talk of, but we have to get the signatures of incumbent members of the parliament. We will share this with you. It was not yet in the strategic document that was uploaded. The reason is that it was created quite recently. But without going into detail into the numbers and what it takes, I think we can all see here that it will take immense efforts, and every member is really encouraged to help us in getting to where we want to get. So it's either in helping with the campaigning efforts, but also to decide or to think, and I say let's start thinking from today on, whether you want to be a candidate, a successor, or anything else in the campaign. Very important, because we will need your help. Let's mention maybe the electoral objectives in terms of seats that the Board of Administrators has identified or has come with. I want to stress here that this is an indicative number. We want to give a direction. This is probably going to change. That depends on how many candidates or how many lists we can actually constitute and how we grow as a party and what direction we will take in the next months and years. But let's maybe start from the local level. I mentioned to you this is the easiest for us because of the absence of the legal threshold. So for example, well, I live in Oktober in Brussels. For one seat, you need maybe a bit of 850 votes for one seat. So you can see that this is already something that is feasible. For example, in Oktober, which is a commune that is quite international as well, so the idea of vote is quite easy to communicate. 10 is an indicative number. This really depends on how many lists we manage to set up and how many cities we run, but this just to give a comparison compared to the other elections. Provincial elections, we are not going to run, so 0 seats. Regional, we have identified, well, there are 2 very active city teams at the moment, so both in activities and in terms of size, which is Antwerpen and Brussels. So we think it is manageable with a lot of work and a lot of help from every one of us to probably maybe win 2 seats, one in well, let's say for the Flemish Parliament and one for the Brussels Regional Parliament, but especially in the zones of Brussels and Antwerpen, so where our voters could actually be. For the federal level, this would be in, well, it would again be Antwerpen, so where we could hope to have the highest number of votes, so in the province of Antwerp. Again, for the reason that this Antwerp team is still, yet still very, well, is autonomous and still large in numbers. And European, okay, this is actually the tricky part here. One is, let's say, is a place we shoot for the stars and we hope to land on the moon because we're not going to hide it from you, and you all probably know it, but so the electoral threshold is 5%, the effective one is above that. So this is why we have made clear that within Vote Belgium, yeah, this is not very beautiful, is that running in the elections of 2024, especially the ones of May, so regional, federal, European, is also about the visibility we get and the exposure we can have to present our ideas and to make sure that our voice is heard. Yeah, it didn't show? Yeah, well. Then, as I already mentioned, we will not be running for the provincial elections. The greatest chance is at the local level. So, of course, we want to present as many lists as possible. Is everything okay?
I'm just reloading the page so it doesn't move anymore.
Voilà.
There you go.
Okay, I think it's one of this.
Where's this page? That one.
So, I just mentioned it to you with the seats, and emphasis will be put on Antwerpen, especially for the federal and European elections. Maybe a little precision here. So, for the European elections, there are 3 constituencies actually, which are divided according to the linguistic communities. So we have a list for the Dutch-speaking community, for the French-speaking community, and for the German-speaking community. In total, it's 21 seats, divided by 12 for the Flemish-speaking, 8 for the French-speaking, and 1 for the German-speaking community. So it makes already clear that the highest chances, again, are in the Flemish community. So as Antwerpen is our, for the time being, our only active city team. I hope Leuven will be on the road there, so we probably might adapt it, but Antwerpen for now is the one that is our little lighthouse in Flanders. And for the Brussels Regional Parliament, so that's where it's actually a bit trickier, and why I mentioned to you this linguistic division of the constituency, is that as a party for the Brussels Regional Parliament we can present 2 lists, one for the French-speaking and one for the Dutch-speaking electoral college. Now, in terms of representation, the Dutch-speaking electoral college is overrepresented compared to the French-speaking electoral college. This is why it's more interesting to run for the Dutch electoral college for Brussels. This does not mean that we will not have a French-speaking list. This is not yet a decision, but we will prioritize setting up a list for the Dutch-speaking college. And Carlo already mentioned it, we are open to form alliances with other parties here in Belgium. The exception is that we would like to run upon our name for the European elections. The reason is also because we will run together with all other chapters of Volt Europe, which will participate in the European election on a same program. So this is, I mean, it's not only a novelty, or it's a huge political message. So this is why we want to run independently. But we have already, we are already engaged in talks with Big Ben Pro, and to a lesser extent, so with the Collectif Citoyen in Wallonia. So, again, what does that mean in terms of time? We are in October 2022. 2024 for us is just around the corner. That means that we have to start our campaigning efforts as soon as possible. By campaigning efforts, let's understand it in a broader way. Carlo will present you the timeline just after this slide. Is that we need to start finding the candidates as soon as possible, because we want to be able to provide to our candidates, especially the leading candidates, all the necessary training and help and whatever that is needed to run a good campaign. We need the funds that we need to fundraise, and of course we need to find the endorsements. So as soon as we have the list, we can actually look for this endorsement. I think I will end it here. Of course, please let's have a discussion after this presentation. It's still a few slides, so be patient, take note of your questions, and I hope we can have a constructive discussion after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johanna, for this first part on our road to 2024. Who is excited? I'm super excited. Everyone put up your hands. Awesome, I love the energy. So what are our electoral objectives? Of course, there's the objective of getting elected, but how do you get elected? We need to work on our visibility. We are in a bubble, EU bubble in Brussels, in other cities of Belgium. We have a lot of experts. We need to, however, get the Belgians out in the streets to actually vote for us, because it's them voting Volt on all the different levels. How do we get visibility? We need to go on the street, talk to citizens, we need to be represented in the polls, and we need to be in the media. How do we get there? So, we were talking about a timeline, so this is a little bit more visual what we're going to do in the coming months and semesters up all the way to 2024. You can currently see we are where the red arrow is. In October 2022, we're currently having the Belgian General Assembly, and we had the European General Assembly 2 weeks ago. Where are we going to head forward? So in the next 2 months, we're going to create an election task force, and we will be starting to work on our electoral program in the campaign. The electoral program, Bram will talk a little bit further about it. 2023 will start wicked banger. January we're gonna finalize the electoral program. In February and March we're gonna then have the electoral campaign way more outlined. So as Johanna already mentioned, what we're presenting you today is a broader structure of our electoral program and our electoral campaign. However, we need a lot of more details, and that's where we need you. We need you to help us to figure out all the small details so that we can give a very good handbook to all of our volunteers in the streets and on the social medias and on all the other places where we need to get in touch with our voters. In April 2023, we will then have the Belgian General Assembly. We will communicate the date close by, but keep end of April, beginning of May already free in your agendas. We will then have our the summer preparations in June to prepare for the, let's say, the summer break that we will be all enjoying in July and August. September, we will have the final selection of the candidates for the European election. So that's not actually something that we decided, but that's something that the European level has decided. Then in October, November, and December, we're going to start our the warming up to our campaign, and then in 2024 we're going to start with the actual first campaign, the spring electoral campaign leading up from January all the way to April. Then in May we're going to have the European, federal and regional elections. Then after the elections we're not going to have much of a break because the second round of elections are right in front of our doors. So from June to September we will be working on our summer electoral campaign with the campaign concluding in October, where we will have the local elections. Keep in mind there will be also provincial elections, but as you mentioned earlier, we're not going to run for those. Electoral objectives policy. I leave that to our dear Brian. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. So yeah, the co-president asked me to, as policy lead, present some slides about the electoral program. So as part of this 2024 roadmap strategy, the next policy cycle between this General Assembly and the next General Assembly will be entirely dedicated towards the development of the electoral program. So in a minute I will elaborate more on the content of this electoral policy cycle. Yeah, further on this slide you see some elements that are, you see some elements that are quite logic. So we will look into political benchmarking. We will also, of course, also learn from best practices, which we have the unique opportunity to because we are a pan-European party running across Europe. You have the opportunity to be, for example, involved in the development of the one pages of the European General Assembly in Prague. And we certainly can take a lot of ideas from the European process and implement them into the Belgian electoral process. So now we come to the two most important slides for the electoral program. So our first steps towards the development of the electoral program happened already in 2021 when we established our political vision through, who was member then will remember, through the political vision task force that was open for all members. We had several surveys, several open events, open calls. Several events of input to the concluding vote at the Autumn General Assembly 2021. So our political vision is already a fundamental where we can work further on to establish our electoral program. And for the development of the specific, so the vision is quite broad, and for the development of the specific policies for the electoral program, we will similarly as for the vision propose a very democratic process, a process that is very democratic, very inclusive, and as participatory as possible. To involve as many as possible members in the process. So in the first phase we will be gathering a lot of ideas. We will gathering ideas and priorities to include in the electoral program based on consultations with the membership and citizens. So it's also what is listed on the slide, phase 1, and on the list of bullet points, for example. So as mentioned, we have political vision. Then we also propose to include the 10 priorities that are voted as the 10 priorities of the European level, to also include them in the list, in the proposed list of priorities for the Belgian and the regional elections. Additional priorities will be carried through several mechanisms, so we really appreciate any kind of ideas to mention to us. There will be policy calls organized by the policy facilitators. There will be a Google forum. There will be open calls, open events. You can have one-on-one meetings, one-on-one calls with me as policy lead, but also with the different policy facilitators from the different working groups. So yeah, you can really choose the mechanism in which you launch your ideas to get in the electoral program. So the submission of priorities is open to everyone, members and non-members of Volt, but however, of course, we will check if those ideas are in line with the political vision of Volt, whether we will include them in the next step in the winter referendum. So then we will propose the list of ideas and priorities in the winter referendum. So it's a little bit similar to the European referendum. So this referendum is indicative. So has no legal implications, but of course we want to respect as much as possible the results of the referendum rather than determine the priorities ourselves in the policy team. And so the proposal is that from this winter referendum we will select around 10 political priorities for both the federal and the regional elections. Of those 10 political priorities, we will make sure that each of the 5+1 challenges, which you all know probably, should have at least one electoral policy. So this winter referendum will be open to everyone who subscribes to the political vision of Volt. Of course, all Volt members can vote, but for example, as was talked about in the presentation, we are, for example, exploring the possibility of an electoral alliance with IGBEM Pro. And so we will also make sure that they also can vote in the winter referendum, and that should be possible because it is an indicative referendum. It will be more complicated for the official votes, where I will talk about later. So a possible date for the winter referendum would be the first days of September with the announcement of the results on our shared event with Pro on the 3rd of December. But we have to arrange some things for that, and more information about this will follow soon. I go to the next slide. Following this, there is a third phase where we actually will write the electoral policies. So the priorities for the electoral program based on the results of the indicative referendum. We will also establish an editorial review team. So a team that is not able to change priorities or the fundamental direction of the policies that the members choose, but we should help monitor the quality and the writing of the policies and help to improve them. But all specific vacancies in the policy team will be mentioned in the afternoon session. Following that, there is phase 4. Where legal Volt members officially can vote on the electoral program. This is the official vote according to our statutes under supervision of the electoral board. And taking into account some ideas and suggestions we received from members in the past, we will also foresee voluntary tools that encourage to make really an informed vote about policies. For example, we launch a voluntary quiz about the implications of our policy. For example, we ask the question, what does this policy actually do? For example, does this policy forbid non-vegan food at full events or similar questions? And so, the quiz is voluntary and doesn't take away your voting right if you have a bad score, but if you have a low score, you can maybe self-reflect to reread policies before casting your official vote. In the last phase 5, after the spring 2023, where we already do the main vote about the electoral program, we will allow some months for further refinements and slight improvements to the political priorities through an amendment phase and finishing the editorial review. Amendments can be submitted to improve the policies, so the purpose is to have amendments that don't fundamentally change the direction of the policies that the members voted, but amendments that really in the details improve the policies, because even after approval we can have some new ideas and new insights that we should formulate some sentences a little bit different or better. And then we have the final electoral program at the autumn of 2023. So maybe ask a question before I give the word back. Who is interested in being part of the process of the electoral program?
Everyone!
Can I use this as well?
Yes.
Great. I'm a bit more free with that. So I'm Martin, I'm the treasurer of Belgium, and I would like to present to you a bit about the financial aspects of the campaign, because every campaign also needs the financial resources, of course, to run in order to achieve our electoral objectives that have been just presented to you. And the major expenses are gonna be quite simple actually for this campaign. It's gonna be a lot about advertising, and here a lot is done via social media, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also print to a lesser degree. For example, think about like posters on the street that give us also a bit of visibility on the streets. So this is a big financial expense that we will have to make, and also a paid employee who can really support the execution of the campaign as well. I'm going to talk about this in a second. And for that, based on this strategy that we just presented to you, a fundraising strategy will be elaborated that includes also the outlay for a fundraising campaign. So the fundraising strategy will be organized around the following milestones. So basically starting now, and here on this timeline starting early 2023 is a targeted approach of donors for the full-time employees. So we will approach potential donors that are willing to contribute to the goal of raising funds for a full-time employee that can lead the campaign. Then later into the year, we will complement that with fundraising events that will enable us to explain our fundraising goals also to a broader basis, so not only the targeted donors as well. And then when we move towards having our lists more clear, so that we know who will be on the list and who will run a campaign, in which cities and which constituencies, then we can also start a more broad fundraising campaign in our membership. So we can actually have the funds for example, more on the social media and advertising side, and also enabling our candidates to be able to travel around Belgium if necessary.
You have to move to the left side again.
Okay. Yes, and just a few words about the paid employee as well. So it has been clear that we need that for professionalization and also for supporting our campaign. And in order to get there, there are several steps that we will need to take. So what we're doing now is basically identify where we will need the help of the employee, basically draft a job description, decide which kind of contract this employee would run on, the salary, and these kind of technical aspects. So that then when we have the position defined, we can start a recruitment strategy and also use this for our fundraising campaign, because we will need to have a fully elaborated job description with which we can approach donors so that they know what is our vision and how we want to execute it. And then, of course, once the vacancy is ready, we can start the recruitment process. And the idea would be that the employee could start in the third quarter of 2023. And effectively, once we are once you have reached a threshold at which we can confidently say that we will have enough funds to pay this employee, I think at least a year. This is our goal. And I think that's it regarding the paid employee. And I will go further into details about the budget aspects of this also in the next presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to continue about the objectives of expansion and communication. So, as Johanna already mentioned earlier today, we are very strongly represented already in Brussels and in Antwerp, where we have a lot of members and we have some regular activities. However, in order to be relevant in all of Belgium, we need to have a lot more city teams and to be actually doing the campaigning in the streets, talking to citizens, handing out flyers, putting flyers into mailboxes. So hence we need to multiply the cities that we are present in all over Belgium. The expansion of these cities will actively be promoted on initiative of the board, but it cannot be done without you. So we need our local teams that are already existing to help us and help other potentially interesting opportunities to set up other local cities. How we are already doing with Leuven, with Liège, and hopefully with many more cities. During the strategy sessions that we had earlier this year, it became clear that for us, these cities play a key role in the strategy towards the elections in 2024, and we need to set up certain KPIs. These KPIs for this objective is, for example, the independence of local teams. To what degree can those local teams work without the help of the national level? And that means, for example, electing their own leadership, electing their own candidates, working on, for example, their own electoral strategy and their electoral policy. So the local teams can always count on the support of the national leadership, but we want to give them also the freedom to establish themselves and to create also their own vision of their city team. Voilà. So here's a little bit the outline of how we want to proceed in the coming semesters. So currently the board of all Belgium is busy to support the Leuven team to become independent and to elect their own leadership. This will be until the end of 2022. And in the spring of 2023, we want to target Ghent as the next city. Ghent is a student city similar to Leuven and has a lot of young people, but also has a very long history and is generally just like a great opportunity for Vol to be present. We further also want to increase our presence in Liège, but that will be further in the second half of 2023. Other cities that we want to consider in the second half of 2023 are Namur, Hasselt, and a sub-team in Antwerp in cooperation with the current Antwerp team, as the current Antwerp team is covering the entire province of Antwerp, but there might be a lot of more cities that want to run on their own. For example, Mortselen.
Duffel.
And Duffel. Keep those city names coming in. Membership numbers. So we are very proud to announce that we have earlier this year reached a membership number of 200 members that we are very proud of. So a big round of applause for all the new members. We are currently at 200. So we are very proud to see a lot of old faces, but also a lot of new faces coming to our events, coming to our General Assemblies. At the beginning of this year, we had to unfortunately terminate a lot of members because our old register was not up to date, so we had to update it, but now we are very clear on what the rules of membership fees are, and we keep up with our members, and we hope to also automate it as soon as possible, but I think Martin will mention it also in his presentation later on. So membership size is of course a very clear metric that is also comparable with other national chapters. We have 225 members at this very moment, or plus minus one. And this is, although great, not the size that we have, for example, in Volt Netherlands with almost 13,000 members, or Volt Germany with about 6,000 members. So we have a lot of way to go, but I'm going to show you a very nice graph in the next slide that you will probably love. The numbers we are presenting here are based on the fact that we will have a lot of visibility during the elections, so you will see that we will slowly start growing, and then we will throw ourselves to the stars into the board. Wait, I'm not quite done. So we strive to, having members is of course great, but we also want to have active members. We need to fill our bodies, we need to fill our candidate list, so we want to also have active members as a second KPI when it comes to membership numbers. So this is the slide I was already tickling you with. We're currently here at July 2022 and moving a little bit further to the middle. We want to have 300 members by the end of this year. This is what we already promoted or proposed to you as members in April 2022 at the last General Assembly. And I must say we are on a very good path getting there. One thing that of course boosted our membership numbers was the admission of expats that have been already members with a national chapter to become members also of Belgium, because we see that those members are often very active and they really want to contribute to Volt. So also a big shout out to Alexandra and Eddie and Xander for helping so much out, and as well as Brieux and Sasha and all our other members that have been so active in the recent months with us. So by 2024, we want to have 500 members. It's what we saw with Volt Netherlands, what they had about like half a year before the elections, when they more or less started their electoral campaign. This is where we think is a good target of what we want to have as well, because that means with like 10% or 20% active members, we will have 50 to 100 volunteers that will be helping us out either on a national level, on a local level, to work out the electoral campaign and then to also execute the electoral campaign. By May 2024, so after the first round of elections, we want to have at least 1,000 members. And then for the end of 2024, we want to reach 10,000 members. That's where Volt Netherlands has been at after the several rounds of elections, and that's where we want to be at. Those numbers are perhaps a little bit, I think the megamanualiac, I think is the word. They are of course very big, but if we want to be successful, we also need to strive for these numbers, otherwise we won't get there. If we are a little bit below target, that's of course not a problem. You can hold us accountable for not reaching those numbers, but on the other hand, we will try our best, and having higher goals means that also we will strive for higher, and we'll reach in the end also higher numbers. Alright, so perhaps something important to mention is that regardless of the outcome of the elections in 2024, we want to and expect to have a lot of more members compared to now. This is due to us running in the streets and talking to journalists and talking to citizens. But what is very important to notice is also it is not an objective to be in the most media article. It is not the objective to have the most social media following. The objective is to make a change in politics, and that can be done through various ways, in which of course social media, or for example campaigning in the streets, can be some of them. But we will be very happy to discuss that also with you in the coming months and to figure out the details together with all of you. Diversity. Diversity is a very important point that we want to promote in Volt, internally but also externally. We see that, taking a look around, there's mostly male faces, mostly in the 20s, 30s, or 40s, 50s and 60s. Most of you have either a social media, not a social media degree, a bachelor degree, a master degree, perhaps also some PhDs. We all come from very academic backgrounds. We are all white, European descent mostly, and this, although of course we are very diverse at this point, we are not at a diversity that represents all of Europe. There's so many more faces, so many more stories that need to be covered when we want to have a holistic approach to politics and make a change for everyone, including also our minorities that we have. So we want to start within the political party itself. We want to attract new minorities to Volt by actively engaging with them, building bridges with them, including them in the debate panels, for instance, and to also include them in the policies that we are making. A lot of our policies are already good and we want to make them scientifically sound, but often we might lack a certain perspective, which if we include that perspective will make our policy so much richer and so much more attractive. So we still have a long way to go, but this is really a priority of the Executive Committee to tackle, for instance, gender balance. One way to tackle is, of course, through our statutes. So all our leadership positions always require a minimum, a maximum of one part of the gender. So, for example, we have co-leadership in the presidency with Johanna and me, or for example, in our functional leads. This is great, but we also need to make sure that our membership reflects that. We want to also, lastly, bring politics closer to all social and cultural groups. So that means that we need to actively, individually, also make an effort to reach out to people that we might normally not engage with. People in communities that are either segregated, people in communities that we might personally have a bias against as well. So this will take a lot of conscious decisions that we need to make individually, but also as a party. Communication. I have split up communication in external and internal. External communication is necessary to address people who have not been convinced of Volt ideas yet, and that have not yet registered as members with Volt. Thus, therefore, we need outside communication and to communicate outside our European, pro-European, pan-European bubble. Press releases and statements are, of course, very important to achieve that. We need to respond to current affairs in a timely manner. We cannot always just wait 3, 4, 5 months to present a new policy. Although that is the way that we will make our policies, it is also important that our board of Belgium is able to respond to current affairs, get invited to those debates, to those conversations that are happening both on the national, European, and also on a local level. We need to tackle the traditional media, because we might be all, or most of us, very social media savvy, but if you look at the demographics, we have actually a very large population that has never touched a phone. I mean, at least not a mobile phone, perhaps one of those old ring phones at the corner of the street. So how do we reach them? We can reach them through traditional media. We need to reach them through the radio, through television, print newspapers, as they have a big reach still in society. For instance, my mom, she prefers reading newspapers printed out than on the phone. I think all of you have similar cases in your family. So it has been very difficult for Volt to be shared and promoted in these type of media. However, we will need to reach out to journalists and to individuals that work in those media companies so that we get into the spotlight. So if you know any context, if you have any favors that you can play out to get Volt in those media, then please let us know. We'd be happy to know and follow up on the context that you might have. Online and social media is increasingly more important. 2022, nothing works without TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat or other social media platforms following up on it. Of course, that does not mean we need to exclusively work on these platforms, but if we want to reach to the audience of tomorrow, so those that are now turning 18 or will be turning 18 by 2024, we need to be able to, in a joyful, positive manner, addressing them and also be relevant to them. So we need to work on our social media presence, we need to write blogs, we need to be represented on online newspapers, we need to have visual, attractive content that we can share on audiovisual content platforms such as Instagram or, for example, on YouTube. Explore new ways of communicating and interacting with the population, for example, through Twitch, live streams, and also having hybrid events where we can interact with media while being also in a physical setting. I think everyone is a little bit sick of the coronavirus online settings purely, so everyone does enjoy some physical meetups in person as well. Communication internally is very important to address our members and our supporters that want to help us. We need to, our members and supporters are the muscle of Volt, so they need to be up to date with what we are working on. They need to know what our program is in order to represent us well and confidently. We want that they are the face. We are not a single individual identity party like Mouvement, yeah, exactly, from Emmanuel Macron. The En Marche, exactly, where without Emmanuel La République En Marche, exactly. I was confused a little bit with the Mouvement Réformatique. No, La République En Marche, where everything is down to just the face of Emmanuel Macron. We don't want that. We want you, as individuals, to have your story, bringing out and convince people why you have become a member of Volt and why they should join Volt and why they should vote for Volt as well. So we want to keep in touch with you by newsletters, for instance. We are currently already trying to send out a newsletter at least once a month to 6 weeks, but we should and aim for at least minimum once a month, if not even twice a month, so that you are always up to date with all the activities that are going to happen, as well as any progress on our electoral policy. Secondly, on internal communications, we also need to make sure that the tools that we have are being used by our members and by our teams. It does not serve us if we only have, if we have an online voting platform, if our members don't know how to vote on it. Or, for example, if we have a design tool where we can share designs for content, for example, roll-up banners, or for example, bus posters, but no one can find them and no one knows how they can print it out or how they can use it effectively. So we want to enhance and encourage internal communication between our members, also between different teams. We want to make sure that although we are, of course, having a certain hierarchy and certain groupings into city teams, we want that everyone communicates with each other actively and proactively. We want to optimize the usage of communication tools for our members. Currently, we mostly rely on Tasker mailing for you for the newsletters, but also on WhatsApp. We know that not everyone is on WhatsApp and not everyone looks at their Volt Europa email addresses, for example. So we need to find, with the input of all of you, better ways to communicate to you, and also that you can communicate to us. And lastly, we want to give workshops to teams and individuals so that they are empowered to use those tools that we already have on our very, very wide set of tools that we have. And there we want to work very strongly with our community team, and I'm looking here at Franz and also Andre, that everyone has the possibility to learn how to use the tools and how they can use the tools to share their experiences with the outside world, but also internally with other members. This is a little bit a KPI for social media presence. We want to have, there's a little bit of comparison as to where Volt Belgium is currently at in comparison with NVA, one of the biggest parties in Flanders. You see that there's quite a big difference when it comes to Facebook, for instance. We have 7,000 followers on our Facebook page. It's not nothing, but it's nowhere close to the 430,000 followers that NVA has. Or for example, Vlaams Belang or Mouvement Reformatique. So this is a little bit the guideline. We want to, of course, not share the same content that they are sharing, but we can definitely learn a thing or two about the social media marketing. So what we need to do is we need to look actively into the Facebook library, for instance. There are online tools where you can look exactly at how much money and what kind of content has been shared and promoted, used for online advertising by other parties, and we can have some best practices taken from that. Of course, we can also look at what are other chapters of Volt doing, because for example, Volt UK, they're doing a fantastic job about promoting a rejoin campaign, as well as, for example, Volt Spain that have been talking about different referendums, or for example, Volt Germany that have an entire active team just communicating with the members. They have like a weekly newsletter, for instance, that we want perhaps to also follow up on. So we have to invest into social media presence. It can either be done by creating content ourselves and then just sharing it and hoping that the media cycle, the social media cycle will pick it up. But we also need to invest money into actively promoted through paid advertisements. Vlaams Belang, for instance, they and NVA and other parties are paying hundreds of thousands of euros. We don't always know where they're coming from, Russia. But on the other hand, we need to put a similar size of money into the promotion if we want to be relevant, if we want new people to see us on their social media feeds. So this is a little bit the presentation that we have prepared for you. You can find a more detailed document also in the attached documents folder that we shared with you in the convening notice, and we'd be happy to have all of your questions. But something very important to mention is we need you. The party cannot work without you. We want you to contribute, so ask yourself the question, how can you contribute? And thank you very much for the attention, and I'll give it back to Arno to start the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
All right, we will now, this doesn't work, does it?
No.
We'll now be opening for questions. Let me quickly see the time. We currently have 20 minutes scheduled on the agenda. We'll try and see if we can extend it a little bit. Yeah. I'm hereby opening for questions. Yeah. Okay. I see Laurent.
Third question. I understand that we have limited resource to present in the cities, and I understand that we make a major effort on only a few cities. But if we have possibility of an alliance of lists that are okay for forward in other cities, so is it possible to present despite? Because in my city, Charleroi, I have a list called C+, that could be compatible. I will investigate to be sure, but if a possibility to work with them, is it possible?
Yes, so if I understand your question correctly, is it possible to work with a party in a city that we're not represented in? Yes. Personally, I very much like that idea. I think it's the most important is first that we share the same values and the political vision for Charleroi or Europe in general. So as we mentioned, we are very open to form alliances because that's how we can enhance our voice because we are not the only one thinking this way. This is, I think, wrong to think. There are so many other parties that do actually share our vision, and it's important to actually work together on those common issues, at least the common solutions we want to present. So this is something that we will that we could look into, and especially it's especially interesting in cities where we are not really present in terms of members living there. So yes, this is something that we will look into.
Yes, the example is okay too for the collectif citoyen at measure where we our discussion with them.
Yes.
For example, progress.
Exactly. I mean,
it could be open other possibilities for other cities.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That's definitely something. Also, for example, I mean, now we talk about the collectif citoyen. Before we agree on forming an alliance, we have to tick a certain amount of boxes before we can surely say yes, we're going to run together. So it doesn't mean also that we are in contact with another party that directly means that we're going to run with them. No, it's really just let's look into what we can do together. We can also collaborate on events, for example, and then run on separate lists. But yeah, there's so many options that we can look at. So I like that idea. Thank you.
Hi, it's Omri again, just from online audience. So thank you very much for the big presentation here now with all of these details and everything that went into it. I think that it's important when we discuss how to go ahead with this, just to put at the center of our mind that in order to have a strategy, we need to look at what resources we have and how we use those resources to get to where we're going. And that element isn't there yet, right? So we need to do a lot of work to actually put in place things like who are our voters actually? Like how do we get to them? What are the kinds of activation messages that we need in order to actually get them to do what we want them to do? And so how we answer some of those questions will really be critical to what kind of targets we set in terms of whether we run for this election or that election. So I think this is a great foundation, essentially, and we've exchanged on some of this already. So this is not the first time I'm hearing me say this, which is why we also I really wanted to get this across in advance. So I think that the most important thing it was actually on the first slide. When you say these are strategic guidelines, I think it's really important to have an understanding also for the record and in the room, that if we can agree on these as guidelines, as something that the board will then take forward and shape further, then we can really stick to this very important timeline that you set and really get moving. But if we say these are set in stone, we will then really limit ourselves in what we can do. I think there's a big discussion that we can have about whether or not to run the European elections, for example, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Maybe others will, I think it's relevant, but let's just, if we can try and agree that this is a guideline that will be adopted further and will be massaged further, that will really take us a step forward.
Yes. Thank you, Henri. It's a very important comment, and fully agree with you.
Sorry. We'll first take some questions from online because we also have quite a few questions coming in from our online audience, which actually also is the live audience in some cases.
Zoom in a little bit so that you can actually see it.
All right. First, we have a couple of questions from Eddie, who is here.
He asked us to put the questions on the Q&A.
Yeah. It's very good that you post them online.
Yeah, please, yeah, I asked.
That's great. No worries. Okay, no. First question, on the legal facts. You mentioned that a candidate for European Parliament must reside in Belgium. Is this correct? Last time we had a candidate from Denmark on the list. Maybe the residency requirement is only for people to be able to vote and not to be a candidate.
Yes, Eddie, you're fully right. To be a candidate on a list, it doesn't matter where you live in Europe. You only have to have the European citizenship and one of those 27 nationalities. So you can be Greek residing in Italy but run in Belgium. That's completely legal, and that's also a nice thing. I think that carries the message of what Europe is and should remain. Yes, for voting in Belgium here, it's actually in a document we shared with you, but it's not automatic if you're not a Belgian. So for example, I'm not a Belgian, but I was born here, but if I want to vote in Belgium, I have to notify my commune or my municipality that I want to be on the electoral list of Belgium. So that's very important, and that is a step that we each have to take individually if we want to vote in Belgium, of course. But it's again, it's not automatic if you're not a Belgian. And to be a candidate, you can come from wherever you want in Europe and live wherever you want as well. So thank you for the precision.
All right. Next question from Eddie is: in order to participate in European or federal elections, we would need either 10,000 citizen signatures or 5 signatures from elected national politicians. This is mostly for European. On federal, it's a little bit different, but okay. Which of the two will we aim for? Will we go for citizen signatures or signatures from elected officials?
So, actually the numbers for the signatures is a bit lower. I think it's 5,000, so someone correct me if I'm wrong. Per language group, so it adds up to 5,000 and plus with the German-speaking community. This is actually also a comment that Emmerich made us because we invited you to reach out to us on the strategy and share your comments. We will not have the same strategy for every election. So, for example, for the European election, we know 5,000 signatures per language community is a lot. And we need you as well to run the campaign, not only to collect the signatures. So we don't want to tire you. So, in the case of the European election, what I would foresee, and it still has to be decided, of course, is that we aim for signatures from incumbent members of the federal parliament. So that's the rule actually, not from the European Parliament, but from the Chamber of Representatives. because 5 is a number, I think it's achievable. We do have some contacts here and there. We can also maybe count on the support of other elected officials of vote to actually reach out to those members of parliament to endorse our list. So I think in that case, of course, it would make sense, more sense to ask the members of the parliament, while for let's say, I think it was Walloon Parliament, it was not that high, so it's actually also kind of a first campaign effort to go in the streets and say, okay, by the way, we want to participate, and then people hear about us. So yeah, it will depend from election to election, depending on the size of the amount of signatures that we need.
All right, final question from Eddie.
No, he did fully right.
I'm just taking the questions from everyone at the same time. So, yeah, but I will take everyone from online, all the questions that one person asked, and then I'll go back to them, okay?
We should also aim for like female and male.
Yeah, if we have that. Can you say something about the use of languages in Belgium? This GA currently here, we're conducting in English, but our electorate prefers to be spoken to in their native language.
That is a very good question that Belgium has been working, or let's say, trying to respond to already for 4 years, basically, since its inception. We have to always strike a good and smart balance between being operational, so understandable towards our members, but also, of course, communicate to the citizens. And yes, internally it makes sense to have, for example, the General Assembly in English, and where possible also translate our documents into Dutch and French and German. But it takes a lot of time and human resources that we do not at the moment have. If we of course have a full team of 10 full-time employees just working on translation, like for example the ministries have, or for example the European Parliament, of course we could do it. But at the moment we need to be realistic and work with what we have. Just for example, the newsletters, what we're trying to do is to also provide a translation there to at least give a monthly update in the different languages to both our members as well as to our supporters and email newsletter subscribers. If you're wanting to help, you're more than welcome. We would love to have native speakers in Dutch and in French and in German as well to help us with the translation, but also for the newsletters, but also for our website, for our flyers, for all these different types of documents and text that we need to provide. Of course, the campaigns need to be then also addressed in the respective languages. So, for example, the campaign for Flanders or for the Flemish constituencies need to be, of course, in Flemish. But also, we should not forget that there are a lot of communities that might not be speaking Dutch as a mother tongue. Some cities have very big minorities that might speak, Arab, or for example Turkish, or for example Italian, in Charleroi, for instance, or in Antwerp. Belgium is very diverse, so Flemish and so Dutch and French are of course very important. But if you want to go full-blown, communicative about the different languages, these need to be also taken into account for the longer periods. I hope that answered the question.
Okay, we'll now take a question from the room.
Thanks. I just want to first congratulate you on the foundational work, which is really important and critical, and clearly we have not a lot of time. I wanted to ask a little question around kind of the local election targets. So I think we need to be very careful when we're going to local levels. So whilst it might look like it's a lower threshold, the amount of work that it represents is equal to any other campaign, and I think it's really important to have a choice around which communes we go for, why we choose these particular communes, and we really concentrate the very little firepower we have to actually achieve that. So I would love to have more conversation about that. And similar to the European Parliament, we would require 200,000 votes to get somebody elected. Do we really want to spend the time in that? I know that symbolically we have a love affair with the European level, But for us, I think it's really important to think about whether realistically we should be wasting a lot of our energy on that. And last time around we did run at the Flemish level. We didn't run on the Walloon level, and the reason was that the Walloon parties blocked any person from their parties to actually sign. So we need to also bear that in mind for the actual campaign and strategy, that actually that was what happened. And therefore, if we didn't want to have French speaking, we will need the 5,000 signatures. And that was a logistics nightmare for those of us who experienced that last year. So those are things I want to say. But the other thing, I think, the one critique I would have on the strategy is whether we should be concentrating on the particular positions that if we get them elected, we would get actually access to public funding. And I think that would actually very much limit what we would focus on. And I think that's the best way to approach it from longevity for us. And I think that's maybe something which hasn't been considered, but I think that would certainly help us to prioritize. Actually, if we get a couple of people elected here, that unlocks 200,000 euros from the public coffers to actually support the party. And I think that's something which is missing from the strategy.
Yes, very, very important comment, Kim, about the public funding. So indeed, I'm not wrong at the local level, there is no public funding, so it's not very interesting in terms of funding. Vote, again, is a long-term project. So the difficulty here is that in 2024 alone, we will have all elections, and then for 5 to 6 years, nothing. So this is an environment that we as a small party will have to adapt to, and I think it is very legitimate to ask the question, okay, do we try actually to have public funding? So that means running for the higher elections that, at least have a legal threshold. Much depends on how, again, how we can enter the competition. So the lists we will provide and where. And that brings me actually to the local level. So, for example, I will take the example of Brussels, which is particular because it's not one list, it's 19, as we saw. And this is actually up to it will be up to the Brussels local team to decide where they have the capacity to run, because you can only be a candidate, for example, in Brussels, in the commune you live in, and then you will have to stay for the 6 years of your mandate in that commune. Knowing that now if you do a basic data analytics on our internal platform, the Volt.team, where we all sign up, we can see, okay, who lives in which commune. Well, for the time being, we can probably constitute one list in Etterbeek and one list, well, a list in Etterbeek and in Excel. And Scarlet was, I think, third. So that's not much, and this will actually make the choice easier for us, but it's not really a choice. So that's how we have to see, okay, what do we want actually? If we say we want to run in Brussels 1000, okay, let's then really find the people who live there and really want to join the list. Yes, and your second point was
funding.
The funding,
yeah,
okay, yeah, so
that's where you get funding.
But we will have to elaborate.
The other one is really whether we actually aim for European Parliament or not. Whether we actually just
good point, yes. The European elections, so let's not forget that again, because we have the local elections coming in October, the visibility we will get during our campaign in May will already, work up to what we can probably achieve in October. So for example, if I see in TV, obviously Volt is running. What is Volt for the European elections? Okay, nice, but okay, I will not vote for them because they have no chance. It can be a very legit voter decision. But I see, oh no, they're running in my commune as well, in my city as well. What is that? And it will already make one step easier for us to reach those people. So the European election is in that sense very, very important as a pan-European party, very difficult and very tricky, but it can unleash so much if we actually decide that we want to go and do this well.
Mention the votes. Mention the end of the votes.
Can I do a little electoral board intermezzo? You have 15 minutes to still vote for the 2 candidates that we presented. This is with your separate email, because I've heard some people didn't clearly understand this. So you got 2 separate emails around 11 o'clock. from the website called eDoodle with a link for each individual candidate, for each individual vote. The rest for the strategy and so on, it's still open until 3, so you will have time to vote during the lunch, to read the questions properly for the amendments, etc. So this you don't have to do it now, but don't forget that the vote for the candidate closes in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we have a lot of questions in the room, so I would propose that we have a couple at the same time, and to open a little bit of space for discussion. All right, so we have the gentleman in the middle has been waiting for a long time. Yeah, go ahead.
Story of my Thank you. Your name? Sorry, I'm Nick. Quite recently involved. I'm actually, I think, aligned to Volt Live. What I noticed is that Volt has a lot of marketing with the purple, and what is also an opportunity, I think, is scalability. Is there somehow a team or process ongoing to put social media more aligned over all the Volt teams all over Europe? Because I think it's quite unique at this point that we have the issues all over the European countries will be mainly about the same topics, mainly defense, energy, and economics and environment, indeed. So there is an opportunity there to align with all the teams together, and then you have scalability advantage over small political parties in Belgium as well, and the message will be the same.
Right, we'll take another one.
Hello everyone, from Brussels. Thank you for the presentation. I want to express my support for the comments made by Kim about the necessity of securing seats that gets us funding. I also wanted to ask you guys, you said one EU seat, one federal, two regional, but is there like some kind of hierarchy between them? Prioritization of this regional seat is really the one where we want to put the most resources in, and then the others? Is that something you want to establish beforehand, or will you see as it goes?
Since someone suggested that we combine some of the questions,
go for it.
I was going to bounce on what David just said, and actually to comment on Omri. Our strategy is a dynamic document. It's not finished yet. Okay, so, and I'm excited, what Manon, who was our secretary, used as an expression at one of our meetings, that this is a skateboard. It's not yet a Ferrari. So we are in the process of that, and we hope that by presenting this, we engage all of you guys to start also participating and feeding us with ideas and strategies in order to lead that. And then I'll leave the questions for later. But yeah.
I first also will that I also have like a small comment on like the timescale that you use for the members and such. The timescale itself like only gives the dates themselves, but it isn't like the actual time between the periods themselves. That's like a little bit misleading, I think. Just graphic-wise. So.
Could you repeat the question?
Well, it's just maybe a comment at the point in time you showed us the membership and such.
Yes. We put a lot of slides in that presentation, isn't it?
Yeah, they're like, it's like July to January, yeah, and the points of time between them is like, it's a lot smaller at some point in time, that's just a small amount.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay, we have Emmerich, also have Wiebo in the back.
Also, if there are any non-male members that want to give a comment, you're welcome.
No, I think I posted a question online, which I forgot because I can't see it.
Questions? Questions are here. Emric.
Yeah, I'll just repeat it. The Dutch Electoral College might be overrepresented, but it is also quite a strong chasse gardée, and there are only 17 seats up for grabs.
Yes, so you made a comment that in Brussels, for the Brussels capital region, you focus on the Dutch Electoral College. I think it's also a bit like Kim said, we have to watch out with things which look appealing. I mean, are of course, I mean, it's not a secret that only Volt discovered recently, and unfortunately, I think they're not that easy as it might sometimes sound. One of the reasons is that the reason it's underrepresented is because people have to choose when they vote whether they choose for French or Dutch Electoral College. And I mean, I will caricature here, but a lot of people which will choose the Dutch Electoral College in Brussels will just vote for Vlaams Belang or N-VA. That's why they chose this. And the other ones will not even see that we have a list on there because they think votes are only the Flemish parties. So we have to be careful on this. But yeah.
I mean, it's a similar question.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, maybe a quick response to these questions. So the first one is, how do we Europeanize our campaign? Second one is, what is the priority between the different elections? And the third one is more specifically related to the Dutch-speaking electoral college in Brussels.
Yes. We'll try to respond to all of the questions. The comments, of course, there are comments, so that's that. Regarding the first question that you made, Nick, regarding Europeanizing our electoral campaign efforts, there are bi-weekly calls of the national elites where me and Joanna are present and where we discuss how can we support each other to make the efforts happening. There are calls happening every week regarding design, regarding marketing, regarding social media, but we need members of Volt Belgium to actually attend those calls as well in order to get the input and the tools that are available on the European level also to the use of Volt. For instance, I was referring earlier today that there's a European tool called Figma, which is a design tool where there's an online social media calendar. All the designs from the European level are shared on that social media calendar, and it's very simple. You just copy-paste the frame and you translate the text, and then you can export it and share it. But again, it needs someone who speaks the language, who knows a little bit how to work with digital marketing tool, and then also effectively post it on our social media. So this is a call to action. Really, we try to stimulate you with this presentation, mostly in a positive way, to come and give us your feedback, but also to activate you as volunteers in our movement, in our party, to work on these things. So the second question was, I don't see the screen anymore.
Priorities.
The priorities indeed. So thank you for the question. I think it was Kim who was asking that. No, it was Henri. No, it was Kim because you were raising
different people asking different questions related to priorities.
Okay, excellent. So regarding the priorities of the different elections, it is no secret that the European elections will be tough. I and Johanna cannot officially say we are not going to run for European elections because we are a pan-European party. So we had to put at least one seed in our expectation. However, indeed, as was mentioned, our the rationale behind what elections we should prioritize is not yet set in stone. Indeed, if we get a seat on the, I believe on the regional level, we already get federal funding, for instance. If we get a seat on a local level, this is not the case, but we have the best electoral chances there. So what already is a little bit crystallizing is, do we want to get seats to get money, or do we want to get seats to get elected and make a change in politics? So this is an ongoing discussion, but we would of course love to have further with you, to have more input with you as well. We know that, for instance, Volt France, they were running on their own list. However, later on you decided to combine the efforts in the second round of voting in order to guarantee 20,000 euros funding per year for Vote France. So a big applause to Vote France. We also have we learned a lot from you. We actively look at all neighboring countries, and that was also like the reason of the strategic retreat, where we learned a lot from our neighboring chapters. Another question was
if there's a priority.
Between Antwerp and Brussels. We cannot say that. We want our local teams to. Was it a question between Antwerp and Brussels?
For the regional.
Between the French and Dutch electoral list.
Right, the electoral list.
In Brussels.
Yes, indeed. So there was the college, the electoral college, which one we should prioritize. We know that although it's only 17 or 18 seats out of the 89 seats in the Brussels Parliament, those 17 or 18 seats are overrepresentative of the actual population. So we need less amount of votes for the same amount of seats.
But it's not. What I want to say is that it's not a population that is just like an administrative one. It's a choice. So people go to the polls and they just choose. Do I want to listen in French or do I? So it's not an overrepresentation of the actual population. It's a representation simply of the people that chose specifically to vote on this list. And that's why it makes a bit of a difference than what you say with the purely representative numbers.
Actually, it's not contrary to what I said. We were referring to data in the past elections, and of course, those past elections, not everyone who was mother tongue Dutch speaking was voting on the Dutch Electoral College and vice versa. However, from the past data, we know that the votes for the Electoral College of the Dutch speaking community was way more like overrepresentative. Hence, if we as a party can decide that we want to run for the Dutch Electoral College in Brussels, and we activate and convince all kinds of Brussels citizens to vote for that specific list because they want to vote for that one, this can be a big opportunity for us actually, because we go beyond linguistic borders.
Any reactions to any of what has just been said? Okay. There's a lot. Okay. All right.
I'm Lucas from Antwerp, and I. And I just want to point out that the European level, where there's been a lot of discussion, is actually very good for visibility for Volt, because not a lot of parties that are not established are actually participating in that election. So last time Volt was, I think, the only non-established party, so with no other elected officials, that was running in these elections, and it led to a pretty high score. So it does give a lot of visibility, just for people wanting not to vote for an established party, and they see, oh, Volt, I can vote for that. Yeah, that's the note I wanted to give from you.
Can I quickly respond to that? It's easier.
Okay, in one sentence?
Yes, in one sentence, a response to you, Lucas. Thank you very much, and we're very happy that also members from the Antwerp team are here, because you're one of our most active chapters. The question...
Fausto, can you give the mic to Rebo first? He's been waiting for a very long time. Rebo, in the back. In the back. In the back.
Okay, regarding visibility, you're totally right in saying the European election is a great opportunity for visibility, and I think that's where we need to also balance it out. Yes, we should run, so we're not saying no, we don't want to run for the European elections, but are we rationally getting to that 5% threshold is going to be difficult. So what we are saying is we want to run, which is actually quite, it's actually an opportunity that we have several elections staggered with each other, because we can say we are the only European party, but vote for us on the different levels if you want to have some alternative and positive change in politics.
Yeah. All right, we'll now take several comments at the same time.
May I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation so far. I like very much the framework. I also like very much the steps towards how to make a program. I think it has lots of similarities with how the European level is looking. What I see in the conversation is that we are all taking parts of a conversation which is very critical for us, which is finding the priorities linked to the resources, linked to whatever can we do as a program, which differs very much if you run on a local level or at the federal level, for instance. And what I would have hoped for, maybe you can answer it, would it be possible to identify how in the coming weeks we are going to make this link between priorities and resources so that, let's say, we come to a conclusion to reach that? Because after that, it's very important for Bron to, let's say, make also the right priorities for the election program, which, as I said, differs very much in Antwerp. Maybe you have to say something about the harbour, and in Brussels maybe something about the traffic, I don't know.
Yes.
So that would be my proposal. Can we have a program so that we can come to a link between priorities, resources, and program in the coming 6 to 8 weeks?
Okay. More questions? Comments? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Maybe just one in the back. Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm back. So just to connect directly with the comments that we just heard, I think that table with the targets for electoral level, that's really crucial, and I think that this is exactly something that we need to understand as just a broad guidelines or reference point for us to massage, because getting one MEP, that means getting 8% to 12% of the vote, which we know is very, very, very unlikely to happen, even if we get that massive growth curve ahead of the election, which is predicted for after. But anyway, we would need huge resources for that, and you as a board don't want to have your ass on the line, sort of pinned to, I need to get one MEP. Right? So I think then connecting to what we've said, essentially, there is a way where one election can give us visibility to lead to further exposure, but we know from experience, and we know from running in October 2018 and then running again in May 2019, that doesn't necessarily translate. If your message is not clear, if people do not understand why you are running at the local level, or if they don't understand why you're running at a particular level, they will not vote for you. And Volt has now many years of experience of being visible and, yes, not getting the result. I mean, if you look at the German elections result recently as well, it's the same kind of thing. So we shouldn't take it for granted. And that leads me to that policy point. We don't necessarily need detailed piles of paper and policy. What we need are clear political positions that we can communicate across to people. The policy work is very, very important, but this sort of transition between a policy point to a political position is really, really important, and it's something that we need to work on, and that's why this strategic process needs to continue. So.
Okay, we had one behind Lucas, who I think has been waiting for a while.
Yeah.
And Olivia after,
Yeah, Frank is my name from Africa. Actually, it was very much close to the point just heard before, is what is that compelling, differentiating message that Volt is standing for? Honestly, I've only there for 2 months, and it's still not clear very much to me. I've read that on paper it's a progressive green party in Belgium. Okay, that means very hyper-progressive, but I can say there's many other people who have other concerns with Europe. I heard energy, I heard economics. I mean, we are heading towards some difficult times, and I wonder if we cover with a hyper-progressive program the concerns of the majority of the people. So that's really what confuses me a little bit, and where I wonder if the first and foremost thing is to clear out this, even if you talk to the harbour of Antwerp or traffic in Brussels, what is Volt different in all this? And I think indeed leveraging on the European scale, whether it's energy, whether it's defense, whether it's innovation, you name it. I haven't heard that, to be honest, and I think that's a really crucial one.
Could you pass directly to Olivia, please? Yeah.
I want to pick up on the electoral
Name and where you're from.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, this works.
Name and where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Olivia. I'm from Brussels. I'd like to pick up on the electoral program cycle and the timeline that was presented.
I was also wondering for the electoral program geared to the different elections that we're aiming at. How specific will the electoral program be also tailored to the different elections? Just elaborate on that.
Also about the electoral program. My name is Bernard, I'm from Brussels.
Yeah.
Very much in the line with what we just heard. And I was thinking about the steps, getting IDs. We need to be careful that because we are still in a bubble, we think about certain topics. But once we be on the street talking to people, I think we absolutely need to make sure that we start from their concern, not from what we tend to think, because we are in our bubble, we have our ideas. But if we can't kind of connect to the main concerns of the population, I don't think it will be easy to get our message across. So we need to think about that first step to make sure that it's really something that's coming from potentially outside the group, not just something that we think internally by brainstorming. And I have another question that's about something completely different, but it's about Brussels again. I think in terms of targeting I would like to see voting on both lists, the Dutch-speaking list and the French-speaking list. I've never been on the street trying to convince people, but I'm thinking if I'm going to do that, and I would like to do that to support vote, if I have to first convince the voters, potential voters about our IDs, and then convince them to vote on the other list, I think it would be two hurdles. Do we really need these two hurdles, or can we just limit it to first convincing people to vote for IDs, instead of trying to have this additional step of saying, if you really like our IDs, then you have to vote on the other list, because then we could lose people.
Okay, so we'll have two more questions from the room, and then the online comments, and then we'll finish with some words by the leadership.
Something that connects with what just been said. I want to point out what David, our MEP, said in Prague, and that was that involved a lot of small chapters have a lot of internal meetings, which is the case for Belgium as well. I feel after being a member for a year, there are a lot of internal meetings. And he said, maybe a little bit radical, because internal meetings need to be there, but he said, scrap the internal meetings, go on the street and talk to people and start from there. And I also think that that's really important, because right now we're also talking a lot about social media, but you need a pretty large budget to set up an efficient social media campaign. So I think going to the street in the cities already established, it's very good to talk to people, get their input, and also just make votes visible in the street and not internal just gatherings all the time.
17th of December. In Vienna.
Kim again, Will Brussels as well. I know, so we agree with that. I think also using actually I think even our political program, we're doing it as internal votes, use that as a way to actually connect with the outside people, actually talk to the outside world about whether these are the right priorities for them as well, and really use that as a way to also connect with the media. Because actually if we do this as a constructive co-creation exercise with people, that creates the USP, and that really underlines the fact that we are a people's party. The other thing I wanted to ask a little bit, it's not very clear, is kind of what do you all see as a role for the General Assembly, both in terms of the political orientation, in terms of the name of the candidates, and in terms of fine-tuning the stuff? And has that been taken into account in the actual timetable? Because I think that's also quite important, is how are we involved? Is this electoral team going to report to the SecGen, or is it going to report to the board? So those types of very nitty-gritty stuff I think needs to be thought about, and it needs to be put into the timetable as well, because it does take time.
So, I specifically refer to the General Assembly.
Sorry, you have to do that. General Assembly or...
Yeah, but you have to respond to it. Yeah, I want to make a small comment. First, I'd like to respond to what you say about going externally. I think that we do this already in several ways. First, these general assemblies are actually open. They're on YouTube, so you can just find them. People are welcome to come, even external people. And we also have meetings which are specifically targeted to external people. However, unfortunately, one of the problems that we face is that these meetings are usually not very conclusive because people don't come, because we don't have the advertising seats, we don't have the visibility, we don't do this. And we do go out on the streets. We went to a lot of campaign. I went, for example, to campaign in Denmark and in the Netherlands. This team in front of you went a lot in Brussels for the campaign during the French election. So we do go out. We can do it more, but it takes a lot of resources and time to do this. So you have to be careful with this. And on this, I want to bounce to the point that I want to make was about how to run for elections in Belgium, in the sense that we can have signatures from voters, or you can have signatures for incumbent members of the respective chambers. And I know that it sounds, again, like a lot of people said, appealing to get incumbent members to give us their support, but there are quite strong blockages, I believe, and the past has shown us this, to actually get those. And so we should not forget that the idea of getting signatures from individual voters, it's a lot, 500 and so on, is to go out and talk to people and get their impression of what they want. And this gives also us some visibility. And I want to say and conclude on this, that I have ran a campaign with a small party called BUB in 2012 and 2014. And I did go out with a team of, I think we were 12 active members. We opened all the 11 provinces in 2014. So we got like nearly 6,000 signatures that we needed to get, and then get it validated and get them approved by the court at the due time. The rules have a little changed since then, so it might be a little bit more difficult, but the key is that you need to be organized, to have a very strong focus on what you want to achieve all together, and to do it together. And this is where I call really all the General Assembly, all the members that are here, that at the time that we will need to start collecting signatures, we will need to do this as one team, and just do it. And it's really brute force. This is about going on the street and asking people, talking, signatures. So it's a big call for motivation that I'm doing here for everyone. It's still in a year's time, but we really need to be like a strong team to be able to do this. And of course, trying to get incumbent members would be ideal, but we shouldn't lose the focus that the very big effort will be from the future election.
All right. Okay. So we'll have the co-presidents respond to these points, and then we will see how we move forward.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe because we have to go through the budget, I welcome you. All the questions that haven't been asked yet, to please ask them either during the lunch break. Please feel free to come, or we will meet also at the brasserie for a drink after the GA, so that will also be the occasion for you to ask the questions. Otherwise, if you don't have the time, you can always send them to us via email to board@worldbelgium.com. Org, excuse me. So, let's go question through question. So first of all, thank you so much for all those enthusiastic questions, and it's great to see that you're really with us in this strategy, because it is our strategy all together, so we have to make sure that we are all aligned. So we want to start with your questions, if I remember well. It's like, how do we organize ourselves? How do we make sure to implicate everyone, the candidates, the fundraisers, whatever? We will create, so it's in the timeline, it's a political task force, campaigning task force. In the Netherlands, they have called it Politica, which stands for political campaign. So we want to have a Politica here in Belgium as well. Ideally, we should set it up until the end of the year. That's the timeline we have set to each other. There's one requirement, and it's inevitable, is the input from you. Do you want to be a candidate? If yes, come forward, tell us. Do you have ideas on how to fundraise? If yes, come forward. Do you want to get inspired to be in this Polka task force. And also please come forward. All the things that we are discussing here, we cannot do them without your active engagement. So we can talk a lot about strategy, about how many lists we're going to constitute. The moment we don't have any candidate or not complete lists, there is no list. So we have to make sure that the work is done together. We are happy to provide the framework, but we need also the active engagement of all members. So I thank Enrique for, again, mentioning that. And yes, so the polka is our next step. As for, there was a question about, or let's say more a comment about reaching a seat in the European Parliament. Of course, we know that the threshold is super high. We have mentioned it also in the document that we have shared with you, the strategic document. We have provided explanations for each seat, and there you can read we have to dream big. Imagine now, today we present you the strategy and say, okay, 0 seats in the European Parliament. I mean, I would feel demotivated. So it's actually something that we have to look up to. It's probably not going to happen in 2024, but who knows, maybe in 2029. And it's building up on this vision that we have together that we also constitute this strategy. As for the message we have, yes, we need to work on it, and I fully agree, and this is something that we have to do urgently. What is our message involved? What do we stand for, both at the local level and at the European level, and what makes us different? These are so many questions that we need to answer. The good news is that everyone can, I think, if now we all go into the streets and we talk to one person, we will be able to talk about Volt, or at least why you or we have joined Volt. This is already part of the story of Volt. You can share your experience, and it can already provide the answer of what makes Volt special. But for running a campaign through the whole country, we will need, of course, to have clear lines so that we make sure that everyone is aligned. As for the political program that is different to every election, I think I'll quickly answer. Yes, of course, it will have to be adapted to the level. So the good thing is that at the European level, it's already the European level, so members across Europe that are working on it, and we will campaign for it, but us, let's say the Board of Administrators, we will not, or at least the Belgian policy team, we will not really contribute to that as a team, but more as individual members. And then we have to see what do we want, for example, at the local level. There has been already a strategic retreat organized by the Brussels City team back in June, July, where we asked the questions, we came together. By the way, it was attended not only by Volt members, so that was nice. And we asked ourselves, what do we want for Brussels in that case? I hope to see this initiative soon as well in Antwerp. So these are actually grassroots questions. I don't believe it's a competence of the Board of Administrators to decide what will be the political program at the different level, especially not at the local level. This is really up to the members that build the city team to come up with a vision. As to listening to people outside of the bubble and also opening up the events, yes, all events are open to externals. I agree with Damien that we have to go out and say and talk to people that are not from Volt. The other good news is that this is already happening, and this is up to each and every one of us to do it, actually. I mean, I think we're already many who have talked about Volt, about our message to our friends, our family, or people we just meet in the street. Well, let's continue with that. Let's all do it on an individual level before we even go into a campaign. That's also how I think most of the members, let's say how the membership number grows, because of people who have heard from other people and so forth. So yes, we have to go out of the bubble, and I don't remember exactly who, excuse me, but it was a good idea to test our policies, I think it was Kim, to test our policies with people that are not at all knowledgeable about the Volt. And I think this is a great way to do it. From experience, from other chapters, especially Volt Netherlands and Volt Germany, that's what exactly they did. They had a message, they went on the street, they talked about it, and And the messages were interpreted differently. There were some messages that worked way more than others. For example, to give a short example, in the Netherlands, actually, the European Party was not so much of a selling point. What was selling is that it's a new party. In Germany, what was a strong selling point was these slogans like live like in Vienna, or have an e-state like in Estonia. So these kind of comparisons, or cycle like in Denmark, these are the things that worked in Germany. So this is actually very exciting. What is going to work in Belgium? We have the chance that we can benefit from these experiences across Europe. So we have to test them. And yes, please.
It's called the elevator pitch. When you are selling your product, when you're selling your product, France, it's an elevator pitch. That means that you have 30 seconds actually to convince your the party you're talking to about helpful news. Try it in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You can train on that. You think that everybody should be able to do that. But that's all the time you get, 30 seconds.
This is a very good tip. I agree with you. So yeah, I also try personally always different messages. But indeed, 30 seconds is the attention you can get. So that's something we should take note of as well. I mean, all of us when we will, those who want to be part of the polka, to discuss, and candidates, of course. Especially candidates, because you will be. I mean, the candidates, you will be really the face of the party. So we want to empower you to really run your campaign. We want to provide you the funds, let's say the skeleton, but what you represent as a candidate, that's up to you to build up. And I think that's a very exciting moment as well. So going down the list, yes, how to involve members with this strategy and with the timetable, with the GA. We are running way behind schedule, I think 45 minutes at least. It was already a suggestion by Assemblée to increase the time for the presentation of the strategy. So, I mean, it's unfortunately only 1.5 hours. The problem is that we have so many other points we need to address in the General Assembly. The good news is that, again, in this political task force, that is the arena where we will discuss, or we will take further this discussion. So this is where we want to involve all of you, whatever capacity you want to, or whatever responsibility you want to have in the campaign. And last but not least, Enrique, who is now sitting there for the signatures versus the endorsement by MPs. Yes, organization is key. And it's, I think it's very inspiring to know that you've been 12 people being able to set up lists in 11 provinces. So we should follow that good example. Again, the organization and how we do this will be discussed in the political campaigning team, but we need all your help. I mean, if you really want to contribute, don't be shy to come forward and help us. Because I think it's worth a reminder that in the executive committee or the larger board of administrators with the provincial committee, we are already working a lot on it, and we would love to do more. We would love to provide all the answers that, to the questions we already have on the message. Unfortunately, we are also, I mean, time limited. Some of us, I mean, most of us have jobs. I personally take a gap year to work also on Volt, and I would love to do more, but we need more hands. So I'm really glad to see all of you here and online as well. But this is also a message to you that if we really want to take this further here in Volt Belgium and reach our objectives in 2024, then we need to work together as a team. Well, thank you very much.
All right, wrapping up this discussion, let's talk about the way forward. We are voting now on this document that was just presented. This is a guideline document, so it will be further refined and will be expanded in the upcoming months. As you can see on the timeline, it's now gone. the screen, in the next months there will be an election task force that will be open to participation from all, which will further work on developing these guidelines into a full-blown strategy, culminating, if I understood correctly, in the next General Assembly. All right, just trying to measure the temperature in the room here. Who wants to move on to budget right now?
Who wants to eat?
Sorry? The alternative is having lunch now.
Perhaps we just wait. Let's show them first the agenda.
Yeah. So right now, we were supposed to have finished the session on budget. So the proposal would be that we have lunch now, and that we do budget, and that we have a slightly shorter lunch, and then we do the budget immediately thereafter. Sorry? Yeah, and the time to vote should then be extended as well. Is that possible, Henry?
So it's
on the budget?
It's possible if you click on the link already before the end time, but I will remind it before. So the link will disappear from your Tusker environment at 3. You cannot change this, but the form will stay active.
Speaking of voting, can we vote in the minutes?
Yeah. So the vote, as I understand it, the vote on the strategy, on the strategic guidelines has opened, and so has the vote on the budget. Of course. Okay. So if you okay, so it's one form. So keep it open. Don't answer it yet, but keep it open on your phone or your laptop or wherever you're voting from, and then you can vote afterwards. The form will stay open.
For the statutory amendments, I'm getting authorization required.
Statutory amendments is closed.
No, it's not.
No, oh, sorry.
So all the votes are open until 3, as said. So we still have time after lunch, even during the presentation. If you have problems accessing the forms, everyone please listen. If you have problems accessing the forms, the reason is that you are signed into a different Google account, and therefore you don't have access to the form. So you need to do it with the session where you're logged into your Vault account.
How do I change it? Because there is no way to change it from there.
There is. You have to log out from your other account. Or use sessions.
Alright, okay, we can solve this issue over lunch, I would say. So I would now adjourn the General Assembly, and I propose we reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay? Alright.
From which is that?
Mine.
Can you...
A big thank you to all our members who donated.
No, wait.
Please don't switch off.
A big thank you to all the members who are donating and making this happening. Our hundreds of things to do all for free. Enjoy as different versions. I think there's meat options, vegetarian options, and vegan options. Thank you, Pastor, for organizing that.
Please don't switch it off, we do it.
Sorry. Could you make a Google Meet link and send to Rodrigo because we will present online in the afternoon?
Yes. I'm a little bit fed up. Single-handedly decided to just like 15 minutes like that.
Yes, true, yeah.
It sucks.
We'd also have closed it earlier.
Because like it disrespects the work, for example, of marketing, right? Or like,
yeah.
Yes, you should be able to join it. But again, I have no idea what time it would be. So, actually, you know what? Arno needs to figure out the agenda change. Because he has
By the way, of course, there was a project. The other one is General.
De manière inversement, vous ne serez pas focus.
You mean now that you have
We have the budget coming back up, right?
So when I told Aldo now he should come and fix the agenda, what he does, he walks away. I mean, awesome. So this is afternoon agenda.
Okay.
But first it needs to basically be the budget.
Yeah, so
Policies.
budget's going to take over. The budget, announcement of results, presentation, announcement of results.
To be honest, the minutes are last 7 minutes. Just like mentioning. So if you can just like take the agenda and write just down like on the important things, like for example the coffee break, you don't need to have that as
And I have a link to this document, right?
yes, you have a link. I can even make you editor so you can get like a copy. I'll be very grateful, and
We'll see what we can do. But it's probably my best.
Mais si jamais j'ai cité peut-être parce que c'est
Can it be shorter?
slightly revised agenda to make up for the time that we spent having a very important discussion on strategy. Could you? Oh, yeah. So you can see the new agenda on the screen. If you could please scroll down. Yeah. All right. So we will now be doing a half hour on the budget presented by Martin. Then we will announce the results of the vote on the Secretary General and the Electoral Board. Then we'll have 75 rather than the 90 scheduled minutes on policy. Then announcing the results of the votes for strategy and budget. And then we will have a diversity presentation on the screen because it is a video along with the coffee break. And we should finish before 6, which is when we need to get out of the very latest. All right. So one more point of order from the Electoral Board. The vote on the statutory amendments, the election of the Secretary General, and the Electoral Board members is open. It's now closed, sorry? It's closed, yeah. While the vote on the budget and the strategy is open, please already open it on your laptop so that it will not disappear while you are voting on it.
Yeah. Let me just present the first result.
You have to move it here to the left.
Yeah, hang on. It will do.
That microphone doesn't work. You have to switch it.
But if I do this, yeah. So,
Yeah, it's on.
if I do this,
no,
it doesn't work.
You have to move it here to the left side.
Yes.
Is it coming?
Everyone happy? Did everyone had a good lunch?
Yes!
Are we all ready to take a nap during my boring presentation and to digest?
You have to move a little bit there.
Okay.
Come on. Excellent.
Oh. So, this works much better. Yeah, so preliminary results. Well, I mean, for the elections, they are already final results. You can see them. So the introductory vote, they were all approved, and maybe this was not presented to you yet, but these were the results for the chair, 90% approval. Oh, wait. For the minutes, it was 100%, so it was unanimous approval for the previous minutes and the current agenda. And then for the elected mandates, so the elections of the 2 candidates, were also approved, so congratulations to Jordi. 95%. And for myself, I can carry on to the electoral board. So and that's it. To clarify again what Arno said, you all received your personal link to participate to the GA. If it's the link with the YouTube channel on top, that's the one. If you click on both Vote Now link, it will open a new tab. You can keep them open, and I will keep the votes open a little bit longer. The thing is that link will disappear at 3 o'clock, so in an hour's time. But we will keep the form accessible until we decide to close it by the chair. So that's it. Chair, I give you the floor.
And I give the floor to Martin.
So I think now Martin is going to present the budget. Thank you.
Budget. There we go.
Yes, hello again. Yes, hello to online viewers as well. I'm gonna present to you the budget for the next year, 2023, as well as give a bit of an overview of the financial situation of Belgium in general. And it is one of our duties that we have to fulfill to present this at the GO, but I hope it can be a bit more more than that, but also be an interesting insight for you into the financial situation and the future scenarios.
Presentation.
Yes, basically three things I will present to you. I will present the year-to-date 2022, what is our financial situation this year, then the main part, the budget for next year, and also update you on some smaller items as well. So until now, and this is including the month of September, it's seeing the same as I see. Basically what we can conclude, so our benchmark is the budget that has been proposed for 2022 by the previous board, and I'm gonna show you the comparison to what is our actual situation today and the budget that was made back then. And in general we can see that we do have less income and also less expenditures than was foreseen. And this is mainly because the fundraising income was below expectations. This was mostly because we did not start our fundraising yet. Positively, we can see that the membership income was actually above expectations since we grew in membership. The expenditure showed that we had higher administrative costs, for example, for registering the executives at the Court of Enterprises, for example. And we also had higher catering costs, also to make it an enjoyable experience for our members, for example, to participate at the GA. Otherwise, promotion costs have come close to budget, and advertising has been a lot less than expected because we had a very high budget foreseen, which we did not fulfill because we didn't have the financial means to do that much advertising on social media. That basically means we have been able to grow our financial reserves for a little bit, and they are now at a bit over 10,000. Yeah, and just for you to know that the income that we receive from Voltaire for the projects, for example, fundraising that I provide, or the participation at the Brussels Pride, are not factored in here in the budget. So then I want to go over to next year's budget. And it's going to be a bit different than we used to do it in Belgium. And actually, if you have been to the European GA, you might recognize some of these slides. And I've been very shameless in copying the strategy of the World Europe treasurer on this. And I did this because I think he did a really good job. So World is all about sharing best practices, so this is an application of that. So the challenge that we had is that we want to build a budget that is actually useful also for our activities throughout the year, that can be a reference point. And it became clear that this setting one budget for the year without incorporating different income scenarios does not give us this flexibility, and it will be becoming outdated very quickly, and then it's not useful anymore. And this is why for this year, next year, there will be three cases: a base case scenario, a medium case scenario, and a best case scenario. And it basically depends on the income that we get. So the base case builds on the previous year, mostly this year, with low additional income due to fundraising and a very conservative membership growth estimation. And the goal is not that we are going this way, but more that it's a benchmark that we compare to during the next year. And it's also very useful for me as a treasurer to have this baseline scenario. Then in the medium case, we believe that we can actually realize those fundraising efforts and get a considerable amount of funds raised, in particular to get FTE, so full-time employee, to support our campaign for 2024. And in the best case, we can fully realize our fundraising ambition, also get more than one FTE. It's clear that those different scenarios have very different chances of being realized in practice, and that also means that during the next year, we as a board, and also I as a treasurer in particular, will have to benchmark to see which scenarios we are, because we will not be in one of them, but probably somewhere in between. Just to give an overview, what are our sources of income? So this is of course donations, so general donations and also specific donations. So just an example, we have received a specific donation for coffee and this.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the donation.
And looking towards the FTE, we want to raise a lot of specific donation for a full-time employee in the next year. Also, we're getting income from membership fees, and this is actually also a solid amount that we get from that. And then we have, in theory, also trading income for merchandise. This is in practice very low, just to mention it for to be complete. And then we get grants, for example, from both there. They supported us in implementing some projects, for example, Lettovai and Belgian Pride. So these three income scenarios are also connected to different expense cases, of course, because you can only expense or invest or expense what you can raise in funds. So our forecast is that we will have an income of around 6,500 for this year, and in the base case we would increase that to 122%, so have a small increase in budget. It's quite likely that we will be able to realize that with just continuing the status quo, which we do not want, because we will actually want to move more towards a medium case, where we would have an income of above 4,000, and this would already be a six-fold increase of this year's budget. And this would imply that we can increase our membership base to 300 members at least, and to have a successful fundraising campaign complemented by a separate crowdfunding campaign to support campaigning. And then in the best case scenario, we would be able to increase our budget by the factor of 10 to around 70,000, increasing our membership base to 450, having a very successful fundraising campaign, and also doing additional crowdfunding for the campaign. I put some probabilities there. It's really mostly to motivate ourselves to challenge if actually the probabilities are medium or low. It's actually really to challenge us to actually achieve those goals that we will not achieve if we just continue with the status quo. I thought that for you it might be interesting for you to know what are actually our expenses and what will be our expenses. So at the moment we don't really have expenses for human resources, but it will be a bigger part of our expenses in the future. Regarding marketing expenses, social media marketing is a big part and will be a big part, as well as some other physical marketing material, for example, flyers or posters. Then we have expenses for events, of course, so this can include expenses for the GA, like today. Actually, I think today we did not have to pay, but for the previous one in Brussels we had to pay the location, but also if we want to rent an event location, we need funds for that, and also catering for events, and because it really motivates people to come, to stay at an event if there's some, basic food and drinks provided. Then what will be new with this budget, we didn't have it in the previous one, is that we will include travel expenses. This is to stimulate board members to actually leave their place of residence and also, for example, attend a local meeting in Antwerp or Liège or anywhere really. And we want to give the members of our board members, including the executive committee, but also the sections and the provincial committee members, we want to give them an incentive to actually do that. That's why we propose a very conservative budget of 50 euros per year to be used for these kind of expenses. We set it at this low level because it's really a new addition and we want to experiment with it, but I think it is really worth introducing that, and considering that, for example, all of those board members at the moment we do not receive any salaries. So this is a very small compensation for our efforts. And other expenses are administrative fees, for example, change of status, our letterbox that we need, and also a bank account. So here you can see the expenses for the three scenarios. Of course, in the baseline expense, we have the lowest, including the running costs of the organization. Medium expenses are already quite a bit higher, close to 40,000, and in ambitious expenses we are at the 70,000 range, with which we could really drive election success in 2024. I'm gonna go a bit into the different cases now. In the base case, where it's very much based on our expenses for this year, we have very limited income from fundraising at the moment, and we consider a very conservative membership growth, also meaning that more or less regarding our expenditure we would be in the same range as this year, and in the end we would come out above zero, meaning that we will not make a negative balance for the year. That should be the least that we should aim for. Then in the medium case we could really increase professionalization and to build our electability. We would, in this scenario, it would be based on a successful fundraising campaign, on crowdfunding, and also on solid membership growth. And there we already have factored in the increase in the expenses for a full-time employee, and I think this would be starting June or July, so it would be for 2023 €24,000 for that before taxes. And we would also factor in additional expenditure for events and advertising. And then in an ambitious case scenario, well, in this scenario our fundraising campaign would turn out to be highly successful, and we will have a very solid membership growth as well. And here we would have factored in two full-time employees, starting at different points. I can't mention it now exactly, but it would be equivalent of 48,000 for 2023 for these employees. And also here we would come in or come out above zero at the end. So yes, so these are the three scenarios. And so in a nutshell, it really gives us the opportunity to flexibly adapt our expenses according to our income, and this is really all this is really all that is necessary if we want to have a budget that can really guide our expenses for next year. And therefore this new structure of having three different scenarios, I hope it has become clear to you what is the added value of that. And yes, you will be able to vote on this until 3, and after I've done my short wrap-up, you will also be very much invited to ask questions about this budget, because unfortunately due to the time limits I cannot go into the detail of all of the scenarios and explain every single item there. Yes, just a few issues as well that are related to my mandate as treasurer. So one crucial topic is really membership fee collection, and you can see our typical scenario in the early year, in around February, because currently members need to manually transfer their membership fee, and this is the situation that many people for whatever reasons do not do that, and we have to end their membership. And this means that we will lose members at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year, and which is really a pity because we have invested quite some resources to get them to join us as members, and then we're losing them because it is inconvenient for our members to pay the membership fee. That's why we're looking into several different options to make it more convenient for our members to pay their membership fee. There's solutions at the European level, which is Club Collect, which is an automatic platform, which is still at the stage where we cannot implement it due to IT integration issues at Volt Europa, and we're really pushing Volt Europa to solve them, but it's a bit out of our control. That's why we are also looking into directly debiting from our Belgius bank account, but there is some administrative procedures we have to go through to be able to actually do that. But we are really investing our efforts into different solutions for this. And yes, as a reminder also, talking about membership fees, that it has been approved at the European GA that the following brackets apply. So we as Volt Belgium collect membership fees, but we also paying a certain amount of these membership fees to the European level to finance the structure of Volt Europa, and this will be 15% for the year 2023, as we are in this bracket of 151 to 1,000 members. Carlos already mentioned it. We have been able to change our bank account from Fintro to Felfius, which has been very much helpful for me and also as a treasurer because they're much more responsive. And just to keep in mind that the IBAN has changed, Fintro account has been closed, so if you have made a environment to the Fintro account, you will have seen that it is returned to you because it's not operational anymore. So keep this in mind if you want to make a donation.
Please do.
Yes, and then that leads me to the final slide, which is a bit of a request. You heard me talking about the fundraising strategy. We're really in the phase now to get this started as soon as possible. The basis will be a pitch document in preparation, and as I mentioned, a description of the full-time employee function, which we want to approach donors. But already to you who are here in this audience, if you know about Volt members or people that are sympathetic to the Volt values, that you think could be potential donors, already think about those people who they could be, how we could approach them. Also, if you are thinking about donating maybe around 500 euro or more for financing a full-time employee, think about it, and also think about what you expect from us. And please get in touch with me or the board if you have if you have clear expectations on what you would expect from our side.
Explain them the 500 euro limitation that we got information about.
Yes, so there was a bit of confusion about how much donations we can receive as Volt Belgium, because Belgium has very particular rules regarding that for political parties. But basically the bottom line is that until we have officially placed candidates on the list, we do not have fundraising limits. We can raise as much funds as we want, and then we are operating in legal territory, basically, which is great. But yes, which basically means that our goal should be to fundraise as much as possible until we have placed our candidates on the list, and then we will, and then this 500 euro limit will apply. And yes, so my request is then also that to implement our fundraising strategy, we will need 1 or 2 fundraising ambassadors, so people that are willing to contribute substantially and that are willing to help us out in the sense that they can be ambassadors, they can identify networks that we can approach, and they could maybe set up or help to set up a fundraising dinner, these kind of things. People that can explain also to other potential fundraisers why they donate to Volt. That can be an example. And also a few people for the fundraising team. So, because that will be our let's say, our organizational requirement to fundraise, that we have a small team, maybe about 3-4 people who are gonna jump into fundraising. And yeah, that's it for my presentation. Please, if you have questions about the financial situation in this year up till now, if you have questions about my budget proposal or our budget proposal for 2023, or if other questions, yeah, please shoot.
Thank you for Brussels. We have one donor already, so I'm more than willing to contribute the amount. Let's go! My second question is regarding the FTEs. So I saw 24,000 is foreseen for that staff. That seems very low. So I'm curious kind of what salary band we're looking at. And depending on that, I think then we need to be quite realistic about what we expect a person of that salary level to be doing in terms of work. So I really want Belgium to be a party which recruits people and pays them very little for things and then asks for votes. I think that's would be not a good indication for a party which needs to have good work-life balance. That's my question.
Maybe I want to answer Kim's question, sorry, because the question was actually similar and linked. I was also wondering if we were considering that the one FTE is one person, or it's an FTE as per se, and so it could be 3 or 4 part-time people, maybe 25%. And then goes my, I will go a bit further on what Kim says, like, the social charges are rather high in Belgium, so 24,148 for 2 FTEs seems to me totally infeasible. But there is also something that I wonder if it has been investigated, if ASBL have the same fiscal regime as companies where they can have their first employee free of social charges. First employee.
Before a number of trimesters. Certain point of so the reduction.
Yeah, there's sort of a whispering affair of admin, but I think there is a lot of things you can do in Belgium to try and reduce the costs of employing someone, which otherwise are very, very high. So look into it.
Maybe what a suggestion might be what they do in the Netherlands, they work with internships. So there are students who want to job for 6 to 12 months. They do need to get a fit pay, but usually it's more like expense rates. It's much cheaper, and they usually, because it's part of the studies, very motivated to come.
Yes, I asked this question in relation to my name is Eddie from Brussels. It's related to the earlier questions. The budget is presented itemized, like room costs and FTEs, but I don't know what they will be doing. So what I'm interested in is how does the balance evolve? For example, cost of fundraising is big in the beginning, and then later on, if you have a higher budget, you can do more on social media. And that's not clear from the sequencing, if you see what I mean. I see that more full-time equivalents, but does it mean more full-time equivalents to do what? And the what is not entirely clear from the type of it. Now I know you have to make a choice how this works, but what I would be looking for is in the median budget there's 20% fundraising cost, whereas in the higher it's 30%, whatever. That doesn't come across from items like rooms and FTEs. You see what I mean? So how does that evolve from the minimalistic budget to the higher budget? What do we do more in terms of activities?
60 minutes.
Thank you, Barbara, from Brussels. I was thinking already also about the traineeships, which might be also a solution for having support for not all the tasks which you are doing, but being helpful on campaigning. I can imagine that is a very interesting job for a trainer. And it has been one training already involved, I heard, so and he's now a co-president. So perhaps it's something to think about. I'm in my job always working with trainees, and they are learning a lot, they're happy. It's not the money which makes them happy, but the recognition, the interesting job. So perhaps something to to implement it also at a wider scale?
Perhaps we can start answering.
Yes, okay, I was expecting a question. But great, yeah, so maybe we can go back to one of the medium case. I mean, you can see that there's 24,000 foreseen for that year. Yeah. No. In any case, when I designed this budget, if I remember correctly, I based the salary on 50,000 before taxes, and this is a bit quick and dirty approach. We have to see if maybe we have to move a bit up or a bit down, but this is in general the range that we will have to consider for a full-time employee. And then there's still some questions to be clarified, for example, about the legal aspects, if we are actually if we can apply for reduction of taxes because we are an ASB what has just been mentioned there. Just to clarify that the salary would not be 24,000 per year, but I think from July to the end of the year. The exact salary level we will then put in the job description, of course, and this is to be further finalized. To the question of what one FTE means, it can mean, of course, different things. It could be 2 part-time, it could be 1 full-time employee. I think we really have to think about what will get us the results that we want. And yeah, I mean, it's still up for discussion. My personal take is on it that if you have one full-time employee, he or she can fully invest this time into a vault, whereas if you have part-time employees, they will be forced to have other jobs at the side, meaning that effectively, if you are basing on a 40-hour work week, maybe they will work less actually in the end than if you have 1 full-time employee. So these are just things to have in mind, to take a bit into account the realities of people, because people will not just have part-time contract with Volt and not do anything on the side. Regarding the traineeship, maybe Carlo, you can share a bit about your personal experience.
Yes. So indeed, as Barbara correctly said, I was a trainee intern at Volt Belgium. I did it as part of my master's studies, and it wasn't so far good for me because I was able to combine it with my studies. I received 12 credits for it, and I did it under the supervision of Jordi and the Alt Executive Board, which I'm very grateful for. Something that is very important to note, though, is that in order to have interns and to do our duty as an educational offering to them, we need to have full-time employees, because otherwise we'll have 5 to 10 interns that have perhaps 1 or 2 tasks, but they don't have the supervision on a day-to-day, minute-by-minute sequence. And we don't want to just have interns to have cheap labor. That is not what we are, what we value. So hence, there needs to be, of course, the sequence of we need to have full-time employees, secretary generals, or for example, functional project managers that then have under their supervision also the interns. Both Netherlands, they have, I think, a couple of dozen of interns actually, but that is because they also have 15 full-time employed people, plus all the factions have their own bureau basically, which we don't have at this moment. And a similar situation is on the European level, where they have full-time paid executives, so president and treasurer and secretary generals are full-time paid. Of course, there it makes sense to have interns as well. But I can say, unless you are someone who is very, very familiar with Volt, so in my case it was the case, I was very familiar with Volt, I was able to navigate myself through all the, let's say, platforms and so on, I would not be confident leaving a single trainee just doing it by themselves. So that was my own experience, and I hope that we also work towards having full-time employees, like Martin mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, Carlo. And just to quickly react to 2 important points that have been raised by Eddie. On the one hand, we really need this very clear job description to know what this employee will be doing, and we already have some ideas here in the board, but I think we have to put them on paper. as well and get them out to you. And on the second point, so it's true that in the scenarios it is not explained what are the concrete actions and steps that are necessary to move, for example, from a base case to a medium or ambitious case. And this will be in this fundraising strategy. There I really want to connect that to concrete actions, so to say, and not write a long strategy about what it would be nice to have, but really to list concrete actions. For example, having a fundraising team, having one ambassador, which are needed to actually realize those scenarios. Yeah, so this is very much, yeah, thank you for the comment, and it will be incorporated.
After this we close.
Okay, so last question.
Marcus, am I right in assuming that we, as Vault, as HBL, cannot incur debts? So we cannot claim a loan or something like that? I'm not saying that this would be advisable, but just to understand whether we would have this option, or do we always, our liabilities always need to match our current income? So we cannot say we expect additional income, so we could also incur debts. Yes.
I cannot give you a definite answer to this question. I would think that if you want to make debt and get a loan from a bank, you will have to present them a business case, and I think they would be very reluctant to give us this money without us having significant reserves or any kind of steady income. But yeah, maybe you have other yeah, comments on this, other insights than I do.
It was more a legal question, but you say it's rather a practical issue.
I would say it's a practical issue because we depend on the bank then to grant us such a loan then. Thank you. I think for very short questions.
We need female participation in this party. Thank you, Lily, for speaking up.
Well, I have combined three small questions. The budget one, I was just wondering, I see for some posts there's no budgets. For example, sales, is there a reason why you didn't incorporate this? Like, I think I heard you guys was one of our income streams.
Stream is a big word. Yeah.
Where is it?
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you have another question?
Yeah, I was looking at the different scenarios and I saw like for the fundraising, so this medium and the ambitious budget, there is specific donations prior to the fundraising event. And I was wondering, how do you see that? And also, thirdly, so the membership fee that we have to transfer to Belgium, I don't know if I could find it in the expenditures, because if you see in different budgets, I guess it's still 1/4 if you're still in that bracket. And so if you go to around 4,000 membership fees, well then if you pay 1,000 in fees to Belgium,
I think it was 15%.
Thank you.
Yeah, so indeed we would have to pay 15%, and all of our scenarios would go into this 15% scenario, category, and it's factored in all of those scenarios already, so it's already subtracted by this 15%. Regarding sales, yeah, it's a good point. I did not include it because I say that we should not pursue this avenue of doing sales at all. I think just in the bigger picture it's really marginal, and it's really the question, is it worth the effort? Because we would have to produce some kind of merchandise, some kind of materials that are actually interesting for our members. So is this really gonna be worth the effort to put into it? But if there's motivated members who like, well, just have some ideas about like a shirt and getting it out there and making a project out of it, sure, why not? And it would be a great addition. I just don't think it's going to be a major income stream for us. And then a question about the fundraising event. So, you wouldn't see the fundraising strategy, but based on the conversations I had with other world chapters, it does make sense to first approach potential donors on a bilateral basis, get a few donors motivated, or at least motivated to donate and to be ambassador. And then based on that, you can organize a fundraising dinner, for example, also to invite non-members. So this is why it would be a sequence of fundraising activities, so to say. It would be come at a later stage. So that's my rationale about this.
Very short.
Hello, hi, I'm from Brussels. A quick thing, one of the most difficult things in Belgium is that we have very strict funding and donation limits in terms of what can be done, what an individual person can give. Have you thought about how to overcome this? Or I see you going, no, the rules changed on this or something like that?
Yeah.
Were you there
so,
when he
anyway, enlighten me, by all means.
I can just very quickly repeat that until we are placed on a list, those requirements do not apply to us. And we have clarified that legally. Yes.
So it's now time to... Exactly. So now it's time to donate 10,000 euros in the
There's no such thing. I'll make some phone calls. It's just that this is what I thought before. There's no juridical body called the political party in Belgium. That does not exist. We are simply an ASBL. However, when you're participating to an election, then you are a party on a list. Then there are indeed.
Yeah, and we have verified that actually with the authority that is responsible for organizing the votes, so it's you can be very confident that this applies.
Okay, let's move on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you just need to make sure that you're
all right, thank you everyone. We will now move on to policy. Thank you for Martin.
Thank you, Martin.
So the vote on this is still open, so you can still vote. The vote is open until 3 o'clock, so you still have 15 minutes to vote, which I invite you to do. Next up on the agenda is policy, and this will be presented by our dear policy lead, Bro. Please,
What is this thing?
Chair. Not at this session. Can you open your calendar and the meeting to Rodrigo?
Yes.
We should have got on the calendar part.
So I will introduce the policy session. We will have various things during the policy session. First, we have an education policy that will be presented by the education team to add to our mapping of policies. So maybe to make the distinction clear, on previous General Assemblies we also approved a lot of policies to add to our mapping of policies. But that is not the same as the electoral program. So the electoral program we are talking about this morning, this policy that now will be presented is for the regular mapping of policies and not for the specific electoral program. Of course, I will elaborate more on it later. Of course, in our electoral program we will also take inspiration from our mapping of policies, of course, but that said, there will be some further sessions. There will be also a short discussion about the education policy. Then some of the policy facilitators, like Rodrigo for education or Bernard for economic principles, will take a few minutes to promote the different sub-working groups. Then I will elaborate more on the policy vacancies and the policy team, and also elaborate more on the electoral program. I have some interactive questions to Mentimeter, and finally end with a call to participate in the process. But first I give the floor to Rodrigo, who will present one of the education policies first.
Do I put him down?
Yes.
Hi Rodrigo.
Hello.
Awesome, we hear you clear. You can go and present your policy. Do you want to share the slides?
Yeah, I will. I'm just closing here, otherwise I'm gonna have both at the same time.
Excellent. I'll mute this side so that you don't have the echo.
Yeah, perfect. Can you all see my presentation? Hope so. So, hello, my name is Rodrigo. I'm the education policy facilitator, talking to you straight from Brazil. I'm here visiting my family. So, the GA started academic early for me, 4:30 a.m. So, I look tired and I'm tired, so please bear with me. So, today I'm going to be presenting one single education policy that we had produced in the last few months. It's by Lavesh Ismail. He's not here to present today, he wasn't able to be here, so I'm presenting on his behalf. So it's essentially making it easier for international degrees outside of the EU to be recognized here in Belgium. What is proposed? Strengthening the communication about narrative. So just before, what's the problem? A lot of people come from outside the EU as immigrants, refugees. They have sometimes strong degrees on engineering, medical degrees, PhDs and so on. But because they don't do this recognition here in Belgium, they can work in what they are specialized on, where they have skills. And they end up working, and that's a saying here in Europe, that we have some of the most well-educated taxi drivers and Uber drivers in the whole world, because we have a bunch of PhDs and engineers driving taxis. If they can use their degrees and their skills from their own country here. So our idea is to have this recognition and make it easier. NARIC is an agency, kind of a network, that helps with this process. Recognizing a degree from overseas, outside of the Union, recognized here in Belgium. It's an agency that works really well, actually. It's very efficient, but the problem is not that many immigrants, refugees know about NARIC, know that there is this possibility. So what we want is to strengthen the communication about NARIC. And how we can do that? First, we work with NGOs that work with immigrants, recent immigrants and refugees, working with local communities from different backgrounds that we have here in Belgium, in different cities, work with them to communicate, to promote the existence of NARIC and the existence of this very valuable tool. And also to receiving institutions that receive the refugees, when they have kind of a package, a welcome package, that in that welcome package, they also talk about NARIC. And another thing that we propose is an initial financial kind of help and incentive for people to go through this process. Because once you move to a different country, and I've done that several times, the first thing you want to do is to find a job. You want to find a job, doesn't matter what kind of job, because you need to pay your bills, you need to survive. But a lot of times, the easiest way to find a job, even if you have an amazing degree from abroad, is to any job that has offers for you, and not necessarily is going to be in the area that you have the skills and the degrees. And like it or not, like for example, working, driving or cleaning and so on, those are the construction, those are the easiest ones. But then working and spending all week working, and there's a lot of energy, so on, you don't have the time and the energy to go back home, to be at home, and go through the process with NARIC. So what we want is to give this a financial incentive right at the beginning, so you don't need to go straight up to start looking for a job, so you can have the time and effort to go through the NARIC process, but also even working as incentive, that if you don't go to the process, you have a degree obviously, that it's you wanted to recognize here, we give the money, but if you don't go to the process, you don't receive this financial help anymore, and then you just, it's going to work in any other field. And what are the benefits? Although it's an education policy, it has several benefits in different areas. For example, first, the labor market. We know in some areas of the labor market you have gaps, especially a lot of demand that we don't have enough supply of workers. IT, healthcare in general, and so on. So if you have people that are migrating here to Belgium anyway, the refugees or regular migrants, and they are specialized in these areas, we are already filling up those gaps those holes in our labor market, making the labor market more efficient and improving the economy overall. Also, it's a positive net eventually for the Belgian budget, because we're going to invest a little bit in the beginning to help them to go through the process of recognizing their degree. But eventually, if you work in your specialized area, your career prospects are going to be much better. And then eventually you're going to produce more and eventually pay more taxes back to the Belgian government, and you're going to have a net positive in taxes that what you receive for welfare and what you end up paying back. So that's good for the budget as well. And what obvious is one, we all know, we talk about that sometimes, the problem with integration of newcomers here, new immigrants, new refugees. There's a problem with integration. Some of them don't integrate in the society. But if they can get a job in their areas of specialization, they will be much more well integrated, and we know all the benefits that we have when someone's integrated in the society, and the problems that we have when someone's not integrated in the society. So here there is a link to the policy. Again, was created by Lavesh. It's explaining a little bit more the issues about NARIC and so on, and what you're proposing. So hopefully you all had time to look at that before. And right now I'm opening for questions. Again, that's not my policy, but I can try to answer the best I can. So just going back here, just so I can hear your questions. Yes?
Hi, Rodrigo. Thank you very much for the presentation. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Excellent. I just want to remind that in 5 minutes the vote on the statutory amendments are going to close. If anybody wants to add something to it, then afterwards we can go to the Q&A.
Yeah, very shortly. So if you haven't yet voted, please go on your personal voting link and click vote now on both votes, and we'll keep it open until after this presentation. And then I will announce it when I will close the form, but you need to click on the link in the next 5 minutes.
The video. What is it?
Your video.
Ah. Do you see us? No.
No, I don't see you. Yeah, but I can only hear you.
Okay, now he sees me. The other way is difficult.
So, any questions about the education policy? Any? I don't know, is the mic disappeared or the mic for the audience?
Remember everyone that I'm going to talk a little bit about education policy as a whole. Just this one is specifically about this policy from Lavesh.
Thanks a lot, Rodrigo. It's a very interesting policy proposal, but I have a question about policy, or should this be part of a European policy? What happens if in Bulgaria they don't agree with this? Have you looked at that, and have you had contact with your jobs as well? With this hat and with the degree word, it doesn't look like it's non-university educated people, let's put it that way. And that's maybe it's a presentational issue, but I wonder is it not reinforcing the elitist aspect of Volt, that we would say foreign university students are welcome, but foreign electricians and nurses are not. And that's two questions: European angle and the way it's presented as basically a university level.
Thank you so much. I haven't trouble a little bit here. Can I say it, or someone else is asking a question?
Eddie, do you want to repeat your question? I'll put it into the microphone.
Repeat it like it?
Repeat it to me and I'll put it into the microphone.
How does this link with the European policy on it? Because it's not an only Belgian thing. And secondly, it looks like it's only university graduates that will be held. And why not the brickworkers and
right.
the electricians and the nurses?
Rodrigo, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard, yeah, it was complicated, but the sound, but I think I understood it. It's not just higher education degrees, but also vocational qualifications as well. Is that correct?
Yes, so the
Yeah,
first question, Rodrigo, the first question was how is it linking to the European level? And the second question is, does it only include students in academia or also in more manual formations?
Like vocational or technical schools, yeah.
Exactly.
So I'm going to start for the second one. Two great questions, and it's nice that you brought it up. It is related as well to vocational and technical schools because we believe it's very important, especially to reduce dropouts here in Belgium. Actually, right now we are working on a policy about vocational schools, make vocational schools, technical schools more attractive for students, especially students that don't like too much academia, they don't like too much to stay in the classroom, they are more like to work on labor work, working with companies and factories. We are working in a policy right now, probably is going to be presented in our next year. So that's very important, so we have qualifications as well at the vocational level, because we know some areas, technical skills not at the university level, there are very high demand here in Belgium, and sometimes we don't have enough people to fill up that supply, that demand. And the other one at the European level, I'm going to explain right now about the education policy. Our calls and all our policies are for the national level. The European Union doesn't have a competency over education. Education is a national competency, it's not a European competency. So, but it's important that you ask because I really was going to present about that after this specific policy about degrees recognition.
I think we have a second question from Kim, and then we go to the general education team.
Thank you, Rodrigo, for the presentation on this. You might have to take us to the...
Wait. Okay, could you please repeat?
Rodrigo, can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Cool. So, Kim, of course, well, that's nice to see you again. Thank you for the proposal. My question is, I think it's really important not to put refugees/immigrants. I think it's really, really bad to do that from a presentation perspective, but also legally, they have very different status. So, for example, a refugee, which is applying for status in Belgium, is not allowed to work and is not allowed to seek employment until they are recognized as a refugee. So their status is very limbo for at least 2 to 3 years whilst their candidature is being considered, which is separate from an immigrant who's coming in from an economic region who probably doesn't even have their papers and they're trying to then get equivalency. So I'm wondering to what extent is the policy taking into account this different legal status that you may experience between the different types of migrants? And then to what extent are you taking that into account for the equivalency for the diplomats, especially for those who don't have their papers because they lack to fled the country, or they are trying not to be caught by the police and therefore don't have the papers with them?
Thank you so much, Kim. Great to see you again as well. I don't know if I understood everything because it's really hard to hear the whole GA. It's hard to hear a little bit. I'm so sorry. But I understood you're talking about refugee and their legal status, if they can look for jobs and so on. That's the technical part that NARIC is going to take care of. Like they are used to that. They've been working a lot with Syrian refugees, now Ukrainian refugees. So even if they can't work, but they can, I believe, already start the process of recognition of their degrees. If they end up staying here, that's great. If they don't end up staying here, they don't lose that recognition. But if they can maybe even change their status, actually, if they have a very valuable degree, they can be hired as an employees directly, not as a refugees, but they can have a different kind of immigration status here in Belgium. If a company, for instance, wants to hire them because they have a very specific skill, very specific degree. That answer more or less your question. It's a very technical issue, I understand, but and Navesh was the one mostly looking at that, but I believe NARIC does the distinction.
Kim is nodding yes.
Okay.
He's nodding yes.
See the third question, so vertical
Wait.
Now you have me. So I'll just add a few things, and I don't think that Rodrigo will mind if he understands actually, because I see he has a hard time to understand us. But I'm in these calls together with Rodrigo since a number of months, and I have to say that the NARIC thing, it is maybe not very representative of what we are talking about actually. So we do have one, definitely, we shouldn't mix up education and migration. But this is NARIC is something very technical. I think what we are talking about a lot of other stuff, and probably in the next GAs they will come up for the policy. Thank you.
I just heard was Patrick. Great to see you. Great to talk to you, Patrick. And that you said NARIC is very technical, but then I didn't get the rest of it. I'm so sorry.
I heard myself a little bit. I'm hard on taking.
And just one follow-up question then. If we promote NARIC, do we think they have enough financial resources to handle the extra bandwidth? So like, would we need to also be pulling for additional funding for them to do their work?
If NARIC provides the additional funding?
No.
Come a little bit closer here than he actually is.
Or maybe Carlo can tell me the question. I can hear Carlo well, but not anybody else.
Can you hear me and see me now?
I
was asking, like, do we need to actually extend the budget of NARIC? So if we actually increase interest, so here, if they increase interest here,
No, here, exactly.
So if you need to increase, if we increase the volume of interest in NARIC, do we need to also be talking about extending their budget so that they're actually able to carry that extra bandwidth?
To be honest with you, I don't know if they are tight on their budgets, but I know that what I heard is that they're below, they can do more actually. They have less demand than the supply because they have more people, more staff, more resources to work with more immigrants. But a lot of the problem is the communication, the link between the immigrants knowing about NARIC and going through NARIC. That's what Lavesh told me initially, because this is an old policy. We worked on that a few months ago. But I don't think it's a budget problem. The problem is like the more the merrier, the more immigrants going through NARIC, the better it is.
Maybe to answer, okay, it works now. We should, I think, the Belgian labor market is extremely tight now, and what message are you giving if we say we need these people on board? Of course, they are highly skilled, and then no, we don't have the budget for the funding of the organization that takes them on board. So yes, then it would be the case we should make that budget a lot higher, I think, yeah.
Did you hear the question, Rodrigo?
More or less about the budgets, like where
I think it was more of a remarkable question, actually. Yeah, about the budget. So I think we can now move on to the next session. We will have some of the policy facilitators also telling the teams presenting their team. So for convenience, we will start with Rodrigo because he's here now. So we are running out of time a little bit, so try to limit to maximum 3 minutes, preferably 3-4 minutes. So go ahead.
So I can present the rest of the education call?
Yes, the education call.
Yeah, education.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
So
no, that.
Can we just make a short announcement? Oh, this is
yes.
I just want to say we will now close the voting session that was supposed to close at 1500 hours. So if you still haven't finished to complete your forms, please raise your hand or scream in the room now. Otherwise, I will just close and start to analyze results. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodrigo.
Thank you, Henrik. Okay, so I'm going to present a little bit about our education policy call. I've been leading the calls for a little bit more than a year and a half now. This is probably old information for most of you, but since we always have new members, and I always have new members in the calls, they ask me the same questions and I have to answer everything all over again. And since we're trying to be productive during the calls, I'm going to present here really fast. So remember, I just mentioned here, education is a national competency, so each member state is responsible for education, not the European Union. Our calls here at Belgium, they are at the national level, even though the communities here in Belgium are responsible for the education policy. So it might seem contradicting, but we don't have enough people to have Flemish education call or Wallonian education call and so on. So we have to do a national call and see what we can adapt to the different communities and even different kind of schools. We also try to mirror or kind of copy best practice policies from other both chapters, such as the German one and the Dutch one, because those are the biggest ones and that produce more policies. But always thinking about our peculiarities here in Belgium, which are quite complicated. So imagine how complex is the whole framework of the whole structure of the Belgian government with all these different layers. That reflects to the education system as well here in Belgium. It's quite complicated, it's not federalized, it's by the communities, there's a freedom of education that different schools, whether international schools, private schools, religious schools, they can set more or less their curriculums, but they have to reach certain goals from the Ministry of Education. So a lot of people, especially in the beginning, were talking, should federalize, propose a federalization of the whole Belgian system and create international level kind of schools all over Belgium. But we really fast figured it out that politically there would be a wasp net. We would have look at backlashes from all different sides, and it wouldn't be very politically wise to propose that. So just as before someone asked in the future, we already thought about that, and it's not a good idea. Just one issue here about also education. This diagram here is an old diagram. In the very beginning, when we start talking about education here in Belgium, you can see 5 of the 6 icons from this diagram are mostly about curriculum, like learning politics and civic education, mental, physical health, sustainability. And just one, more teaching resources, is a more structural issues problem with the education system here in Belgium. And then we started producing a lot of, let's say, curriculum policies, kind of, and we listened to your feedback from different GAs, and we also appreciate your feedback that we are focusing too much on curriculum, and it's very difficult to change curriculum here in Belgium. It's very different schools might have different backlash against changing curriculum, so we should focus more on issues, problems on the Belgian education system, and work on those. But then we have to think, what do we want for education policy, and that's what I talk here on the left. Do we want only to solve education system problems? Could it be preschool, could it be secondary school, could it be university level, adult learning? That's what we want to solve problems within education system, or we want to also use education policy to try to help solve different overall Belgian or European or global issues such as sustainability, life professional skills to improve employment, political civic education, to have a more democratic society and so on. So that's not up to me to answer, but I would love your input, especially during the education calls, what you believe in. Should you just focus on education system problems, or should we also focus in general problems that we can use education to help solve these problems? Because I believe, and a lot of you believe that education is the start of everything. every team has to go through education to try to solve massive problems we have in Belgium, in Europe, and in the world. And I know we are short on time, so I'm not going to go through all of this here. That's how the post-production process works, and I believe it's the same for economy, for state reform, sustainability, environment, and so on. I just would like to point out item 2 and 4. 2, we have, I created an introduction to both Belgian education, both Belgian education policy with what we already discussed and what we already approved. So I ask to every new member to come to who will come to the calls, please read that first. Because some new members, they come with a lot of energy.
I think we will gather even more ideas, of course. So, all ideas submitted in the first phase that will not conflict with our already approved political vision. We have the next slide.
Next slide.
We'll go to the winter referendum, what was mentioned this morning, also open to non-vote members who subscribe to our political vision to make, for example, enable Ik Pro enable to also vote because we are talking about electoral alliance. Yeah, the actual, so in the winter referendum, you will have a long list of topics with 1 or 2 paragraphs why those topics are important, by the people who submitted it, or from the parties on the European level or political vision already. But then the actual work of writing the electoral policy starts after the winter referendum, and in some minutes we'll talk more about the vacancies in the policy regarding that. But we are now going to do a small exercise by going to the other presentation. First, I prepared a lot of interactive questions about the electoral program, but because of time constraints, we will limit it to 2. You can go to the next slide. So take your smartphone, go to the menti.com and enter your code, or yeah, you can click on next, I think.
I think the instructions are missing.
Yeah, my screen is displayed. So I don't know the reasons for that.
Huh. Do I need to log in or something? It's not there.
Strange. I just sent you the QR code.
Yes, send me the QR code as a picture. What did you say?
On the way. To your fault email.
Okay. Perhaps logging in will save it. No. My vault email. Yes, yeah. We know we're trying to do that. Thank you.
And I can write also the short code maybe. So either you scan the QR code or you go to menti.com and then you give the code 2, 4, 10, 2, 4, 10, 5, 2, 2, 3.
Wait, I'll open it now. Desktop.
So, already explained well, we do the practicalities. You should see 2 questions you can answer about. One is really about the mechanism of participation for the gathering and phase. That's really an important question that we will use the archives for. And the other is more a fun exercise to submit 2 words that they should be present in our Oktober, but the first non-official process will just give an idea what the work vertical will come out of that will give. I give you 2 minutes to answer. anyone managing to answer the questions? Okay, perfect.
Do I open the results? Or would that...
Wait a bit, wait.
We don't want to influence anyone. Should I make it be real?
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
With one-on-one, you mean really individually, you and I, or as a group?
One-on-one, I mean individually, coming with me, coming with policy facilitators.
I got an email from Johnny from MIM. Thank you for signing up. Well, it doesn't work. Thank you. I can drop the QR code also in the WhatsApp chat.
Yes, would be nice.
True, is there a link? Well, I cannot see the link neither. I'll open it up on
the first question.
There's a first version?
I have to invite you. Those are afternoons.
That's why. Oh, that's perhaps on the first slide either. Here, the instructions are perhaps in. Let me check.
Do it.
Okay.
Let's say last minute to vote. Is there anyone who doesn't vote yet?
Can I show the results?
I will then close the disable voting and we show the results. So, on the first slide, describe 2 words you should think included in the electoral program. What do we have? We have, you see, Europe, energy, trade, climate, democracy, popping up more than one time. I think a lot of things are going for one time. Yeah. You can see the results yourself, so I will not read everything, but it's on the... Yeah, you can take a picture if you want.
Should I zoom in? Can people read those words? Here. No. It doesn't. Huh? No, that doesn't work. No. I see a lot of head bending.
So yeah, voting is the table time, is people can't find anymore, but yeah. Alright, who would have expected those words popping up? Yeah, we see also a lot of the first year, a lot of answers only one dimensional things. Some may also be related. For example, we have climate, but we also climate crisis. We have nuclear energy, we have mobility, we have train, we have rail. So yeah.
5, 2, 2, 3.
Okay. So some people are really also influenced. So let's move on. To the next slide. Because yeah, there is really what we will take into account. And also we will offer all opportunities actually, because to see how many opportunities in each case we should foresee. I see the Google Form survey with 11 people as most popular, followed by open in-person events. That's quite interesting to know that, for example, 7 people vote for open in-person events, while only 1% votes for open calls. So I think most people are a little bit sick and tired of online calls. Yeah, we will certainly take it into account. We can go back to the presentation.
Yes.
So, yeah.
That's wrong.
So, we go to the vacancy slide. Yeah, so then some slides too. So, I will go through the vacancies in our policy team because certainly for the electoral program it's quite important that we have sufficient amount of people to actually produce the electoral program. What we actually certainly need is facilitators for the sub-teams who don't have a facilitator yet. And that are at the moment social equality and inclusivity and citizen empowerment. So we also discussed discussed internally, and maybe we are planning if we go to an electoral alliance with IPM Pro to maybe because also some persons from IPM Pro are going a number to offer the citizen empowerment facilitator role to them because it's their core team while we have 5 or 6 core teams. But so, yeah, if anyone here is interested in the facilitator role for citizen empowerment or social equality and inclusivity, certainly feel free to apply. So I will not. Sorry, the next slide. Next. I will not go into detail, but there is the vacancy that already actually was published last year on Assembly workplace, but nobody applied that. Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to understand what you're saying.
Sorry, I will.
Slow down.
I will talk. Yeah. I will talk slower. Sorry. It was going quick to win time, but yeah. So the facilitator role is a serious role. If you want to apply for it, we also expect that you invest a reasonable amount of time in it. So the rule we communicated earlier is 5 hours for 14 days, but we can demand more during the milestones of the electoral program approaching. Yeah, here you see some current facilitators, so vacant for social equality and citizen empowerment. Some teams are not that active last month, but I will discuss it. Sorry. I was going to the next slide on my laptop, but of course it should be happening here. So that's what I just said about the current facilitators, and that yeah, here we go. So you can contact also those people, the sub-teams to submit ideas. You contact me. Feel free to choose whoever you want. But we also have vacancies beside the facilitator roles. We always are looking for members just to want to write policies, for example. So as a policy shaping member of the policy team, You're free to determine how much effort you want to spend on this. We are happy with members we're helping 1 or 2 hours a week. We are happy with members helping 10 hours a week. I don't know. You can choose whatever sub-team you want to join, or you can join multiple teams, also possible. And important to mention here is that in the normal policy cycle, you can write whatever policy you would like to propose and develop. In this electoral policy cycle, the focus will be different. The focus will be on the priorities that are selected by the members in phase 1 and phase 2 of the electoral program. So, for example, through the ID gathering phase and the winter referendum. So we will start the policy writing process after the winter referendum, but so then we will really focus on the priorities voted by the members, all of us, instead of in a normal policy cycle where everyone can write whatever policy on whatever topic. For the electoral program, we also want to have an editorial review team. The team should monitor and improve the quality and consistency of the policies. It's not there to change the fundamental direction of the policy that is voted by the members, but rather do suggestions on to help improve the quality and professionality and consistency of our policies. And then the last vacancy, we are also looking for members who are interested in more secretary-related tasks, administrative technical support, for example, taking minutes during some of the policy calls. Can be that you're interested in that. Or being a neutral moderator during a panel debate we organized or something like that. Or arrange the practicalities of an event or so. If you are very enthusiastic, you can scan the QR code and apply directly. Of course, I will also publish it on our WhatsApp and Workplace in the next days. So the slides are a little bit mixed because it's not specific for the editorial review team. It's for the slide's not the same as here.
That is interesting.
Sorry, there's a problem with the slides, but
there you go.
okay, so we had the problem that the slides were a little bit mixed together. So sign up if you want to contribute to the federal or regional election program. If you want to rather run for the European electoral program, you should send your application to policy.oktober. Or if you want rather work on the communal level, the municipal level, for example, the city of Ghent, then contact your local CPT. Or, if you don't know who to contact, you can contact me and try to forward you to the right people. Then I will say some things about the political vision, especially because we have always new members joining, and they should of course be aware of the most important things we already have. So this is just taken from the GA from exactly 1 year ago. So we had an intern who joined recently in the last half year or so. Maybe don't know, but in 2021 we had a very elaborate process internally to establish the political vision of full Belgium. We had political vision task forces where everyone could sign up. We had many online calls, we had many in-person events, we had many surveys, we had a lot of things. And actually that was one of the most successful things the policy team did so far in full Belgium, because in the end, in the political vision, however, it's only 6 pages. We had, in the end, at least around 30 people who really contributed to the text of that policy, of that vision, sorry. I show you just the results of last year. But the political vision is accessible through our website. It's already since a long time on our website, but it's only on the English version website for now. We will make sure it's going to be available on the other websites too. So you got a code to read the vision if you want. But yeah, I will of course publish everything also on WordPress with them afterwards. So let me see if I didn't forget anything before I go to the last session. Vacancies around the division. Then I will say some closing words about the political vision and the electoral program. So why is it important to have a very good electoral program in the heat of an election campaign? It might be tempting sometimes to turn negative, just attack our opponents, say they have bad ideas, we have good ideas, without elaborating on our own proposals. And of course, that is not the fault we know. We are pragmatic, solution-oriented, evidence-based, also citizen-centered party, however, no populist. In that regard, it's essential that we have a bold, pragmatic, progressive, and evidence-based electoral program that our candidates for the election can enthusiastically run their campaign on. So we already have our approved political vision that to an extent shows the direction we as full members already decided to take. Sorry, I will slowly, I want to say quickly, but I will do it slowly. I will slowly mention some points of the political vision. So in our political vision that was already shaped and approved, we say we want more permanent and more active citizen participation with, for example, local participatory budgeting on the local level, a more transparent, more efficient state, serving citizens first, good health, a resilient healthcare system for healthier citizens, whereby we tackle the burden of lifestyle and environmental factors on our health. We want smart education to unlock a better future for us all. We work together towards social inclusion and empower disadvantaged groups to become their own agents of change. We want an economy loved by entrepreneurs, loved by employees, and loved by our planet. Through investments in, for example, green infrastructure such as rail, we show that economic growth and sustainability do not always conflict, but in some cases can go hand in hand. We support inclusive and sustainable economic growth that works for all people. We work towards a more fair, equitable, and ecological world. We must take urgent and radical steps to reduce carbon footprint and safeguard the future of our ecosystem for the generations to come. From mobility to air quality, from agriculture to food security, from waste management to biodiversity and reforestation, we take our responsibility. And for the energy transition, we don't exclude any low carbon energy sources and are open towards nuclear energy remaining part of the energy mix. On the local level, we aim for citizen-centered urban spaces, free more space for healthy urban spaces like green space parks and recreational places in the city. For state reform, we aim for a stronger, smarter Belgium for all citizens, with solutions focused on efficiency and pragmatism rather than ideology. As explained in the morning session, there will be many mechanisms to participate in the further development of our electoral program for the federal and regional elections. I try to make you enthusiastic to participate in our process with a metaphor, but I will do it very quickly to close the session. So I'll tell you the story of a group of innovative beer brewers who launched the Purple Beer Project. A group of more than 10 people, some knowing each other, some not knowing each other, decided to co-brew a purple beer and create together a unique and tasteful beer having a potential to gain a sizable market share on the beer market. They started with great pleasure and relentless enthusiasm developing this new beer project. After gathering all the theoretical knowledge about beer brewing, they aimed to brew a bold, appealing beer in 1 year's time. All members of the new beer project agreed upon a timeline in which they would hold various events to define and decide the taste of their beer. They decided to hold beer taste sessions where different tastes were examined. Through various surveys and taste panels and taste events, they made sure the balance of the taste of the beer was right. Bold enough, spacey enough, but also not too controversial, so that sufficient people could like the beer. Some people present gave suggestions to add some unique, spacey, hoppy flavors to the taste, to make sure the beer has a bold taste and avoid the beer would be as tasteless as Leffel, for example. On the other hand, some other people suggested reducing the bitterness of the beer a little bit because not many people would like a too bitter beer. There were so many opportunities to be involved in the beer taste defining process that it was not necessary to be there on all occasions. Just going to some of the events was sufficient to have a profound influence on the final taste of the beer. And most of the beer brewing members did participate in at least some of the participation moments, whether it be events, panels, surveys. However, I will just nickname them now Mr. Grumpy and Mr. Lordley. They did not participate in any of the participation moments. So they were involved in the beginning of the process. They were invited for all sessions. But yeah, they never showed up. They were sent reminders to also give their opinion, to come to join at least 1 or 2 sessions to have an influence. But they never showed up. In the end, all people who participated in the process, defining the exact taste of the beer, could appreciate the taste. Of course, everyone's taste is unique and nobody has 100% of his or her preference in the final beer taste, but all participants could appreciate the taste of the beer to a large extent. Then there was a date agreed to have a final vote amongst the beer co-brewers to vote on the final proposed taste of the beer. But then suddenly, Mr. Grumpy and Mr. Lordley tried to boycott the final vote. Because they said they didn't like the taste of the beer at all. But yeah, given that most members of the beer brewery group were highly satisfied with the taste of the beer, the beer taste got approved. But unsurprisingly, the majority voting in favor. But Mr. Grumpy and Mr. Lordley could not live with that decision, and they then spent relentless energy and a limited amount of time in attacking their former co-brewers. They left the brewery circle, joined the Carapace factory, and from this position, they spent all their energy and time in attacking the beer brewers from the Purple Beer Project, where they were first part of. Well, in fact, if they only had spent 1/10 of their time, they are now spending on attacking the Purple Beer Project. If they had only spent 1/10 of the time in constructively participating in the development of the Purple Beer Project, when the time and opportunity was there to do this, there would be a real chance that they would also have liked and appreciated the final taste of the beer. So, what I want to ask you, when it comes to our electoral program, don't be like Mr. Grumpy or Ms. Lordley. Instead, join us from the beginning to make this electoral program the best it can be, and there will be so many moments and so many mechanisms through which you can participate in the development of the electoral program between today and the next General Assembly. Please make use of those moments, make use of those opportunities to make sure we have the best electoral program that not only can affect voters but also is broadly supported internally. We will offer many opportunities, but all of us have also the responsibility to make use of some of those opportunities. Thanks for your attention and give the word back to the chair.
We will. That was a big presentation.
Yeah.
We'll,
questions.
Not yet time for beer. First, some questions from the room.
As we prepare the policies for the upcoming election, and I know that they are also working group at the European level. So, how are we going to make sure that, without going through too much back and forth, how are we going to make sure that we are around?
Yeah, indeed. It's true that indeed the European level will develop the electoral program for the European elections. The program that will be the same in all countries where vote will run. As a nation, member state of vote, we will not develop a European program because we will of course use the program from the European level. And indeed, it's important that the vision that we have on the national and regional level, that will not deviate too much, of course, from the European spirit, the European policies, European vision. And therefore, there are some mechanisms where we take that into account. For example, we include 10 priorities that are voted on the Prague GA. We will include them anyway in the winter referendum already. So they are anyway offered as an opportunity to become also priorities in the Belgian federal and regional electoral program. And also from the ideas we gather in the first phase, we will check if they are not, if they are in line with our political vision and not conflicting with policies on whatever level, on the European level, on our level. As national policy lead, I have also bi-weekly calls with all European policy leads. So through that mechanism, I'm also informed what was happening at the European level. I was also involved in the process of the one-pager. So I think some other members are also a part of the European policy team. So if you're interested in that, you can also sign up for that. But yeah, very fun question. Oh, and some question.
Yes, a question related. I see this alignment of European and national policies, that's good. But what would you do for the other parties that don't? Because you're competing with the liberals, the socialists, and they're more likely to have a European program that is one way and a national program that is the other way, nuclear energy or whatever. What is your strategy to use, let's say, not abuse, that sort of differences between the Belgian national parties and the European masters in a way to your electoral campaign, your electoral vision?
I think what you're asking is more a strategic question from how can we take advantage of our pan-European, because we are pan-European, how we can take advantage of that in the electoral program, that's what you mean. Correct?
It's probably the opposite. How can you make sure that you actually use the fact that the others are disjoint, that in Spain they want something else than what they want in Belgium in your campaign?
Yeah, I think that's something on the campaign trail that our candidates can highlight the difference between that we are a pan-European party and most of the policies we want in all countries where vote is running, while highlighting that, for example, one of the other parties just want this on the national level, but on the European Parliament they vote up, then it's opposite direction. Yeah, I think it's more strategic question, but it's very, very relevant, and I think that's something that the candidates should be trained on to be able to do that.
Yeah, this is related to that. These policies, with all due respect, if you talk about the education policy, that's interesting at a certain federal level. People locally on the street couldn't care less, I think. We're looking at participating in 10 local elections. How are you going to write policies specific for local elections?
That's a very relevant question. So from the national policy team, we will mainly take care about the federal and the regional elections. We also, in our product division, we have one paragraph about cities in our vision. So, of course, the purpose is that also between our cities, that they also don't contradict each other too much. But besides the general spirit of the vision for the local level, we also discussed that we would like to leave also some freedom to the local chapters, so to the local city teams to initiate the process of coming up with policies for the local level, and they will probably also have to be voted through the local assembly and not the general assembly.
Yes, François from Brussels. This question is to Bernard. Bernard, is that correct? Yes, so you're in charge of economic renaissance, is that correct? So I know that in state reform we approached Christopher, who is one of the experts of the political system, and he is also part of other, historically speaking, from other groups. Which one was rebel, which is Rethink Belgium, how to change the institutions. In your case, we're talking about economics. Have you identified some Belgian thinkers or economists or scholars, some people who can guide you or can inspire your specific team? Have you identified people in the Belgian ecosystem that could potentially give us guidelines or recommendations? Or that's my first question. The second, or broadly speaking, are there other inspirations on the economical, in the field that you are thinking of to kind of give you like a North Star?
So the answer to your first question is no, but it's definitely a good idea that we should do that once we have, members. So the first thing is to have the working group. So yes, definitely, people in mind should do that. But first, let's get some people around the table. That's the first thing. But definitely something to bear in mind. That would give us some indication. And then on your second question, the approach that we started taking is that we thought instead of having members coming with ideas of their own, we thought, okay, let's take what we have already in the map of policies, what has been produced. Some policies are still in a draft state, and try to remap that in the current context. So, and we thought that, okay, let's put that in the new context, because the reality is that the map of policies was created obviously before the war in Ukraine, before the current kind of political geopolitical situation. So the context has changed a lot. So we thought, okay, let's do some kind of review of the whole structure to see really what are the key drivers. In fact, this is linked to my earlier question where I said we need to connect to what people are the most concerned about, because we can write policies because we like the topic or because we have some knowledge in one topic. I think what's really important is that we can structure our policies, our program around specific drivers that are really relevant at this stage. So I think that's the approach we're taking at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Patrick from Ghent. Just a question and a small remark on what has been said here. So the question is, do you have like a data and analytics team? I see traces of it on the working drive, but does it still exist and is it working? And the remark is on reaching out to experts. I do think that's an idea because these people are reaching out almost to to be very honest, on a daily basis in the national papers and things like that, where they say that we need to change, they basically say. So this really fits well into the message that I think Paul tries to bring, so we should reach out. But if you reach out, then you have something, you need a base to reach out. So you just can't give them a call and say, can we have a chat? So you have something. So you really, if you think about policies and so on, you should just work them out, that we have a basis, and then reach out to these people and use this as a leverage actually to get them on board, because they are the people that we need. They are on our side. I'm convinced of that. Thank you.
Yes, excellent. I know there's in the functional leads team there's also a position vacant for research and development lead. So I don't think we have currently a real data analytics team on the Belgian level, but it's certainly important. Also mentioned in the past sometimes the importance of having such a team.
If you're interested, contact me.
Thank you, everyone. We will now adjourn briefly for some coffee and some refreshments. I think that's well needed after a very long time of policy talk. Are results of the votes in yet?
They're in. They just need to be put in the presentation.
Yeah. So we'll do it after the coffee break.
Just after the coffee break.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So we'll see you again at 4:10.
I'm so happy and honored to have been able to contribute to this General Assembly. When I was a little girl, my teachers asked me what I wanted to be as an adult. I answered I wanted to be one day a politician. Later, I did that to a European politician. Most of my teachers were women, and they truly believed that a smart, educated, hardworking woman could go anywhere and be whatever she wanted. So I went on and grew up thinking that my dream and ambition was fairly reasonable. However, the older I got, the more my dreams became ludicrous, dangerous, and impossible to others. To make this very concrete, I want to share with you some of the things that were said to me. For instance, a colleague in university told me that he was sure women were biologically inferior to men. I was also told that nobody likes a smart woman who shows it. I was told I would have to do sexual favors to get anywhere in life. I was told I would never be good enough to be a politician. As I was harassed, discriminated, and bullied in different settings, there was a part of me that thought, is this really it? This deeply affected me, hurted me, and confused me. But with help and support, I learned that it boiled down to this. I could accept the faith people were determining for me, or I could dare to break away from expectations and be different. As I kept working to become the best version of myself, an undeniable, unapologetic version of myself, I realized that on my own, I could not bring deep change. I had to walk with others, empower others, because one new seat at the table seemed too small a goal for a girl who dreamed to change the world. I studied, I traveled, I joined Volt, and I traveled some more. And I met people from Canada to Lebanon and from all over Europe. And here we are today speaking why what happened to me, while unfortunately not unique, should not be our future. The reality is, as for today, there is no democracy which has achieved political equality, social equality, and an economy that empowers all. I would like to show you some data for you to have at least a glimpse on where we are when it comes to human rights, diversity, freedom, and equality. In the US Congress, most representatives are white, and this is a trend across both parties, even though the Democrats show more diversity. In the European Parliament, women represent less than 50%. According to the United Nations, as per December 2019, 68 countries criminalize same-sex relationships, and globally, there were 750 million adults who were illiterate. If I could briefly sum up, one of the things we should understand from this data is that the systems of leadership established today are based on the empty belief that the rights of all can be advanced while power is reserved for a few. This is failing, as we can see by present issues that touch the fundamental parts of our lives. Democracy is in crisis, climate change, and a concentration of wealth in a few. A different path can still succeed in building more prosperous societies. This means maximizing bridge building and social ties as we build a diverse democracy where all have equal political and economic power. This entails full power sharing across segments of society. And for this to happen, Volt should lead in creating policies that bring people together and not set them apart.
base our work in a political philosophy which protects people's rights and freedom while empowering them to govern public life. Anything that does not go in this direction will be a loss for many and will prevent us to solve the unprecedented challenges of our days. President Lincoln shared once one of his ideas of democracy. He said, "As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master." It all goes back to this fundamental idea that when power is not shared, this becomes incompatible to a striving and united democracy. As Volt creates this different way of doing politics, there will be days when we might be tired of the constant challenges and sometimes setbacks. But the thing about us and our story being written is that Volt is committed to something larger than what traditional politics has offered. We are committed to true change, which brings all of us in it, as we forge a very diverse, equal, and inclusive chapter of European politics. Thank you so very much and have a wonderful General Assembly. Sending you all the best from Warsaw.
So thank you very much, Ines, for this very powerful video. So Ines Consoni, for those who don't know her yet, she is sitting with the European Board. So she's spoken to us on behalf of the European Board, and she addressed one of the most pressing issues, I think, is diversity. So for so many reasons, which you mentioned as well, but the power that is today lying in the hands is not shared equally and not representatively of society. And as Volt, we really need to strive to achieving this diversity and this equality. Ines made clear that, well, she said she really asked for us to spread the word, and so if you have any question about diversity and what is done at the European level, please feel free to reach out to her. So it's ines.consoni with 2 N at volteuropa.org for any question. And if you have any idea on how we can improve diversity within Volt Belgium, within Volt Europa, then please come forward. So a warm thank you to Ines, who's unfortunately not here with us today, but I think it's more than pressing that we really start addressing these issues also in our policies. Voilà. Without further ado, I kindly invite Emma Ricci from the European Community Team to join us, and she will now guide us through the team building workshop. So I hope you still have some sparkling energy within you to do this workshop all together. Thank you very much.
Yes, there are slides. Let me just pull them up.
Okay, so does everyone hear me? Yes. Okay, so in the meantime, while they're setting on the slides, maybe I introduce myself. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Ricci. I'm half Italian, half Belgian. I never lived in Belgium though, and I wish one day I will, but it never happened yet. So I still like to say that I'm half Belgian, and this is because I like to think that identity goes beyond the national boundaries, and in fact, I think identity is like a set of values and interactions, and this is what the Revalue Vote project is about. It's about giving you an opportunity to discover values within yourself, within your vote communities, nationally, regionally, and at the European level, in order to create a shared sense of us. in order to build like this a stronger Volt identity, an identity that goes beyond national boundaries. In fact, I like to say that we live in a very diverse Europe, and that its peculiarities are a blessing and a source of richness, but truth is that they also represent a challenge. In fact, we like to think that we are both at the European level, but many times we focus more on the national communities. And I think that most of us are here for the European idea of Volt. So this project is about building bridges between each and all of us, building the trust that we need in order to be effective. So let me start telling you why we started this project. So Volt is growing rapidly, and since the last time we talked about values, more than 2 years ago, we grew from a few thousand people to over 22,000 Volters. But with growth also comes responsibility, the responsibility to shape our culture, to define our values and interactions, to give us something to come back to during harder times when the answers are not so easy to find. Something that empowers us and connects us across Europe. So we want to have a clear idea of who we are and how we approach everything we do, because in order to build strong policies, we need to have this shared sense of us. So, for the next slide, how do I do? Actually?
There you go.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So, we want to be clear about what this project is about, and there is a difference between what we value and our values. So, what we value are things that we strive for externally, like human rights, democracy, and these are all things that can be taken away from us, as we're currently, unfortunately, seeing in many countries. But values are different. They are our core, who we are, and no one can take them away from us. So values define how we shape our interactions with the people around us. So the most important aspect of this project, and the reason why I'm here today, is because it focuses around co-creation. We want to create a space for all our members across Europe to have open talks about values, what they mean in our daily interactions, how they differ throughout Europe. And so we are here to give you an opportunity to establish this dialogue and to ensure that these values are co-created. Therefore, I'm not here to tell you which values you should adopt, but we're here to listen to how we can create these bridges across Europe and to enable that common understanding of who we are at a pan-European level. So, can I have the next slide? Thank you. So, how do we do this? We do this with research, dialogue, and a transparent process. So, with interviews, surveys, and observations, we looked at how you see the future organizational work of Volt, what attracted you to Volt in the first place, and what you aim to see in the future. So, moreover, we also have a transparent process where everyone can engage and contribute, also the reason why I'm here. And then with shared session presentations with national chapters and diversity group, we offer the space to have this dialogue. Next slide. Thanks. So the main pillar of this project is co-creation, and in order to reach this, we set up a timeline using this theory called Theory U, which was developed to help our society to shift from a more individual-centered approach to a more collective, group-centered approach. So we're moving from an ecosystem to an ecosystem. And there are 5 phases, and now we're currently in the 4th phase. During the first phase, the co-sensing phase, we look at what we already have within Volt with interviews and the survey. In the co-sensing 2 phase, we had presentations and workshops at the GA, where we identified these topics of concern to take into the 3rd phase, which is the pre-sensing phase, where we aimed at creating pan-European principles and guidelines through European, national, and local workshops, expert talks, and learning groups. And now we are in the prototyping and crystallizing phase, where during the GA we voted on guiding principles together, and now we're trying to see how we can implement them within Volt, and finally have a common understanding of who we are and how we approach everything we do and everything we're striving for. And lastly, there is the co-evolving phase where we actually integrate these values that we chose together in our day-to-day interactions, campaigns, and policies. So next slide. So now let's have a look at what we did so far this year. So we participated to 2 European GAs where we had 3 workshops, 25 interviews with people across Europe, 1 survey with 450 participants from 26 different countries in different languages. And then we had 3 workshops on topics that mattered to you the most based on the survey that we did. And then we had 7 national presentations and short workshops, and 3 national GAs with the one of today's. And by the way, thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. So, looking at the work that we did this past month, it appears that we have shared challenges that I show in the next slide.
Oh.
No, okay, next. Thank you. So, apparently, there are challenges that don't allow us to become the strong vote that we hope to be and our strong identity. And these are, so we have language barriers that many of, like all of you here talk English, otherwise you wouldn't be able to understand me. But I am sure that this challenge is not weird to you. Also, like I think like Belgium with the whole like Flemish and French, and it's definitely a challenge that we have. Also with the involved at the European level. Then we see that we are not the harmonized and structured group that we think we are in order to collaborate. And we see that we don't have actually enough time to build this kind of connection and understanding of who we are. So we see that these challenges bring us to go more in the national communities rather than approaching this European idea of world. So we are trying here to break these barriers that we have and tackle these challenges. So we have presented a prototype that emerged out of these past months with the whole workshop, service, and etc. And the prototype is in the next slide. Thank you. So now I ask you to pay close attention to me because afterwards we're going to do a workshop together based on this. So this is not a finalized version, it's just a prototype, and this is why we're here, so that you can help us include your vision in our work. It appears from our past months that there are 4 main values. These are inclusive, connected, progressive, and meaningful. And you can see that these apply to different spheres, and social, interactive, and thriving. So let's go through them together. So we give visibility to people who get neglected too often. It's inclusive. Then we bridge countries and people all over Europe and beyond. We strive for social innovations to better connect our fellow citizens with the European idea. We reconnect politics with our shared challenges as humans on this planet. So this is the first, and it goes in social. So now, like, while maybe we go through this, also for saving time, the main exercise of this is to write 2 things that you agree with and 2 things you disagree with based on this prototype, and we gave you post-its. So maybe you can already write them down. Do you have pens? I don't think so. No. Thank you. Yes, in the back there. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, I keep like going through this.
They didn't come in the back.
So then we have in the interactive part, we are curious about all kinds of humans and respect our individual uniqueness. We establish pan-European structures to easily connect and contribute. We lead by example for people to come along, not to follow us. And we appreciate dialogue to understand our differences and create shared solutions. Then in the thriving, we accept that most people in politics are privileged and we should give back to society. We create an ecosystem that empowers us to synergize. We value science and appreciate innovations to generate solutions that last. And lastly, the Volt experience is about learning together, not winning individually. So I hope this is quite clear. I'm gonna leave this slide for you so that you can write down your thoughts on it. So like 2 things that you agree with, 2 things you disagree with, and then we'll see together what came out. Yes.
1 second, microphone.
I mean, the color doesn't matter. Like, you can write it for
The
them.
color doesn't matter, that's fine. Just I understood correctly. We take 1 or 2 of these sentences there and put our opinion on these.
Yes.
Don't prevent you.
No.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Does someone else have any other question? Yes.
Yes, you have to use your brains.
Yes. So 4 posts. I mean, I actually would say, write 2 things you like in one post-it and 2 things you don't like in another post-it. I would do it like that. It doesn't matter what color.
We use the big white
sheets.
Can I please have a pen too?
And we're right there.
Thank you. I think the Coca-Cola is going to my head. Back on the sleep.
Yes.
So you have 3 minutes to write down 2 things that you like, 2 things that you don't like about the prototype. Yes. Yes. The things you like and the things you don't like have to come from this. And when you're ready, can you like raise your hand so that we know more or less who is finished?
Give us a bit of time, please.
You have 2 minutes.
You want me to put a countdown?
And then the message will self-destruct.
A good quote is, leaders always eat last.
How's everyone doing? Ready?
I don't see them.
I don't see hands raised. I think you're like thinking, you're maybe overthinking this. Gut feel. You ready? Anybody else?
Let's give them maybe 2 minutes, 1 minute more.
1 minute more. And then it's the final countdown.
Your fault, you talk to me too much with me. Why are you so kind?
Are you wondering, should we ask the audience for the... Yeah. Okay. Would you like to share what you actually wrote down in your assistance? So,
disagree, but the last one, the vote experience is about learning together, not winning individually. Why is it not about winning together? Why do you change the verb? If we are successful, we win our team. We understand, we learn, and then we win.
Exactly.
And then that's what the other thing where I would say I disagree with. I have a question. And the one where I definitely agree with is how we, on the top, we bridge countries and people all over Europe and beyond. Very agree with that statement.
Let's move on next to speak. Again, the women ready. You ready?
So things I like of it or
you can choose.
Actually, I like the comment you just made. I just actually wanted to say also talk about bridging countries and people all over Europe and beyond. I like it, yes, but if I had to make a criticism, it's a constructive criticism, I'd say that I would ask the question: do we really bridge people from different countries, or do we, of course, unconsciously, because we're humans, do we bridge people across countries from similar socioeconomic backgrounds? So it's something that we also have to think of. We still stay together in our bubble, and we create, let's say, a bigger bubble at the European level. So how do we come out of it connected?
I'm going to take one more. I'm going to take one other person I know is new, hasn't said much.
Closer to the microphone, please.
And say where you are, where you're from.
I'm at home and I'm from the south of the province of Belgium.
Woo! Salut!
Science and appreciate innovation to generate solutions that last. I like this because often science is forgotten, but science is a solution for a lot of problems. So I believe science is very important to solve the problem like climate change or economic crisis or a lot of problems.
It's good. Super.
We can make you later for that.
So thank you so much for sharing your answers. Also, please don't throw away the post-its because we're going to collect them and they're very useful to us. We value all your words and all your opinions. Do you want to proceed?
We can proceed to the next thing.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask you to use your post-its once more. And this time we're asking you to think of one of the 4 key values, so the inclusive, connected, progressive, meaningful. And think about one Volt situation or story where you have shown this value yourself. No pressure. So, inclusive, connected, progressive, meaningful. One of those options, so you need to kind of write in your post-it a scenario or a use case or a moment when you've actually lived one of those values. And you have to put that in the post-it. No challenge. Huh?
When we experience this within Volt or in general?
When we ourselves have lived that in Volt. So,
in Volt.
yeah? So an example of when you yourself have either lived or experienced or been inclusive or been
connected, or been progressive, or been meaningful? Question.
About 2 years in Volt.
Yes?
You said situation where we have experienced these situations while within Volt.
Within Volt, or whether that you have, as a Volter, been one of those things. See what I mean?
Yeah, but if we haven't been within Volt for about 2 years.
You can still do it.
There are people here who have joined Volt 2 weeks ago.
Well then.
What about the onboarding moment?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we have about 3 minutes to think about this.
Do we make one post-it or about every single column?
You have to choose one of them. Yes. So you choose the one which you think you might have the most connection to. Or you have a story which really links up to that one. And then we're going to split you up.
Kim really lives up in front of the camera.
How is it going?
Whose phone is that?
I have no idea. Electoral board.
The Russians.
Electoral board being influenced. Okay, so the next part I believe is that we're going to be splitting up into groups. So based on the value you have chosen, so inclusive, connected, progressive, or meaningful, we're going to ask those of you who answered a case story from inclusive to get up and to move to this side of the room. So forward, half towards the left. If you've chosen connected, you're going to move forward slide to the right, or other way for you as well. So my right, my left. So this is inclusive, that is connected. If you're progressive, back to my left. And if you are meaningful, back to the right. We're going to see how many of you are in which ones, and we might ask you to reposition yourself into another one depending on the numbers. Can you say it again? Inclusive on my left, connected on my right, progressive far left, meaningful far right.
Feel free to reassert the camera on one of the groups.
Can I just also have a little intermezzo that we have 15 more minutes to vote, so if you haven't done so, click on your link so that you can at least vote after the deadline. I will not close the spreadsheet until we finish this session, but at least click on the link.
No, I'm just
And the vote now button.
I'm just saying who is who. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm over. Non sapevo che sei italiana.
Ah sì, sì.
Di dove?
Firenze.
Ah, bello. Mio papà è della Puglia, ma sono nato a Firenze.
Bello.
Tu invece dove sei nata?
Firenze. Però mamma di Bruxelles e adesso vivo a Maastricht.
Ah, cool. Un real Euro baby. Grazie di essere venuto.
Sì, grazie.
Sei venuto da Maastricht?
Sì, un'ora, velocissimo.
E fai l'intern sul livello europeo?
con Sven ho iniziato tipo 6 mesi fa.
Sì. Ok, simpatico.
Sì, sì,
E ti piace?
molto.
Sei già stata membro di Volpino?
No, no, era una cosa nuova, però adesso mi sono unita con Volta Italia.
Ottimo. Nel caso che vuoi, puoi anche diventare membro di Belgio a questo punto. Dipende un pochino sulla legislazione nazionale, ad esempio noi abbiamo tipo 10 membri che sono anche membri di un altro partito nazionale, portoghesi, tanti olandesi e anche alcuni francesi e olandesi, voilà. Ma so per esempio con la Germania non funziona, perché la legge tedesca...
Sì, con l'Italia non funziona nemmeno, mi sa.
Abbiamo alcuni membri che hanno il doppio.
Ah sì?
Give them instructions. Do you have like 10 minutes or so? Alright.
Ma non sono tanto sicuro se è tanto legale.
Okay, so.
Wait. There you go.
Okay, so you're now in your groups, and we're going to actually give you the instructions of what you're supposed to do in your groups. You can also find places to sit together, that's not a problem. So you've got about 12 minutes, and the objective in these 12 minutes is to talk a little bit to each other about the story that you wrote on your post-its. So we want you to take your post-its and to explain a little bit the situation, kind of how you feel it connects to the value. So we're going to ask you to do that for about 12 minutes. So just to trade stories, to get to know one another, to feel that Volt Belgium vibe. That's what we're hoping that you do for the next 10 minutes or so. And we're going to come and observe and make sure that you guys keep on task. So don't pretend that you're not going to be sharing stories. Good second.
Actually, Emma should also.
Yeah, Emma. Okay, so you'd like this to actually face one of the groups you said, right?
I think the easiest is really to just like. Well, actually, can you turn it around?
Normally, you should be able to turn around.
Oh! I'll go around and say something.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, it's coming, it's coming. I think it's coming.
Yeah, not my favorite. Someone bought them. I didn't buy them. Beautiful. Rainbow.
Probably enough. Probably 20 minutes
We workshop 70. So there's another half an hour.
15, 15. I think we can get a little bit more time. Still 15 minutes.
Why do you have a white photo?
Here, that's probably what I've done.
Also, I think my phone drank too much alcohol because, like, the moment it just tries to focus on like a face, it starts like bouncing like this. Like,
you don't see it like moving, it becomes super unsharp. That's because it's in Portugal?
no, it's not really. But for example, like if I take a video, do you see how much is flipping? Like, minimally? Like,
Getting foggy.
I think I need to phone. And I left the pound of the month pay for it.
So you're an assistant now?
Not an assistant, so it's a traineeship position, full paid. However, it's not with an MP, it's with the Secretary General. So it's quite nice because it actually allows me to combine both with like work now. Because if I would be working on post, and that's it.
You've got about 5 minutes to complete your story sharing. So just be more concise and start to give everybody a chance to start. Yes.
Sei stata là? Sono stato nel workshop la settimana scorsa.
Ok.
Ma stavo dietro lavorando su questo.
Ok.
Ma c'è una ragazza bionda che c'è un altro.
Sì, però lei fa la parte analitica lei.
Ah, ok.
E io faccio la parte.
Che studi fai?
Master in Public Policy and Human Development at United Nations University.
Mi piace.
Ora finisco un po'.
E hai già fatto il bachelor?
Sempre
Ho fatto un bachelor di 3 anni a Bruxelles, sulla DUB, e poi ho fatto 2 anni del master, mi sono laureato a Belgio, e adesso sto facendo un traineeship al Parlamento europeo. Sono molto felice e poi on the side job. Can you even say that I'm doing a side job role if it's like 20 hours, 30 hours a week?
Yeah, it could be a part-time.
Yeah.
It's totally part-time. But yeah, it's a heavy part-time. I consider both abusive relationships.
What relationship?
Abusive.
Oh, super abusive. Wait, do I need to mute it?
You can actually hear everything we're
Partially. There's a lot of background noise.
I don't mind going on record saying it's an abusive relationship. So we shared these.
So for the ones at home, no, it's very positive. You need a hand? You need a scotch to...
I think they have about 12 minutes to do 10 minutes for their statement.
You should probably not hold it.
Just don't press very hard. Okay, so can I have everyone's attention for the next phase of this exercise? So everybody back into the center of the room. Okay, so what we're asking now for each group to do, very important. The next part of the collective exercise is to come together with one joint statement. So based on the story that you've been just sharing, what we want you to do is to condense the meanings of the stories and to explain why you think through these stories, these particular values are important for vote. Is that clear? So you've got about 10 to 15 minutes max. But what we really want you to do is to now take your stories, translate them into why that particular value is important for vote. And that's a common statement, something that you have to do together.
So one statement, and it would also be very nice if you can put all your post-its on that big thing, like just stick them on it, so we have a more collected thing. And one big statement.
And the statement is like a phrase, or is it
Yeah, the statement is a phrase, like one sentence, two sentences that you all can agree on.
Okay.
Did you see I got featured on the university's Instagram?
No.
Yes,
Does every group have a pen? Yes.
A good friend of mine who also baptized he did also my studies. A lot of fun. I even did a video from upstairs.
Ah. Can I fix this one because this one is white or white papers?
That's fine. You have to press it until the ink
No,
comes out.
it's actually white.
Is it? No, it comes out.
Is it?
Yeah, it goes like this, and then at some point...
Wait.
the ink-
I already do.
Okay.
Okay, great.
He makes life so much more colorful. Oh my god!
A garbage bin.
I got a bin over there. Is a bin.
Not a big.
Sorry, I have bad ears.
You're welcome.
So, 8 minutes.
So my parents were sitting there on the tree.
Graduating of the most beautiful square in the world.
I mean, the university is horrible. It's like someone
Do you also get to hear with UNB, or it's just the VUB which gets to do
So, no,
Système D, cisaille avec les dents.
Sometimes with
very inspiring person. A fighter leader. Let me just turn this.
Can we make a connection between the bits on connected, bridging all people? You can only bridge all people if we include everybody in society. So some make a link between the two, because it makes no sense to say to have that step if we're not inclusive. It's kind of prerequisite. Should it be?
I don't think so.
You should add an exclamation. Like that also representing should be the whole society.
Be the house representatives a big brain.
She has an entire master
I was thinking about it in representative
So we're basically
Bridging divides between people in Belgium and Europe.
I don't know,
requires us to bring the
for a 6 month
representatives.
habit of just not saying this context, I don't know why. It's so now I have like lots of numbers which I agree with exactly this, but just say weird happened. I think it was the moment when I was totally overwhelmed.
Or maybe democracy representatives again.
That makes us think
I think we just forgot to plug in this cable. Because, well, I was trusting this people and voting, and like, well, where's the camera? And now that I realize, well, there's a with camera and it has a blue case. I'm like, why is it not inside yet? But yeah, for the next time, like 5 years, we'll start with this. Hopefully by then we'll have it's not around the corner.
It's a bit complex.
It's more compact. I mean,
Put it there.
yeah.
You want to try?
Yeah.
If you want to have a lot of people, we do it have like a fleet of 100 Algemene minivans, you know? Just drive us a minivan, like all purpose.
We're going to test it.
Train. So, well, we're gonna have a purple train.
Okay, or we want to.
And it's gonna go to.
We have 3 minutes left to engage the statement. So, trying to wrap up the conversation and come up with something in front of us. 3 minutes.
Did everyone put their post-its on the paper? Yes? Good.
Left, right.
Right. No, we have 15 more minutes to wrap up the session. Will that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Maybe a couple more minutes if that's it. You do have the toughest day. If your group is ready, you can already assign the seats back in the room. Make sure that you put in your post-its. So if you haven't put in your post-its next to your group, please just collect them and plop them on.
My mama said we're gonna do, okay, it's gonna be a quiet, alright. My mama said it's gonna be okay. My mama said it's gonna be
Meaningful, are you ready?
yeah.
Well, actually, you just take both and you put it on the blackboard. Yeah, put both on the blackboard. Johanna, just take that one and put it next to the blackboard.
Okay, so can I now, that everybody's back in the room and it's focused on the center stage, can I invite Inclusive to come up since you're the first of the values? And can somebody please read out the statement and tell us a little bit more about it?
Olivia.
Yeah. Not even inclusive. And also, like, if you still have your post-its, remember what we're asking you to do is to take your post-its and to post it on your particular sheet.
So we came up with a compact statement. So inclusivity involved is to improve representative democracy through systematic. Both of our stories that we shared, it boils down to having voices that are not heard enough, and we already in our democracies see that although different groups and diversity women are, we have the statistics, but we don't see it reflected in the democracies, and so we want to improve representative democracy already. As I said, it's already a foundation of our democracy, and so to connect all of our stories, we came up with this statement. So, if you want us to elaborate on more of the stories that we shared, that's what it connected. So,
Thank you so much. So for Connected, does someone want to come up here and read your statement?
Okay, so this is the fruit of our work as the Connected team, and in a nutshell, we kind of, we shared our experiences of how Volt made us feel connected, felt us connected to our country, and I'm gonna cite Lucas, because Lucas is Belgian, right? And he was actually really happy to be in a political party where you had the Francophone and the Néerlandophone meeting. And then some of the others, well, it turns out that we have a Pakistani Belgian, we have an Italian, myself French, now naturalized Belgian as of this week, so I'm Belgian now, so anyways. And it was a very diverse group, and that also illustrated how Volt allowed us to connect. And we all agreed that a connection within diversity is a source of strength. It allows us to access knowledge, it allows us to access new ideas, and also past experiences, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And a good example was, during our strategy meeting, we invited people from Germany and the Netherlands, from Aachen and the others who came, and they shared their experience, so that was allowing us to maybe, capitalize on the experiences of our other chapters. Building bridges creates opportunities. It makes us open-minded, yet we have to stay pragmatic, because we will not always agree on everything. And so, when you're open-minded and you have to confront your ideas to many different people with different opinions, at some point you're going to have overlap, and you're going to focus on what overlaps, and you're going to have to discard what doesn't. And that makes you, in my sense, I guess, is the consensus, that it makes us pragmatic. And then lastly, it's a source of strength and also a source of tolerance. So in a nutshell, this is what we did. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So for progressive, someone wants to come here? Please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We just explained, I think our focus was a bit narrow. We focused really on science and innovation. It was really the dynamic in the group. And yeah, we talked basically about how much scientific evidence and innovations is also very much forming the basis of Volt, and how this relates to one of our core goals, which is striving for pragmatic policies. And to that sense, we came to the conclusion that in order to implement pragmatic policies, we need to consider the latest scientific evidence and consider innovations as well to basically be pragmatic. But we also realized that science can only give us options on how to act, but then also other aspects like ethics and values will need to be taken into account when we translate that into what are the solutions that we want to promote as well.
So, last but not least, inclusive.
Meaningful.
Meaningful. Meaningful, sorry. Meaningful.
The lady's voice must be.
Okay. I was hoping another lady would come. Yes, because I've talked already a lot today. No. So, yes, well, we came up with a catchy phrase, meaningful is to walk the talk. So actually we had many different, let's say, ways of describing what is meaningful to us, but here are the top keywords that we all share. It's being open-minded, so that means also constantly adapting as well. So it's a learning journey. We do this at Volt because we want to push ourselves, and it's also intrinsic motivation. So in short, it's relevant what we do. The actions we do are relevant not only to us individually and in a party, but also to the society at large. And so, for example, openness, open-mindedness, it's a lot about dialogue. So it's about communicating with others, but also listening. So it goes both ways, and we mentioned, for example, also the discussion groups we have on WhatsApp, where this is really a platform where everyone can express their opinions. They can be diverging, but the most important aspect is how do we communicate with each other, irrespective of our ideas. And it's cross-border in the sense that meaningful is also to connect, and certain forms of meaningful cannot actually relate to all of the other categories. And why we decided then to decide on the sentence to walk the talk, is really like stand up what you actually promote, so not empty words, but actually also concrete actions.
So thank you very much for sharing this with us. I very much liked what every one of you said, and I feel like it really goes back to what this project is about. And so many of you made really interesting statements. For example, there was some parts about inclusive that was mentioning the fact that, for example, women are not fully represented. We did see this through our survey, the fact that even though we reached a percentage showing something favorable into something specific, then we saw that actually the opinion of women was on another side, but because there are more men even involved, then it looks like the common opinion goes somewhere specific. So we're trying to work on this through this project, building these values together. What else? I also liked how we can see that everything works, like these values work within Volt, but also in our daily lives, and how we're trying all the time to reach this common goal. At the same time, it's about unity, but it's also realizing that we do have differences and embracing those differences. And then, do you want to say something?
I think for me what like really comes across as well, and what really connects all these different values is also our shared optimism. Like if you listen to how we look at the values and how we see them, I think there's really this kind of this optimism about the ability of us to come together and to work together across the different values and to offer a different kind of approach to politics, which is really grounded in this idea that if we work together, we can actually achieve amazing things and we don't have to always look at doom and gloom at the future. And I think that's something which also always surprised me, always motivated me to be part of Volt, is this idea that actually, yes, not everything is perfect, and I think we heard that in different values, but at the same time, if we work together, we can actually overcome them and make Europe an even better place for all of us to live. And I think that is really powerful. It really comes across very loudly through the different values statements.
And I like to conclude with a quote that actually Sven always likes to mention at the end of our sessions. And it's a quote from Yoko Ono that says, "A dream you dream alone is just a dream, and a dream you dream together becomes reality." And I think this is what we're trying to do here. So I'm very thankful to be here with you today. It was really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Emma. That was good, huh?
Yeah.
Values. Sorry? I have three. Thank you everyone for participating in this exercise. I'm sure that you're more than thrilled to find out what the results of the vote of today were. And I'm sure that you will be even more thrilled to hear that after we hear the results of the vote, we can finally have a beer. So, I will now hand the floor to Emery, who will present the results of the votes from today. It will be all of the votes since he presented the votes on the Secretary General and Electoral Board. Emery?
Thanks, Arno. I don't know if Gabor, you could put the presentation up.
Which presentation?
The one with the votes. It's policy there, this one. No. You've closed it.
What was the name again of it?
Voting results. Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, I know. Yes, but it's October. It's fine. Yeah. You can change the name.
Yeah.
That's correct. You can do a slideshow. So there we go.
Should we roll the drums?
You can roll the drums. So, you've seen already the introductory votes, the elected mandates. Thank you very much for both of us that were approved. And now, for the next vote, budget and strategy. How do I make that? So the strategy guidelines were approved, let's say, unanimously, since there were only 4 abstentions and no rejections. And of course, this is a guideline. So thank you for the board and for everyone. Let our vote 2024 be set forward and full of energy for all of us and all of you. The budget has also been approved. There's been 5 votes against it. I suggest that the people who maybe have voted against to contact our treasurer to explain why. Now, on the statutory amendments, they've also all been approved. Only proposal 4 has shown a slightly higher rejection rates, but they all were approved. And since those were actually a repetition of previous GA, they are now, they do not need a quorum, so they are now officially approved.
Yeah. So
So, to make things a bit clearer, because now it's only data, raw data.
So I think what we're trying to say is that these are the amendments which were actually proposed for amendments. The other votes, which is on the next page.
Yeah, but let me detail first each amendment, because otherwise we can figure out what it is. So the first one was a change of the Article 18 on complaints, mediation and disciplinary procedure. So this one was voted approved by 97% of the voters. The second one was a vote on the expedited procedure, which was a change of Article 19, and it was approved at 100%. The third one is the addition of an article, Article 62, on validity of board decisions when minimal requirements are not met. And the fifth proposal, which was adopted at 97%, is a proposal on the change of Article 46 on the votes values balls. The sixth one is a change on the Article 8, which is the article tackling the eligibility of effective membership. And the following one, proposal 7, is one on the change of Article 15 of the status, which tackles the exclusion of member. The 16 is related to the previous one, it's the previous one because it's about members in foreign countries. It's change of Article 16, and finally, the proposal number 9 is a change of the article number 39 on officials of the executive committee. I need to detail the following votes.
Yeah. Oh. Hello. Did you mute me? Yes. So thank you, Prieur, for this help and for the clarification on all these votes. And then, for some odd reason, the computer is playing with me. So the 10th votes were simply a guideline, or let's say how do we call it? Guide votes? Indicative votes. The first one is on the eligibility of effective membership, and the same for the associate membership. This looks like, yeah, it's weird. This looks like it has a fairly positive indication for the board. The second one was about the powers and the members of provincial committee, and I think the third, I can't read the third one, but
yes, sorry, yes, sorry.
Let's see how it's just been hidden by.
It's Rule 21, it's an article proper. It's about representation, of provinces. So it's really important representation on the geographical level.
So to this indication that it also is a bit more negative votes, so maybe some people added some comments, so we will share this also with the board so that they can maybe take this into account when they do the official changes of the next year. And you can go to the next. And now the last one is the policy proposal, and this one has also been approved. Even though there was quite a substantial amount of rejects, but it's been approved. So there we go. Thank you. That's it.
Here about the statute amendments, I think the last two, they were proper votes for a statute amendment, right? So it passed, it's just that probably we didn't make a quorum. Am I correct?
Yes, indeed.
It's about giving expats an extra seat on the provincial committee.
So in initially, indeed, they were filed through in the normal way to have a proper vote here at the General Assembly, but after consultation with the Values Board, there were some concerns as to the wording to make it legally sound. Hence, we turned it into more an orientation vote, which we will then also file at the next General Assembly, or if we have a statutory, mandatory, or like proxy GA, we'll file it there as well. Of course.
So at this moment, this will not reflect into a statutory amendment. For the minutes, this is important. And but we will. I mean, I guess the board and the Volt Values Board will probably file it at the next either GA or proxy GA. But thanks for the question. Any other questions? Are we all excited to grab a beer now?
Thank you, Emmerich. I would like to please give one more applause to Emmerich and Weir. We've been doing a lot of work. And then I would propose one more thing, which is to take a group picture. There's so many of us in the room, so we will need one.
I think we will go over there, because it's going up, and then we take it from here where there's a stance or something.
Maybe also a round of applause for our chair, Arno.
Yes, thank you, Arno.
Anyway, let's do the picture now, and then I will pass the mic to the co-presidents for the final closing words of this general assembly. Thank you.
It always feels like I'm about to break it.
Yeah.
I think you need to oil it a little bit.
Don't worry, we have some more. I have one. No, I have two. Yes. Yes.
How do we take this?
Tu sais pas faire avec un timer, Laurent?
Emma will have to take a picture. Can you hold up the European flag toward them?
Please flip the Belgian flag.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Whiskey.
Okay, so there is one person that I'm sorry I don't really
You need to come forward.
Yeah, because there's a line from the line that is running
Belges, c'est du French, les petits devant, les grands derrière.
You want to maybe move like on a side somewhere? No, it's just because like the line is behind the projector.
Like the used ones?
I had them all here. They're all safe.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. I mean the post-its where you wrote stuff on.
Okay. Hey, can we please stay seated for 5 more minutes and then we can clean up together?
Thank you.
Thank you. Johanna, do you want to join me on the floor?
You want to move forward?
No.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think while our chair is getting some more hydration from over there, we may start to give some last final words. It was an amazing General Assembly. We talked about a lot of important topics. We talked about policies, we talked about the electoral program, we talked about our electoral strategy, about amendments to our statutes, we talked about diversity and inclusion, we made a lot of new friendships, we got to know a lot of new and older voters. So all in all, I feel very, very motivated. I feel super excited for the next 2 years. We are on a path to the elections together, and we're going to win and be successful together also in 2024. So a big applause already to everyone here and everyone at home. Thank you for joining, and then I'll give the word also to Johanna.
Yes, so a huge thank you for coming here today and to all those who have helped organizing this GA. Also, thank you, Emma, once again for the workshop. And I hope this has been a very inspiring day for you. I'm personally very happy to see that the strategy or the strategic guidelines for 2024 have been accepted at 100%. That's a great thing to see. So I think I have just one thing to say. Let's start the work now. This is now the next step on our agenda. Thank you very much, and we are now proposing to have some drinks. Okay, just a small precision that, I mean, we cannot finance the drinks within Belgium because it's alcoholic drinks, but we welcome you, we invite you to join us at Brasserie La Royale. You can find, I mean, we'll leave together, but in case you have to go somewhere else, you can find the address of the bar, which is next to the train station, just, yes, here in the agenda. As maybe just to see, so I can contact the bar who's planning to join us for some drinks.
Woo! Woo!
Yeah. So unsure, yes. Well, I think it's time to close this day. So once again, thank you very much, and I hope to see you all soon, online or in person. Oh yes. And one final word. Yes. And the final words go to Arno, our chair.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, just one more note from me. After I say the magical words, the GA will be over, and we will have to start the second part, which is cleaning up. So please all contribute to cleaning up the room. And I hereby officially close the Belgian General Assembly. Thank you very much.